When our hero opened his eyes, he was met with something beautiful and fragrant before him. As he looked fully, he saw a roaring fire with people dancing and singing around it. He imagined that everyone was just having a very ordinary campfire party. He grinned greedily, feeling he had already fallen out of demand among girls. What drew him in most was the scent, a sweet, enticing aroma of meat. The hero was so famished that nothing drew his attention but the lamb, its taste irresistibly beckoning him. All of a sudden, he shifted his gaze to the girl by the fire. They looked very appealing, but the scent kept pulling him in, and he couldn't resist. He craved at least a bite. Starving, he was thrilled to find himself beside mouth-watering food and beautiful girls, convinced it might be the best day of his life. When he suddenly cried out that he was running, he rushed toward the lamb, his mouth open, eager to take a bite. When he suddenly fell, he couldn't understand why he was so immobile. As he tried to shift, he realized a rope had bound his body. Then an incomprehensible square materialized before his face, and behind it, he saw two massive brutes heading his way. He called them monsters, yet he couldn't figure out where those stunning girls had disappeared to. He sought answers from those men about his whereabouts, believing he had been tied up by mistake. He'd done nothing wrong, yet the big guy's expression was far from positive. And our hero realized that they had barely bound him, doing so only out of the kindness of their hearts. Suddenly it struck him, he remembered, his gaze shifted to fear. He realized he'd walked into an ambush. He screamed, "Where the hell is this hole?" Just a few hours earlier, our main character was perched on his knees on the beach, staring at the beautiful sea. Caught, he stared into the distance, his gaze like that of a man who knows absolutely nothing. Holding the water in his hands, he stared at it, convinced it was all nonsense. After rinsing himself with cool water, he tried to lift his spirits by remembering that he'd walked with John the day before, they'd gone shopping, he'd fallen asleep, and now he was here. His thoughts were already beginning to turn toward the idea that his god was punishing him for being a gigolo. Suddenly he heard a cry like a ram, S, and tried to pinpoint where it was coming from. Suddenly, three figures burst from the forest thicket, the smallest one muttering something. Our hero quickly began asking them where they were and how to get out. Suddenly, the smallest of them flung something at him. The man who had just woken up didn't even have time to think before an odd object raced past his face. Blood began to seep from his face, but he was lucky it only grazed him, narrowly missing a full hit. After snapping back to reality, he fled right away, shouting that they were all serious, adult people. Looking back, he realized they were falling behind. Smiling, he realized ordinary people would never catch up with him. Especially this little rascal. Suddenly, his face shifted dramatically as another branch flew past his stomach. It also bit him a little, and he felt the pain was real, he thought. Our hero had already stopped thinking it was a joke. Suddenly, a red square materialized in front of his face, announcing that the sole objective was survival. He screamed that he understood nothing at all and urgently wanted an explanation. His scream was so powerful it seemed to echo across several kilometers. He was wondering if this was a task-generating system, while the kid was already aiming at the next charge. Before the main character could even wonder if he'd truly landed in another world, the kid had already hurled a sharpened bone into him. The orange-headed man began to sense danger approaching. When he turned, wrinkles spread across his face. He sensed his death was near. The blow was straight and hit the neck, skimming along its surface. Tears welled up in his eyes, and the hero could only manage painful grunts. Suddenly, he began to fade out, convinced he was totally screwed. Tied to the fire, he still felt finished, certain that he would be killed, devoured, and given as a sacrifice. A display above his head congratulated him for staying among the primitives for a full 12 hours, and he received a reward for it. As a reward, he earned a survival gift bag and 1 point. He immediately instructed the system, to open the survival gift bag. The system began to congratulate our protagonist, bestowing upon him basic language skills. A beginner's survival guide, a map of the area, and a battle axe. Fragments began to seep into his thoughts, and then the system blared that the basic medicine mod had been logged, followed by the survival mod. When the commotion quieted, he finally realized what those savage voices were meaning. They were shouting about children and animals, and he began to realize that this was an ancient world. When culture had not yet appeared, everything was still in its developmental stage. Before him lay the primitives. He believed his main aim was to survive in this game and to build a civilization, guiding and developing those savages. The hero spent a point on strength, convinced it was the most sensible choice in that moment. He then commanded the system to fire up the battle axe. At that very instant, the weapon landed in our hero's hands. Shouting loudly, a crimson shell began to envelop the hero, and the rope snapped immediately. The rope crackled, then burst apart. A few seconds later it was gone, and our hero was set free. Looking at his fist, he was surprised to see just one point. It had bestowed immense strength upon him. The primitives heard the sounds. They turned toward where the tied trophy lay, but instead saw our satisfied hero, smiling, eyes fixed on them, with an axe slung over his shoulder. A man with a bare torso and a baffling mask on his head shouted, "Grab me, don't let me get away." He also warned that if they killed him on the spot, they'd eat him. Listening to all that, the main character smiled, amused by the words. Aiming his axe at the thugs, he declared that savages were forbidden from defying God. The masked man, in his turn, didn't understand which other god they were talking about. The hero, keeping his composure, replied that this signified he was both their authority and their leader, for he had been sent by the heavens themselves. Shortly after, he warned that all of them would be punished for their insults. Those words enraged the bare-chested thug, because for him, strength meant everything. In that instant he shrieked, leapt at the standing protagonist, and swung a massive bone. Suddenly, a wave of system windows surged into view ahead of our hero, which assigned him the task of surviving, intimidating the primitive people, and becoming their captain. Suddenly, the system warned that a punishment would follow. When the battle axe was taken away, it left our main character a bit stunned. Because no punishments had been imposed before, he couldn't risk losing his only valuable weapon at that time. Thus he had to finish the quest, swinging at the airborne thug. He shouted that he would not ever lose to any savages. Suddenly, a powerful strike landed, and the roar that followed was so deafening it shattered everything nearby. The earth fragments beneath our hero's feet began to lift, and moments later the ground cracked, leaving a small crater from the wave's impact. Surprised by how powerful the savage had proven to be, our hero swung again. However, the brute was quicker, so the hero had to block the attack. The pumped-up brute laughed. He felt this was the end, yet our hero would not give in. He kept muttering to himself that he was far stronger. The two heroes screamed, pushing their clash even harder, each trying to knock the other's weapon out. Suddenly, the thug's blows crumbled, and our hero lifted his axe. A sudden clatter cut through the air as a splintered bone fragment from a crude weapon fell. Seeing this, the two heroes were puzzled. A closer look revealed that the big one had actually broken a bone. It had been severed by the captor's blade, and the entire tribe stared at the broken bone. Because it had never happened before, he glanced around, wearing the most clueless expression. Our hero felt only that the biggest trouble was about to strike. In that instant, he shouted that this was his favorite weapon. It had been with him since childhood. How dare our hero break it? In a sudden burst of fury, he shouted at his comrades to attack him and tear him to shreds. He fled the angry crowd, yelling at them and asking whether it was fair that the one-on-one fight had not yet ended. He also shouted that it was unusual for such a crowd to attack a 24-year-old man. All of a sudden, a man burst up from behind him and quickly closed the gap. A few seconds later, he swung from our heroes' backs, but the attack failed. With a quick turn, the protagonist struck him with a direct axe blow. Just a second later, the primitive man on the ground tried to speak, but only incomprehensible sounds escaped. Looking at him, the hero told him they were just a bunch of savages, and that this had to end. He lifted his head, glanced at the other runners, snatched up the axe, and said he had no desire to fight them. If they let him go, he would spare this man's life. Then he shouted as loudly and harshly as he could. To make them all surrender, they stopped right away. Fear began to surface on their faces, and they started to utter some incomprehensible words and sounds, watching them. Our hero thought it unlikely that such a banal bluff would work. Because if they'd attacked him in a crowd, he would have ended up in trouble. At that moment, their fear only intensified. Their screams grew louder, drowning out their fear. Suddenly, desperate for help, they dashed back into the forest, staring at the chaos unfolding. The hero wondered what was going on. Had he really frightened them? He questioned whether he was as scary as they thought, and the uncertainty left him tense. At that moment, a towering figure rose from behind him. Suddenly, a system emerged before him, giving him a side mission. It said he had to rescue the primitives from a saber-toothed tiger. Rereading the tasks, he still couldn't figure out what kind of side job it was, which tiger it involved, or whether it was a saber-toothed one. Suddenly, he lifted his head, and his face shifted almost instantaneously. He spotted a massive shape behind him, and when he snapped back to reality, he bolted, shouting it was a real saber-toothed tiger. Looking at the running protagonist, the woolly one felt amused by him. He growled contentedly, having immediately caught up to the main character. He lunged at him, but he narrowly dodged at the last moment. The tiger kept striking with its powerful paws. Devastating everything around him, the hero on the run couldn't understand why everyone in that place wanted to kill him. At that moment, the saber-toothed beast was almost upon our hero. Seeing this, he realized that if it kept going like this, he'd die. He was terrified. He couldn't fathom how the system could give him such a ridiculous mission when that tiger cub could swallow him whole in a single bite. As he was lost in thought, a saber-toothed creature pounced. The strike landed straight to his back, and its power slammed him to the ground. He fell, his entire body shaking with pain. As he tried to rise, he realized he might be dead, had luck just turned its back on him so quickly. He lifted himself a bit, pointing his battle axe at the tiger, realizing escape was no longer an option. He had to fight, but he wasn't a fool about a head-on clash. He needed to outsmart this woolly adversary. As he looked around, all he could think of was how to use it to win. Suddenly, deep within the forest, he spotted smoke and instantly recalled. He believed every animal feared fire, and he saw that as his chance to survive. Lifting the axe, he said this was his only chance. He had no other options. Suddenly, he rushed toward the tiger. Shouting, attempting to provoke him, the saber-tooth yielded to the provocation. He stood on his hind legs, growling loudly in anger. Both the tiger and the man rushed toward one another, but the attack failed. The tiger vaulted onto its hind legs and slammed straight onto the main character's body. He sprang up and darted into the forest, his hands pressed against his stomach. He swore he'd never try the movie's tricks again. Never, not even one fucking time. He also thought all cats were repulsive, since they seemed to relish playing with their prey. When he stepped into the forest, a thought crossed his mind. With the plants, he could at least gain a little distance from the looming danger. But he wasn't going to be left behind. He pulverized everything around him with his powerful paws. His attack seemed endless, as if he never grew weary. Just a little farther, and the tiger will reach our main hero. Was this really the end for him? He wondered. Then, a few meters away, he spotted something and his gaze sparked. Right before him stood that same primal fire. Using his last ounce of strength, he leapt toward the fire, evading the cat's attack. The shockwave sent him spinning, and he slammed into the ground. Looking up, he realized he was right next to the roasting meat. With his final breath, he grabbed a piece of wood lying beneath the fire. Then, with a swift motion, he thrust it into his head. The tiger instantly began to suffer. His eye was injured. A second later, he stepped back from our main character. He felt the danger looming. They faced each other. Using his final strength, our hero grips a burning stick, hoping to frighten the saber-toothed one. Right then, he was rubbing his wounded eye with his paw. Waving a flaming stick, he called out to the tiger, "Come here, big cat." And then I hoped he would get frightened and retreat, as his strength began to wane. Suddenly, an odd sound began to reverberate throughout the area. The sound was blindingly deafening. Listening closely, he couldn't believe what he heard. Because that sound was familiar to him, though on an immense scale, it was the thud of trampling, a colossal stomp. The sound continued, growing louder and louder. The awful stomping brought an end to the fight between man and beast. The cat uttered something in tiger, but it clearly came out as wow. Suddenly, he screamed in horror. His face twisted with terror, and he jerked abruptly to the side, away from the man. Our main character couldn't figure out why this mighty beast was so frightened. The moment the tiger vanished, a system appeared before our hero, congratulating him on completing the side mission. He was amazed by the system's generosity, which granted him a full 2 points. And he also earned the gratitude of the primitive people. Yet the approaching sound distracted him because it was already so close. The sound grew louder and louder. He looked around, trying to find a place where he could run to safety. While running away, he ordered the system to add a point to both his agility and strength. It immediately carried out the command, boosting his attributes. He began to feel his strength overwhelm him, and moving became much easier than before. He surpassed hurdles that once seemed unbeatable. Suddenly he halted, landing on the cliff's edge. He stopped just in front of the primitive crowd, staring at their confusion and fear. Only then did he catch his breath. He shouted loudly to capture their attention, and their leader could fathom how the main character hadn't been devoured by a saber-toothed tiger. He smiled immediately in response to those words. Suddenly, he lifted his battle axe over his head and warned that the moment their eyes met the saber-toothed tiger's, it instantly pulled its long tail behind its legs and ran off. They stood there, bewildered, until he suddenly demanded that everyone kneel before him. They stood in stunned silence, faces bewildered, just as our protagonist, who couldn't fathom why he wasn't afraid of them. Suddenly, a young girl appeared in front of him, looking straight into his eyes and clenching her fists. She approached him in the payment room, fists still clenched. Suddenly, she clutched his leg and shouted that he was the very savior who had rescued them. At that instant, everyone knelt and shouted that at last they would no longer fear the tiger. They immediately asked him to take the helm. He wondered whether this was truly an extra reward the system offered him beyond the points. They kept bowing to him, urging him to take the lead. Even their current leader praised our protagonist, calling him the most powerful he had ever met. At that moment, our hero wondered whether becoming their emperor was really that easy. He raised his axe again, ordered them to stand, and then declared that from that moment he was their king. The system rewarded him with 1 point and 3 band aids. He immediately boosted his physical strength by 1 point. Our hero assumed that adding more points to his traits would make tasks easier to complete. After a moment, he ordered the system to pull up the inventory. It contained that exact patch, an effective herbal remedy that stopped bleeding and promoted healing. The expiry was set for just 1 day, a fact that left our protagonist perplexed. 1 day simply wouldn't do. If he activates it, it will expire after 1 day, otherwise it will spoil. He took one to see how it would manage the searing wound on his back, left by the saber-toothed tiger. After those thoughts, the plaster quickly slid onto his back, sealing his wounds. A faint glow emerged, and strange, incomprehensible sounds drifted from the back. After a while, the wounds started to vanish, as if by magic. All the primitives were astonished by this phenomenon, for it was something they'd never witnessed before. Our hero believed that, at a critical moment, this could save his life. He approached the former leader of the tribe, offering his hand marked with a patch and asking if anyone had been hurt. But he immediately shouted to everyone how powerful their king was. Smiling and looking wise, he said this was all the pure truth, because if he were not like that, he could not protect them. He promptly added that if he were to become their king, he would need to meet everyone. He pointed a finger at the masked brute and said they would start with him. He had to introduce himself and brag about his skills, pulling a weird expression while flexing his muscles. He said his name was Sheeg and that he had once been their leader. He was also the best fighter. After the big guy, there were several more. All of a sudden, a girl approached Sheeg and proclaimed herself the strongest. She was called Huangzai, and when she stepped toward our hero, he could hardly believe his eyes. Standing in front of him was a simply enormous girl who claimed she could throw stones. He immediately began to think, because a whole hidden boss of the game could be waiting right in front of him. Then Shashu introduced herself, claiming she could climb trees and pick fruit. Suddenly, something kicked our main character hard on the back of the head. A beauty appeared before us, catching our main character off guard. Her name was Vyut Aiu, yet she immediately pointed to the two babies, declaring them her sons, though she hadn't yet decided on their names. The main character laughed carefree, finding it hilarious. With a sly smile, he reflected on how he was different from Thief Cow. Cow was known for amassing widows as concubines. Suddenly, a boy burst onto the scene, sending him into a frenzy. The young man then introduced himself. "I'm Chen Li. Call me whatever you like, boss, king, emperor, or just bro Chen." He also claimed he possessed complete knowledge of civilization and had come to share it. The crowd froze, staring in astonishment, as they had never heard such statements and couldn't grasp their significance. He assured them not to worry, saying he'd show them something new. Soon they'd change a lot, and they'd even be able to eat meat every day. The last mention of meat stunned the primitives, because each bite had been a holiday in itself. Realizing our protagonist's words, they erupted in joyous shouts, praising their new leader. Showing that the main quest to settle down had started earlier than planned. The quest's description required you to help primitive people build their dwellings, formally establish a tribe, and grow its membership to 50. The prize would be 3 points and a large treasure chest. There were 15 days to finish the quest, but it was activated ahead of schedule. The system added 3 days, raising the total to 18 days. The main character welcomed the new task and found it easy to complete. I instantly realized there were 15 people in the tribe at that moment. In just 18 days, it was necessary to disperse as many as 32 people, which only underscores that joining other primitive tribes was worth it. Notice his mood shift dramatically, as completing this in 18 days feels impossible. Our main character will need to push hard to finish this mission. Pondering the chest and the extra prize, he grew curious. He hoped the system wasn't deceiving him. A bright night arrived. An alien-looking moon hangs in the sky, its glow spreading across all nearby territories. At that moment, the main character slept surrounded by the primitives. The hero's eyes fluttered, and stray noises irked him. He suddenly rose, realizing he was fed up with the lawn. Rising and clutching his stomach, he realized that conquering the world on an empty belly was impossible. You first have to eat well. Seeing his tribe, he remarked that they were simple-minded and had left themselves entirely unguarded. With each minute that passed, his thoughts turned increasingly to food, and he began to look for somewhere to eat. Suddenly it struck him, and he shouted loudly. Where he clashed with the saber-toothed tiger, a lot of fried meat lay around. But at that exact moment, he wondered if someone had already eaten the meat. Two opposing thoughts clashed in the man's mind, one insisting the creature that had frightened the tiger might still be lurking. The other said that, at this rate, he could die of hunger. After hitting himself in the face a few times, he decided it was enough reason to worry, since meeting that creature seemed virtually impossible. After calling the system, he grabbed a battle axe from there. In that instant, it appeared in his hand, and he slipped into the heart of the forest. Using swift, deft moves, he covered a stretch that would have taken much longer before. At that moment, the same moon cast its glow over the forest, and a pleasant blue breeze drifted out from the bushes. He was struck by thoughts that everything seemed too quiet. Glancing at the meat, he realized he'd better be very careful. He only knew a fraction of the forest's monsters. As he approached the fire, he spotted more slices of meat and a white creature that looked like a hare. After tying it snugly with a rope, he glanced at the meat, picturing taking some of the loot back to my guys. After tightening everything, he returned, knowing it was too risky to stay. Running back, he was surprised to see that this territory had changed. Unaware of the cliff, he tripped and began to fall straight toward it, dropping his weapon as he went. He landed hard on his backside, the impact causing a scream. He loathed the one who dug such a huge hole. As he lifted his head, a shadow crossed his view. In this jungle, he couldn't fathom where those bright moonbeams were coming from. Suddenly, he grew reflective, recalling recent events. His thoughts ran wild, and he immediately began scanning his surroundings. His doubts were confirmed, and he's now confident. I'm certain these aren't holes. They're the creature's traces that frightened the saber-toothed tiger. He first guessed it was an ostrich, but quickly dropped that idea because no ostrich could be that large. Images of various monsters that could have made those massive footprints started to flash in his mind. He was stunned because he should have realized it long ago when he spotted the saber-toothed tiger. After all, it's not just wild animals. These are the most terrible creatures of antiquity found in every myth and legend he knows. He needed to find a safe place to settle down right away, because there was no minute to waste. Light began to creep in. The first sounds of animals and people drifted through the air. The jungle sprang to life. The primitives fought over meat, each vying to snatch as many pieces as possible. Our hero watched the scene with a flat expression, saying it would be hard to teach them anything. Suddenly, his patience snapped, and he shouted as loudly as he could to make them stop fighting. Seeing them, he realized they had no idea how to light a fire, nor did they grasp basic etiquette, politeness, or economic rules. Then he added that the first to receive food were the hunters. Right after his remark, the tribe's former leader said that before this, they took turns. Yesterday, the turn belonged to him, Agun, and Huangxi. Pointing a finger at Tang, Zhu, and Wolfbone, he told them it was their turn today. But instantly, he clenched his fists in front of his face. He said today was special, because the king would be going hunting with them. Everyone was eager to go. At that moment, they all followed the masked man, thrilled to hunt with the king. At that exact moment, he spotted a boy busy with something, clutching a bone bound by a rope. Glancing at him, our hero guessed the kid was probably afraid, thinking he'd taken a grudge after catching him the previous day. Our hero had to find a way to improve his relationship with him. After hearing everyone's thoughts, he said that since all of them wanted to go, they would all go, but they still had to pick a site for the house. He began by describing what a family is, stressing that everyone in the family should support and protect one another from problems. He likened it to a tree, with its roots symbolizing the family. The pumped-up girl smiled, telling him how important this was to her. As she approached the main character, she stretched out her long arms, wrapped her arms around him with a tight hug, and asked whether she could really live with the king then. Wiping blood from his nose, he said everything was correct. Now they were a single family, and naturally, they all lived together. She happily began to leave, shouting that the king would now live with her and that she wanted to bear his child. After calming down and stepping back from the hug, he encouraged everyone to come as close as possible. Then, after sitting down, he urged them to watch and listen to him carefully. He began by saying they first needed a large, flat stretch of land. Place the plain up north, with a mountain and a river to its south for the best layout. It would make it easier for them to get food, build a house, and also get water. In just a few minutes, his reasoning had already reached the sea. This stunned the rest of the tribe, who had long ago stopped grasping everything, and now they were utterly confused. He went on to talk about ships, highlighting how convenient they are because they foster cooperation with other states. Suddenly, the kid said he knew where that was, if it was a big puddle. He seized him at once, urging him to rush them to the spot, and warned that if he could truly prove it, he'd appoint him as first minister. The boy sprang right into the story, saying the place lies to the east, but it's best to stay away because a herd of bulls lives there. He likened ordinary calves to their prey, warning that the bulls would hunt them. Suddenly, he lifted his battle axe and shouted that their first joint campaign and hunt was starting right now. Soon daylight broke, and the heroes trailed the boy through the jungle's dense thickets. Some primitives had begun to question that idea, as the foliage never seemed to end. Suddenly, a chicken head sprang from the sheet, and our heroes appeared behind it. They were talking about how quiet and calm the area was. The main character soothed the boy, telling him not to worry so much because he was with them. Which meant there would be no problems. He also spoke to the other men, stating he'd guard them all if trouble arose, because he managed to scare off a whole saber-toothed tiger. Pointing at the peak's summit, the boy said that from there, he could see where the bulls gathered. The kid kept urging them to stay quiet and avoid attracting attention, while the main character replied he was blowing a small issue into a mountain. From the top, he couldn't tell whether any monsters other than bulls inhabited the place. Suddenly, he saw something that made his eyes sparkle. He saw an idyllic spot, mountains, a river, and a plain. A heartbeat later, a familiar scent drifted to his nose. The scent of the sea filled me. I promptly commanded the system to display a map of the region, and it obeyed instantly. While reviewing the map, he pointed out that 3 sides were bordered by mountains, with only one side opening to the sea. And this was the ideal spot to build the first city. Suddenly, a boy yanked him away, shouting that it was unsafe. Looking out from the rock, our hero couldn't understand what else was also scaring them. After all, they were just ordinary calves. Our hero immediately opened the basic survival guide, which gave him a quick rundown of the local wildlife. Looking at the boy, he asked where those black bulls he'd been talking about so persistently were. He immediately turned to the grove, noting that it lay just behind it. He said there was a big bend in the river, right next to it. The protagonist told the child to take him there and warned the others to stay on guard. After only half an hour, the heroes arrived at their destination. As he looked around, he felt the place was too quiet. He also couldn't see why they were so frightened by those bulls. Could these calves actually be dangerous? He was surprised to find the references jotting down everything around him and offering useful insights. He was pleased with this skill, thinking there might be monsters here more terrifying than these bulls. Suddenly, he heard a boy's trembling voice as he pointed a finger to the side. After glancing first at the boy, he lifted his gaze. Suddenly, he spotted a massive black shadow drifting across the scene. The baby instantly burst into a scream, proclaiming that he was huge. When we looked closer, the main character slipped into a stupor, admitting they were in a total mess. A huge horned monster stood before them, but it didn't notice the heroes at all because they were too small. As he passed them, he gazed into the distance and moaned. When he screamed, the roar that erupted was deafening and ear-splitting, stuttering in its ferocity. The tribe's former chief asked our protagonist if they were truly going to hunt the calves. With a trembling voice of his own, he replied that he had said it correctly. Masking his fear, he had them hold an ambush while he went out to scout. Everyone admired his courage as our hero slipped behind a tree. As he slipped behind the tree, tears began to well up in his eyes. He felt he didn't want them to die because of him. Looking at the two huge bulls, he felt he possessed two good abilities. Suddenly, another enormous black bull rushed past him. His face flushed with fear, for the beast was 3 times his size. He was eager to find a calf to practice on, and he was quite scary. Our hero was at a loss. Watching the creature chew the leaves, he realized that poking the animals while they ate was a bad idea. Seeing the smallest one, he felt compelled to negotiate with it, drawn by its surprisingly easygoing nature. After slipping out of the tree, he hid the axe and greeted the bull. When he spotted our hero, he went stunned, his face shifting from cute to something else before he screamed, yelling straight at the main character. His eyes turned red. The bulls nearby heard their companions howl and instantly turned to look at him. Just a second later, a herd of bulls barreled toward our main character. Shouting to keep them at bay, he began running. While he swam across the river, he felt they were afraid of the water and would halt. But it was not to be. They too chased him, breaking through the water barrier. At that moment, the primitives were watching, discussing their king's deeds, and everyone agreed he had been chosen for good reason. His courage made it worthwhile. It seemed to them that he had deliberately provoked the whole herd to turn against him. They were already betting that he'd sprinted to the wall on purpose to encircle them. He started leaping up the wall right away, so frightened that he couldn't even understand how he managed to move and climb it. As he climbed higher and higher, he feared they would jump onto him. During one of the jumps, he almost fell but managed to grab the cliff's edge. He clung to her, swaying from side to side. When he looked down, the entire mountain was shaking, and he couldn't make sense of what was happening. At that moment, the bulls slammed their heads into the wall, making it shake. A few people went pale from the blow's recoil. Peering down, he wondered if they were truly that foolish. Realizing this, he immediately started to provoke them. He tried to spur them on to keep fighting. They stared straight at him, moving angrily. He believed it was unlikely that the rock could support their weight, so it would collapse alongside them. Pondering this, he remarked that when he came back, he'd let every hunter know. Looking down, he saw that they were waiting for him to come down. The safest and most reliable escape was to climb to the very top and locate a way around. He also wanted to capture the view from above, but his strength was already fading. It was hard for him to get up, yet fear forced him to move forward. When he looked up, his gaze slipped from fear into incomprehensibility. He saw something beautiful before him, a breathtaking view. He couldn't believe his eyes. He'd never seen such stunning vistas before. Beaming, he announced that he had chosen this place. He intended to build his empire here, but as soon as he started, his thoughts began to drift astray. He began to picture the obscene, humanoid shape of a bull. At that moment, our protagonist's allies watched the herd of bulls return, unaware of where their king had gone. The former boss had already begun to cry at the thought that they could trample him. Suddenly, his mood shifted, and he started climbing the tree, proclaiming that he must surely take the king's axe for himself. As he started to climb down the tree, something swooped straight toward him. Suddenly, it pierced the tree with incredible force, just a few millimeters from his body. It was our main character who confronted Sheeg, asking if he really wanted him to die faster. Everyone instantly raised their hands in joy toward him. Sheeg wasted no time asking our hero about the bulls and his strength. Pointing at one of the bulls, he announced he was going to eat beef. After a brief pause, he asked his boys if they'd like to give it a try. Everyone instantly began to falter, their answers slipping into incoherence. Our hero cut them off instantly, glaring, and demanded they answer with a simple yes or no. Everyone answered at once, yet with a hint of hesitation. "Yes," the king said, as he drew his axe and approached the tree. He lifted it and declared that from that day on he would teach them how to forge powerful weapons and master advanced hunting techniques capable of defeating monsters and beasts far stronger than themselves. A little later, a thunderous crack rang through the jungle. Our hero, bare-torsoed, swung his arm and struck the tree in a single blow, sending it crashing to the ground and splitting its trunk in half. Everyone was stunned, because it was so powerful for an ordinary person. Sheeg approached the hero and asked why he had cut it down, noting that it was not edible and bore no fruit. The hero replied that it was a source of material for weapons and urged him to watch his actions carefully, since they'll be handy for them down the line. He explained to them that they should choose a wooden stick, roughly 2 meters long. Sharpen one end, and a reinforced stick is produced. At this moment, the system congratulated our hero for the creation of a new weapon. Examining the system, he saw it had increased the technology by a point. But he didn't understand why he needed it. Breaking from the system, he called the stick a spear. A spear serves 2 main purposes. First, it can pierce a person or object. Well, the second action was to throw, after which he hurled it aside with incredible force. Sheeg walked over to the stuck spear and remarked that it was a remarkably powerful weapon. Everyone dashed toward the king, wrapped him in a hug, and begged to get a turn with the new weapon. Soon after, training bouts with the new weapons were in full swing. They couldn't imagine wood being used in this way. Pointing at 2 men, our hero ordered them to strike him with a spear. They immediately glanced at one another and paused for a second. But right after, they surged straight at our protagonist, launching an attack. They shouted they couldn't dodge a double attack in one move, but our hero didn't wait. He lunged forward and evaded it instantly. Suddenly, he leapt to the side at incredible speed, and upon spotting his approaching opponent, he smiled. Then, with a swift flick of his hands, he hurled the spear and struck one of the attackers. The second promptly followed up by attacking his king. Suddenly, startled cries rang out, and everyone stood in shock. The stick was lodged in the attacker's shoulder, and our main character declared him dead. He, having fallen to the ground, thought only that if the stick had a point at its end, he would have truly died. As he left, the king said that skills required training, and that javelin throwing would now be suitable for all. Pointing to the stone's side, he explained that their goal was to reach it from here, and whoever got there first would win a spear. Sheeg, the former leader, was the first to volunteer and immediately took aim. And then, with incredible force, he hurled the spear at the stone. It pierced the stone cleanly. Our hero praised him, noting the strength was excellent but the accuracy could use some practice. He made the next call. It was Nixung, the hunter, and the chain kept going. Everyone had to give it a try. Suddenly, distant sounds erupted, and our hero ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Right in front of the thicket, someone shouted that something huge was coming his way. It was already close. Their boss immediately ordered them to fight, knowing that this is how they acquire the skills they need now. A massive, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerged from the jungle and marched straight toward our heroes. A massive, crimson beast burst from the forest, spotting the heroes and leaping at them in a furious charge. Our hero shouted at everyone to get ready, knowing they would surely catch him. They began to encircle him, and the beast singled out their leader as its primary target. Mouth open wide, he rushed toward our protagonist, intent on swallowing him. Suddenly, a powerful clash erupted between the 2 opponents. Screams of agony rang out as our hero drove his spear straight into the monster's head. He shouted that the beast had been stopped. Grasping a horned red boar, he warned that this might be their only chance. He ordered them to hurl their spears at him. They immediately drew their weapons, aimed, and launched the throws. After that, they immediately started throwing spears, striking the monster. His face twisted in pain, yet the spear the main character wielded against the bull failed to hold, snapping under the force. The boar, bending slightly, scanned the people gathered around him. Suddenly, a boy with a bare scalp was speared in his direction. He began to flail in pain when the hit landed squarely. Seeing all of this, the hero realized the boy possessed skill. The boar surged toward the protagonist, while the boy perched on the deck, watching the scene unfold and waiting for his chance to strike from the air. The red boar bolted in panic, and the boss emerged with an axe in hand. He wasn't about to let him slip away. After slamming him to the ground and pushing him aside, the hero let out a fierce cry. The sign was meant for Xung, who sat in the tree. He sprang down from the tree, thrusting his spear straight at the beast's head. Having pushed it in, the boar began to squeal in pain. He began thrashing side to side, shattering trees with his massive body. The system warned the protagonist that the monster had gone berserk, and the boss instantly shouted for everyone to dodge. He was yelling for everyone to escape, yet he wouldn't let go of his spear. At that moment, their king was closing in on the monster. He sprang to rescue his subordinate, leaping and swinging, shouting at Xung to drop the spear. Fury blazing in his eyes, he slammed into the monster with all his strength. The blow seemed to slice the very air, and a column of dust rose up. From the dust, the main character's silhouette began to emerge, and the monster lay motionless on the ground. Perched on his head, he shouted loudly that a big feast was coming today. All this time, Xing kept the spear in his grip, never letting it slip. The king lifted his hand toward the boy, encouraging him to rise. He praised Xing, telling him that he stood out above everyone else and that he was a great guy. He praised all of his subordinates, telling them they deserved the food. Everyone was happy, since a tasty and hearty meat meal was about to be served. Shigusa, a woman lugging a massive slab of meat, told her it would belong to him. But she immediately declined him, saying the piece was to be sent to their king. She, as she approached the king, couldn't fathom his reaction to raw food. He explained his reaction by saying he had seen them fry food over a fire. She told him they hadn't been able to keep a fire alive, so they'd have to eat the food raw. Our hero believed that fire marked the start of human civilization, and that every future step has always depended on it. He didn't think they were that far behind, because food cooked over a fire tasted far better than usual. He had to show them how to make a fire. Telling the woman to follow him, he headed toward the others. He approached the tip that had snapped off in the battle and examined it. He beckoned everyone closer and asked them to watch his moves, for he was about to teach them something useful. He said it's worth carving a groove and then rubbing the wood together with a few hand strokes, all while stressing the need to keep accelerating. As soon as the tip was removed, flames erupted. Sheik shouted that he wanted the whole world to know the king had mastered fire, but he quickly pressed a hand to his face in embarrassment and told himself to keep quiet. A system suddenly appeared before the hero, catching him off guard. Technology was boosted by 10 points, yet he still didn't grasp what it would deliver. But it clearly wouldn't be superfluous, as he had thought. When he suddenly recalled that paintings communicate information, he intended to use these glasses to learn how to understand them. The kid walked up to the boss, telling him he'd uncovered something. Since they'd defeated the female, he guessed her offspring were nearby. In the end, I managed to find the little cubs. At that instant, a system appeared, assigning our main character a fresh task: subduing the animals and turning them into domesticated beings. Dalda and Kshanan rushed to fetch the pigs. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist realized the day had been tough, yet he still needed to learn how to build a pigsty. The sun was already setting, yet strange sounds still floated from the forest. The men carried branches, each curious about why the king needed so many. The rest were gathering things, a few were knitting, and everyone was at work. Sheik was taken aback when he saw this, unable to understand what they were doing. The boy with the skin on his head explained to him that the king had called it a straw rope, but he could not understand a word. It was tough for him because he'd never seen anything like that before. The sounds of the earth cracking could be heard nearby. The main character made several holes around and called them over to listen carefully. They had to pick a branch that matched his and the rope. Everyone must create at least 5 of these wooden structures. Slide the assembled structure into the prepared holes. Then link the sticks together to build a cage. Once that's all set, carefully spread the straw outside. "And that's it, the pigsty's ready," said the main character. Everyone started to cheer, exclaiming how intriguing it was with the king. But right after that, our hero's subordinate started rushing past him. In just a few seconds, the building was full. Inside, shouts and arguments filled the air, debating who first claimed it and who would eventually live in it. The boss slapped him on the face and said the pigsty wasn't for them. Just then, someone called out from behind him, the men who had chased the pigs. The boy ran up to the main character, grinning, and showed him the pigs, saying they had finished his task. They cradled 8 piglets in their hands, grunting as they went. The protagonist pointed at the building, telling the crew to stash the cuties there. One of the men darted up to the king, pulled him into a hug, and asked how he could offer such a fine den to ordinary pigs. The second man followed, exclaiming that they would finally have shelter from wind and sun. After sending them crashing to the ground, our hero, seething, shouted, "If you want to live in a pigsty, by all means do it." But how would he build a comfortable, spacious house? So that they wouldn't approach him. The boy, after placing them in the pig farms, was drooling. He believed he could only live well once they grew up. At that moment, our main character stood before the primitives and said that, if they didn't understand something, they need to study more. At this moment, the system rewarded its hero for completing the task. The chest opened instantly, and items started to spill out right away. She congratulated him for mastering how to fry eggplant, peanuts, eggs, lamb, and shellfish. Seeing this, he smiled, knowing that tasty food requires a lot of energy. The system also informed the hero that cooking the recipe could unlock special rewards. Night fell, the moon shone as brightly as always, and the night air stayed warm. Sheng and his boss sat by the fire, while the rest of the tribe fell into deep sleep. The king turned to his subordinate and thanked him for keeping everyone on guard, as well as for helping him today. Laughing, the hero assured Sheng he didn't need to fear any revenge over that situation. After a while, I asked him if he knew of any tribes similar to theirs. The boy's reply surprised our hero, as he said those tribes do exist. But they're far from friendly and unlike them. He started talking about 3 different tribes, the nearest of which was the Coconut Grove tribe. They lived in the east. There were roughly 30 to 40 of them. Their representative was a woman, hailing from the Seabay's second tribe. There are also about 30 to 40 others, intimidating and constantly killing each other. Finally, the Giant Rock tribe is the most powerful and the most populous, living in the mountains. Rumors say the leader's powers are supernatural, capable of killing a tiger with his bare hands, so it's wise not to provoke him. Lost in thought, our hero reasoned that if Shing's story were true, the Coconut Grove would be the most suitable target. He had already begun mapping out a strategy in his mind to win their friendship without a single clash. Suddenly, a chill swept over him, and danger seemed near. A towering woman appeared from behind, snatched the boss by the back, and asked why he was still awake. Then, with a bold, provocative tone, she asked if he'd like to do something interesting with her. Yet the hero replied immediately with a no, imitating a cat's meow and hinting at something for the king. With a trembling hand, he reached toward the boy and praised her for doing an excellent job, portraying the saber-toothed tiger. At that exact moment, he snatched Sheng and sprinted into the forest, shouting that he urgently needed to use the bathroom. 2 comrades perched in a tree were talking. Suddenly, the younger one announced that they had arrived. The king immediately started watching them closely. A blue, humanoid creature sprinted after the bird. She shouted that it would kill it, and just moments later, she was already wrapped in his arms. A second blue creature appeared instantly, yet they quarreled over who could claim the bird. They erupted in angry shouts, threatening to kill each other. At that moment, the primate chief was discussing how these guys are really very physically fit, with powerful, well-developed limbs. But their brains are very simple. He also told Sheng that if they could connect them to the flames, they'd be able to capture the dodo birds, but the kid immediately replied that their tribe was far fewer in number. They wouldn't manage to catch them, and the tension between the two blues was already escalating. The king agreed with Sheng, convinced that sophisticated weapons might aid them. He intended to start by eliminating the herd of bulls, then employ the fresh resources to forge more powerful weapons and gear for battle. After thinking it all over and seeing it all, he told Sheng they were coming back. After a while, the heroes rejoined their comrades. Some were resting, others were gathering branches, and a few were eating. Shig sat, absorbed in thought, watching something. At that moment, the king and the boy appeared, and everyone erupted in joy at the return of their king. Shig approached the boss, confessing his growing worry. He'd searched everywhere but still couldn't find his king. Our hero promptly sent the men to training so they could hone their spear skills. Right then, someone approached our main character. It was the girl who was talking about how large leaves make a convenient toilet paper. He ordered her to gather all the women because he needed their help and was about to teach them something intriguing. She stepped out right away, saying she would bring everyone together in a few minutes. After a while, the main character was encircled by women clutching stones, presenting them to the king for appraisal. They expected praise from him. He sprang into action, explaining that first you must carve a rectangular slab from the stone, then grind it hard against another stone to create a sharp point. In this way, you make a stone axe. They began to applaud him, declaring that their king was magnificent. The system congratulated our hero, telling him he'd earn a point for forging an axe. He was unhappy about it because he couldn't see how it worked. He had only been given 10 for the fire. Feeling upset, he conceded. He waved to the girls and urged them to give it a try while he took a break, but one of them had already done so. She unveiled her creation, and the hero was taken aback, realizing it wasn't a double-bladed axe. She answered right away, saying she'd seen a similar one at her king. A system appeared before our hero, congratulating him for meeting the 2 conditions. The reward was unlocking the ability to spot hidden talent. He began to notice the talents of his comrades, and this girl excelled at crafting instruments. She faced the king with a beguiling look, convinced he was looking at her in depth. He approached the other girls, flashing a smile as he showed them a newly forged axe, urging them to craft as many similar weapons as they could that day. The sun was already setting, darkness creeping in. They shouted that the 30th was ready. The king, standing in front of the pumped-up girl, praised her, saying she had great talent. Showing his hands, our hero was stunned to see them all bruised from a day of sharpening stones. She instantly switched to that frightening topic for our hero. The others joined in, holding up their hands. They asked him to blow on them, and the king thanked them shyly. As soon as they began to close in, he bolted, shouting that 50 was enough and that they could rest. Lost in his thoughts, he made his way through the bushes. When I suddenly realized I had to let go, something rushed toward our hero. He barely dodged and hurled a curse. As he watched the moving target, he saw that the boys were having a great time. Suddenly, they yelled for the next group to get ready. Approaching Shig, and the boy whose head was still covered in skin. He praised them, then said that tomorrow they would be squaring off with the bulls. He also mentioned he would bring a secret weapon with him. Night fell, and moonlight bathed the surroundings as our protagonist stood by the fire. He swung an axe, striking it against a stone. Each strike grew stronger, and the accompanying sounds grew louder and louder, echoing ever. He let out a heavy breath, realizing he'd stayed up all night, desperate to finish crafting the secret weapon. The entire tribe gathered around him. He told them to watch. They had to pick the black tips of the leaves, and those with wounds on their hands should avoid touching the leaf juice. After all, his system marked them as a natural paralytic. He hopes this juice can paralyze the monsters. One of them inquired why he was digging a hole in the stone. He urged her to call the girls right away. He acted as a stone mortar, crushing the green leaves, and then you must coat the spear tips. That's the purpose of the pit. One of the men cried out, asking what he could do because he also wanted to be useful. Yet their boss urged them to eat well and rest, for a great battle awaits all of them. The sun rose amid a cool, blue breeze, and our main character perched in a tree. As he ate, he pondered the upcoming battle. He held a shashlik in his hands, with salt beside him. Suddenly, the woman shouted that the preparations were finished and everything was ready, and she hurled a spear at him with incredible force. But the king didn't even blink. To him, the throw felt incredibly slow. He caught the spear as it flew past, slowly looking up and exhaling softly. He declared the moment had arrived. Standing before them, he gave orders. The women were to stay and guard the children, and the rest should take up arms and climb the mountain. Everyone felt joyful as a brand new story began to unfold. Now it's the monsters' turn to tremble, and they shrieked. After a while, the heroes reached their destination. The king ventured out alone as bait, while the others waited in ambush. Sheeg praised the king's strength, insisting that nobody should doubt he would return. Suddenly, Jung barked, telling everyone to get ready. He spotted movement on the other side of the river. Sheeg said they could afford to err, since their king had taken a huge risk to secure their victory. 10 minutes ago, sounds rustled through the foliage. Those were the sounds of movement, and the bulls often took notice. While inspecting the thick forest, the boss was recalling his latest experience battling bulls. To be on the safe side, he had to lure a small bull. He slipped through the thick bushes, inching closer, hoping to remain unnoticed. His mind held that the only thing that mattered was not to trip, otherwise he'd almost surely die. Having seized the stone and hurled it straight at the bull, he was ready to risk everything on his plan. The strike was spot on. He landed it on the head, and the bull turned its attention to him immediately. The hero began hurling all sorts of nasty words at the calf. He immediately erupted into fury, and the rest of his herd turned their gaze on the main character. They rushed straight at the man. The king felt a flicker of confusion. He could handle a single opponent, but now there were 3. As soon as he snapped back to reality, he sprinted off, immediately setting his plan into motion. The bulls swiftly closed in on him, wrecking everything around them. Running down the hill, he shouted at Shiga to have them aim at the first bull. At that moment, the first bull was already charging toward the running man. Shig gave the primitives a clear order: get ready for the attack. As soon as he saw the bull within attack range, he ordered an attack. Everyone began throwing their spears. Targeting the weak spots, all but one spear landed as intended. The bull's body was pierced, and our hero was sprinting up the stone wall, climbing as fast as he could. The boy, skin draped over his head, lined up his shot. He was determined to keep his king from being taken. Suddenly, he shouted that he wouldn't miss, then hurled his spear at the bull. The hit landed right on the neck. The bull felt it and started to scream in pain. The bull toppled, the poison kicked in, and it spread through the calf's body. Our hero began to sway, convinced the stone wall was on the verge of collapse. The herd started pounding their heads against the wall, and it collapsed. Seeing this, the king felt disaster looming as the ground he clung to gave way. Yet someone swiftly grasped his hand and pulled him to safety. It turned out to be Shig, yet their king was shouting for them to keep attacking. He could handle it on his own. All he could think was that there would be no second chance. Sheeg lifted our hero as everyone else kept attacking the bulls. The woman, pumped up, asked her king if he was injured. And he instantly replied that he was fine. Suddenly, the talent detection skill kicked in. An inscription appeared above Sheeg, proclaiming that his talent was in commanding an army. The former leader of the primitives claimed their success came from their weakness. One bull lay on the ground, while the others barely stirred. The poison was starting to take effect on them too, and with a grin, the primitive boss realized the anesthetic was working faster than he'd planned. Suddenly, Sheng shouted, voice trembling, that more bulls were coming, not a handful but an entire herd. The hero's eyes widened with horror as the arrival came far too soon. He kept issuing orders, telling them to focus on those 3 bulls. They couldn't be allowed to escape. The bulls bellowed fiercely, and the air crackled with tension. It seemed to our heroes that they'd been throwing spears at animals forever. 2 bulls began to collapse, their bodies slick with wounds. But a few minutes later, the king ordered them to halt. 3 bulls lay on the ground, not a single twitch. As each minute slipped by, the herd of bulls edged ever closer. The protagonist asked Sheeg how many mines were left. The woman replied that 28 kopecks were still left. They weighed their next moves, just as about 20 animals drew near. Our hero declared that all of this was part of his plan. At that moment, a shadow far darker and larger than the bulls themselves rolled in behind them. She sprinted past them at breakneck speed, and the main character was telling them that his sole goal was to kill the boss, because his death would mean the herd's total collapse. When the boss appears, the rest of the bulls start running in all directions. So these 3 lying bulls must remain alive. They'll serve as bait for a larger one. Yet he was troubled by the realization that the bait was supposed to be a single calf, not 3. Because they'd spent far more kopecks on the 3 than he had intended. Pointing toward the forest, the boy shouted for everyone to look. A huge black silhouette with furious eyes moved toward him. It was that very monster, the boss and leader of the herd. He stopped and immediately began taking deep breaths. And then he roared, shoving our heroes back like a wave. His roar shattered the stone wall, sending it crashing to the ground. Rising, Sheng ordered everyone to prepare. They were already here, and at that moment a herd surged toward the wall at an incredible speed. One after another, the bulls began to crash into the wall. A terrifying, booming crack erupted as the rock fell. The heroes began discussing how they had all gone mad. The protagonist was furious because the herd's leader refused to fight them. He gave orders from a distance, and the heroes were bewildered by a strange, low rumble that began to fill the entire area, echoing from below. The mountain was crumbling. The boss ordered everyone to retreat as quickly as possible, but before he finished speaking, the ground right under our hero's feet began to collapse. He turned toward the urgent cry and saw his girlfriend fall. Her face turned horrified as she fell into the scorching heat. She started to tumble off the cliff, shattering into pieces, and landed straight on the ground. The hero's eyes filled with horror, knowing that if he didn't act quickly, she would die. He shouted right away that they would save her, and they hurried straight down the cliff to reach Huangzai. He held her in his arms. The rest of the primitives stood like a mountain before them. He told her to rest, saying they would rescue her. A huge herd of angry bulls blocked their way. The primitives were clueless and waited for orders from their king. Right now, a whole herd was approaching them, ready to kill. The boss ordered the crowd to disperse. Our protagonist suspected the leader had caught on to his trap. He never realized how intelligent he actually was. Sheeg from above ordered everyone to arm themselves immediately and defend the king. The main character immediately shouted, telling them to hold off for now. He then said they must be ready to kill anyone who comes to them first. But the bulls did not wait for our heroes to regain composure, and they immediately launched a ferocious attack. Suddenly, a man materialized in front of our main character. who also threw a spear of poison with incredible force. Toward one of the bulls, a boss leapt out from behind him. He activated his battle axe and charged to strike. With a single motion, he sliced off the attacker's head. When another bull charged, Xing stepped in to save his boss. The rest of the primitives were also in the thick of a battle. They swung their spears with great force, then hurled them, though some fell short. The bulls defended themselves, and the clash continued, with the scent of blood rising. Screams rang out in every direction, and the air was thick with tension. Their bodies glistened with sweat, and a few of the primitives had already charged into combat bare-fisted. Xing shouted his commands from above. While they kept attacking, they were buying time for their comrades to retreat. But the herd would not back down. Their fury knew no limits. After a while, our heroes successfully pushed back the animals' first wave of attacks. The next ones followed, their gaze lingering as if studying our heroes. Suddenly, a roar thundered, and every monster turned to look, as if listening. Then they began to pull back, taking slow, deliberate steps that felt like a retreat. Had they just received orders to retreat, the protagonist wondered. Staring into the distance with a serious expression, he felt the massive monster had finally decided to confront them directly. Tension climbed, rain started to fall, our heroes readied themselves for battle. A colossal animal stood before them, and it was a real monster. This monster was the king of bulls. As it drew in a deep breath, a strange aura began to rise around it. The king of the primevals realized that a powerful attack was about to strike. He shouted for everyone to run. At that very moment, the monster unleashed a powerful attack from its mouth. Her strike made the wall collapse even further. He was aiming at the primitives perched on the mountain. The blast faded, and a road opened in the mountain. Seeing his subordinates, the protagonist realized the monster had terrified all of them, erasing their fighting spirit. He ordered everyone to head north while he distracted him, and the others from above had to wait for his signal before striking. Glancing at the monster, his teeth clenched, he told him he was against him. He immediately rushed straight at our hero, ready to strike. The king would not just stand there and wait for his death. He rose to his feet and rushed toward the bull. Their blows met, throwing up a cloud of dust, and a shockwave surged from the impact. None of them were going to retreat. Each wanted to kill the others, but the monster was stronger than our hero, who hurled it aside and then crushed the earth beneath you. He darted straight toward the fleeing man, ready to deliver the final blow. The future emperor's gaze drifted toward the mountain. He saw his chance to save himself. He realized that if he could stand up, the battle's outcome could still change. He had only a short time left to rise. He was about to open his mouth and issue a command to Xing. Suddenly, the Bull King struck with a mighty blow. The impact rattled the entire wall, and a powerful explosion followed. Everyone began screaming, as their king was under direct attack. The woman began to blame herself, realizing that if it hadn't been for her, everything would have turned out differently. At that moment, the monster moved to the remaining primitives, determined to finish them off. The monster loomed before the heroes. Its sight frightened them, yet each knew they could not retreat under any circumstances. Suddenly, one of them shouted that they needed to get ready for the toughest battle. The bald man warned that they'd kill her right then and there. They must avenge their king. Suddenly, a flash streaked past the king of the bulls. His eye was wounded, and blood began to flow. The bull couldn't understand where the attack had come from or who could have struck him. Suddenly, a shadow fell, blessing the bull, and because of it the gorge appeared. It was our main character who added to his words, mentioning the gorge, noting that at the critical moment. He managed to hide in it, but still suffered serious injuries. His body shivered, its wounds scattered across him. Everyone started shouting, and those screams were joyful. They couldn't believe their eyes. Their king was alive and standing beside them. At that instant, the king turned to Xing, who replied that he was glad to see the king alive and unharmed, and that he was eager to receive orders. Without hesitation, our hero barreled toward the gigantic bull, shouting that they must kill it. Everyone hurried toward the bull, obeying their king's orders. Everyone was resolved to kill the monster, and one of them stepped forward first. He leapt, determined to strike the monster straight in the head, yet the creature wouldn't stay still and let him land the blow. Using her horn, she struck the attacker, plunging it straight into his body. He screamed in pain, yet he refused to let the bull go. The bull king roared in anger, and with all his might, tried to fling the man off. Suddenly, he thrust his huge hand toward one of the people who were trying to grab him. Having snatched him, he was ready to crush him, but the protagonist wouldn't let it happen. He immediately struck the animal right in the face, thereby freeing his comrades, yet the bull would not let them go so easily. He opened his mouth, gathering energy. A few seconds later, a deadly attack burst from it, targeting our protagonist, but he managed to dodge. The strike nearly hit one of the king's allies. She screamed in terror, because just a little more and the attack would overtake her. But at that point, our main character had already swung directly at the monster's head. He was about to end him with a single blow. Striking with all his might, the monster let out a wheeze, then its mouth shut. The assault halted, but our hero wouldn't relent. With the last strike missing him, he launched another attack, slicing into his skin. The monster screamed in pain, and blood burst in all directions. When he fell, the king told Sheeg this was their chance to strike the bull king. Sheeg instantly ordered everyone to target the wound. This was their final chance, and the comrades above them. He instantly began hurling spears at the monster, and almost everyone struck the bull's wound. His roar swelled louder, and the wound began to gush more profusely. At that very moment, he darted to the side, clearly attempting to dodge the attackers. Suddenly, he dropped to the ground, throwing a cloud of thick dust around him. Everyone stared in surprise as a fog began to rise. Their bodies shook with pain and exhaustion, and the tension hung heavy in the air. They wondered if they had won, eyes wide in disbelief. After all, they just performed a miracle. Suddenly, Sheeg shouted triumphantly, and everyone burst into joyous cheers. Our heroes stood right in front of the monster's head. The bull's eyes were closed, and screams rang out all around, a tribute that was all thanks to their king. Bleeding, the hero's face tightened, because it seemed that everything had gone off course. After all, the bull standing right in front of him seemed to be waiting for something. He couldn't understand why they kept standing there, merely watching. Suddenly, the bull king began to rise. His breathing grew even heavier than before. Tension hung in the air, felt by everyone around. As he looked at the scene, the hero thought it was downright awful. They'd be powerless to defeat him, and just a second later, a lightning-fast strike caught the hero, sending him flying. Afterward, the monster immediately turned to attack the rest of the people. Just a moment later, they had all been scattered in every direction. His gaze drifted around the room, his eyes crazier than before. The bull wouldn't stay still. Instantly gathering energy in his mouth, he unleashed a powerful volley at the crowd. Bleeding profusely, the king's breath strained as his body reached its limits. Sitting on the ground, he pondered how to fix the situation, knowing that his mistake could let them all die. Standing on his feet, he felt he could barely keep his balance. His body refused to obey him, yet he wasn't ready to die here. At that instant, the monster was dislodging the spears that had pierced it. Pulling one out, he tossed it at the main character. The spear streaked through the air at a dizzying speed, and our hero knew he couldn't possibly dodge it. Was this truly death? Suddenly, a massive, looming shadow of a woman rushed past him. It was Lee's yellow-haired friend, and she seized the spear herself. It sliced right through her body, and the protagonist's face went dark. He realized it was all his fault, yet he couldn't tell where the plan had gone awry. His thoughts swirled in his mind as a dying comrade lay before him, yet he could do nothing. He was filled with anger. He rose, recalling all the wonderful moments he'd shared with his girlfriend. He was enjoying his time with her, but the anger in him swelled steadily. Standing right in front of the enormous monster, he stared straight into its eyes. Its body began to glow, bathed in a luminous aura. The protagonist was swelled with hatred. He screamed that he would kill it. He was set on slaying the monster. The system began sounding alarms about the emergence of an unstoppable force. Yet the hero dismissed the system. His thoughts were occupied solely by murder. Summoning every ounce of strength into his axe, he swung it straight at the bull king. The blow sliced all the way through, cutting straight into the ground. The body was split in two, and the bull screamed in agony. The screams echoed across hundreds of kilometers, heard by all nearby. The screams abruptly faded. Blood spilled around, staining the ground a deep red. The hero met the monster's eyes with a furious stare. It didn't satisfy him. He wanted to kill everyone else. Standing before the remaining herd, he shouted, "Fall!" He intended to kill them all. Their faces shifted, turning frightened as their king died. Gasping for breath, the hero screamed and raged, vowing to kill them. He ordered the attack. Suddenly, one of the bulls screamed. Fear showed itself in his movement, and their hues shifted from scarlet to blue. And immediately, they hurried to the side, running as fast as they could into the thicket of the forest. Our hero's strength finally slipped away, leaving him unable to hold his axe. He fell to the ground, leaning against it. He wondered how he could keep from falling. But a system window popped up right before him. He was warned that he was dying. After that, blood began to spurt from his mouth with every cough and never stopped. He fell to his knees, his eyes beginning to close. Anxious cries rang around him. Those same cries had pulled him in, searching for his comrades. He saw them, his eyes closing tighter and tighter. The system warning grew louder and louder. The screams around him quieted, and the light began to dim. Remembering the girl, he glanced toward her to see if she was alive, but nothing was visible. Suddenly, the light faded, and silence and darkness took over. Opening his eyes, he saw magnificent shapes and felt warmth all around. She opened her eyes and turned to him, smiling. The girl was glad to see the king awake. The king lay on Ayu's lap, and she anxiously stroked his head, asking if everything was okay. Our hero immediately asked her if they were truly in a pigsty. But there, smiling, she replied that this was not a true belief. She told him that once the bulls were driven out, they moved to a new land. They built a hut just for him and told him to lie down alone for now. She was about to inform the others that he had woken up. But our hero immediately told her to stop. He was keen on what was happening with Dada and Liu Tang. The girl said that when they found Liu Tang, he was barely breathing, yet he quickly recovered. And when he finally arrived, he had been standing outside, guarding the king all this time. Ah, yes, she's even more injured. She took a magic medicine, so she now needs to rest, but the rest will recover fine. She later noted that within 4 days, everyone had slipped back into normalcy and resumed their everyday routines. The king was stunned to realize he'd slept for a full 4 days. Opening the system window, he saw that 11 days remained until the quest ended. He realized time was running out, so he couldn't afford to waste a single second. At that moment, the giggling girl thought the king was odd, because he had been staring at the same point for so long. As he tried to get up, pain surged through his body and every part ached. At that moment, his subordinate told him the king should rest. Because he had not yet fully recovered, he answered with a menacing face. That was no time for rest. He ordered Shiga to be summoned. He commanded her to tell him only that he had woken up. She stood up and vowed to handle everything from then on. As she walked out, she tried not to notice the people standing there, too. The moment she left, the hero realized he had lost all his fighting power and strength. If everyone became aware of this, it wouldn't be easy. He was happy to see the tribe learn to move on their own. They had to build a fence immediately and then turn it into a wooden wall. Suddenly, his thoughts were cut off by the news that Shiga had arrived, and he ordered him to speak outside. He immediately said he was very glad that everything was all right with his king. Our main character said he had a special assignment waiting for Shig. He told him to move closer to the walls and to take in everything he was about to hear. He leaned in, assuring us he would handle everything in the best possible way. A few minutes later, he turned around, beaming, and shouted that he would definitely do everything. He started to depart. The hero realized he could no longer afford mistakes. While hunting bulls, he had to clear the area. Afterward, he turned straight to Liu Tong and informed him that a special task awaited him as well. He ordered him to hunt the bull king and bring back its skull and skin. Brandishing the axe, he made his subordinate beam with joy, for he regarded the weapon as divine. Trembling with joy as he left, he shouted that he would surely finish the task. The girl approached the doorway and urged the king to rest, but he cut her off and declined immediately. He told her there was a special task for her too. After a few seconds, he said that if nobody was around, she could come to him alone. When she stepped inside, she heard the king explain he had sent them away deliberately to hand her a secret mission. She quickly stripped off her clothes, declaring she had been ready for a long time. The embarrassed heroine began shouting she'd misunderstood him, then ordered her to get dressed. She sat sheepily before the king, awaiting his orders. He explained that he needed her to help him stage a play. She couldn't figure out which performance was being discussed. She asked what exactly was expected of her. The king replied he would send someone to negotiate with the Coconut Grove tribe. The main goal of this mission was to convince them to join us. She replied that, with more people on their side, they were unlikely to accept those conditions. But our hero said they needed to prove their strength. They must believe that joining is the only choice they have. He said he chose her for 2 reasons. First, because they came from a matriarchal tribe. It would make communication easier for women. And secondly, only she knows the king's current state. Our hero said the explosion had caused severe damage, though the medicine halted the decline. But to fully recover, something better is required. She still sheepishly agreed with her king, then asked him again if she should look scary to intimidate the Coconut Grove tribe. But she immediately replied that she understood everything and wouldn't let him down. The 2 heroes set out, each unaware of what awaited them on the other side. But they wanted to be useful to their king. The child said they'd be arriving soon. And he added that the Coconut Grove tribe does not like war. Yet he also concluded that fighting them should be avoided, since even though they're all women, their strength is formidable. But his companion reassured him, telling him that his job was only to show where the tribe was, while she would handle the negotiations. The boy also told her that the king was too indulgent, having made such splendid clothes, especially for her. After a while, sounds started to come from the bushes. The leaves rustled loudly, and then our heroes burst out from behind the foliage. As they looked out, surprise painted their faces. A beautiful sight unfolded before them. A group of women was bathing, and their joyous cries rang out. But there were also insults, and a green-haired woman was among them. She was the tribe's queen, and the boy's companion immediately took notice of her beauty. But he cut her off right away, stopping her from finishing, and claimed that appearances can be deceiving. He heard she'd eaten several suitors. While they bickered about devouring the grooms, someone slipped up behind them. It was a tribal detachment tasked with guarding the rest of the tribe. A little later, the heroes were brought before the queen. 2 armed women reported to their queen that the pair had been spying on them while they were taking water treatments. They also claimed to call themselves Pooh and were very demanding about meeting the queen. The child immediately started shouting that they were not just poop, but ambassadors of their tribe's king. The green-haired girl asked him again right away. She didn't know which ambassadors he was referring to. At that instant, the girl turned away, startled. After a brief pause, the queen decreed that the woman would remain a slave, while the man would be offered to the fish as a grim sacrifice. And the piece of meat was turned into dinner. A member of the Grove tribe immediately snatched the baby. She pulled him to the side, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, begging Iu to save him. Iu immediately dove into negotiations, remarking that she believed the Grove's queen to be quite perceptive. But she noticed something different, since they were about to hand out the mountain bull meat. She cracked her whip and ordered everyone to stop and fall silent. She flashed a smirk and asked again whether they really had mountain ox meat. She promptly answered affirmatively, stating that a herd of black bulls lived north of the river. After that, the queen frowned sharply and said they were not going to unite and fight the bulls. With a smile, the messenger simply told them to underestimate people. Standing before her, she said the bulls' lands had long since changed owner. Everyone in the Coconut Grove tribe instantly dove into a vigorous discussion of those words. They couldn't believe that people could defeat a herd of bulls. The queen, furious, rose from her throne, a whip clenched in her hands. She said they had almost been trampled. As she drew nearer, she admitted she understood what awaited her for telling a lie. But the king's messenger would not back down from what she said. She kept telling how the greatest bull, the king of bulls, was slain by its own king. If they didn't believe it, they could see for themselves. One woman protested right away, calling it a trap. But Iu was determined not to give them any reason to doubt. She said the king was merciful, because if he wanted to, he could have killed them all himself. The kid immediately joined his comrade, saying they hadn't come to fight, but to share sincere thoughts. Iu immediately said that if the queen was afraid to go herself, she could send a tribal member with meat to secure their goodwill. The queen slammed her whip into the ground and turned to stare down at the people. She threatened them to make sure they never even considered cheating on her. Some time ago, the sun was already setting. Together with the Coconut Grove tribe, our heroes were on their way to the king. Suddenly, the little boy shouted that they had returned. Shagu immediately shouted, telling him to stop yelling and to help build a house, then guided him to where the king was waiting. One of the queen's companions decided to ask her what the phrase, "build a house," really meant. She heard it for the first time, but in that very instant, Iu announced that they had arrived. The protagonist perched on a throne inside a hut, glaring menacingly at the guests. He displayed his power, and the queen instantly felt a murderous aura, making her wary. After all, the guy sitting in front of her looked like a massive beast that terrified her. With a menacing look, the protagonist thanked Aya for her work at that moment. The queen kept standing, her eyes darting fearfully toward the hut. The queen's allies scanned the surroundings, while the rest of the wounded tribe slipped back into their homes. They discussed the king's order to hide all the wounded so that nobody could see them. Turning to the queen, he asked if she was the sovereign of the Coconut Grove. One of the women called out, asking for the bull meat they'd been talking about. Gesturing to the side, the king of the people declared that everyone could take as much meat as they wished. Seeing the staggering number of slaughtered bulls, they were left mute, unable to fathom such a sight. As they neared the bodies, they watched people slice the flesh with axes. He gestured to the side and said their meat was there, and they'd have to cut it themselves. When they drew nearer, they still couldn't believe that it was all theirs. One of the girls pulled a wooden knife out and swung it with all her might. But when she slashed the bull's skin, her knife cracked and shattered in half. People laughed at them for not even being able to cut meat, and yet they were feared. The girls of the Grove tribe immediately began shouting that they were just lucky to have stumbled into the middle of a bullfight. They had nothing to laugh about. Rising with a grim look, the men asked whether they really wanted to fight, all the while giggling. Suddenly, something leapt out of the king's hut at lightning speed. At that same incredible speed, it darted past the swearing crowd. She turned and couldn't believe her eyes. She not only managed to see everything clearly, but then split the meat in half with the axe. Our senior subordinates were unhappy with the king's help, and the queen's aides feared that power. The queen turned to the king in surprise, asking what kind of weapon this was, since even their own arms couldn't scratch the skin. The main character immediately ordered that he use his axe to help cut up the meat. The girls were not fully satisfied with these actions, as their own girls were taller than the men, and the men had never offered any help. Glancing at the king, one of the men turned to him, claiming they were the first to provoke them, and asked why on earth they had done it. But before he could finish speaking, the king shouted that he was following his orders. Sitting on his throne, the pumped-up man started chopping the meat, his face showing clear dissatisfaction. He reiterated that he'd let them take as much meat as they could carry. He met the queen's gaze with an equally stern expression and stressed that their orders were absolute. Her voice quivered as she asked him how they could have defeated the herd of bulls. He replied that they could discover all of this, but it would depend on how their relationship continued to develop. After a moment, he said that was all. He told them to take the meat and leave. The woman standing before him saw him as a cold, indifferent pig. Our main character mused that without the bull skin bandage, the slaves would already have begun bleeding. A crimson stream traced his throne, and it was blood. The wounds began to bleed again as the body strained. In that instant, IU distracted the queen to the best of her ability, assuring her they'd deliver additional stone axes. She noted that while the king's weapon was far more powerful, these axes would suffice indeed for cutting meat. Yet when they left, the green-haired one said they refused. The weapon did not suit their grace. They halted and turned toward the king. She said they had powerful weapons, but chose not to show them. Having already moved far enough, she said she hoped she would not have to use that weapon against his tribe. She approached her subordinates and urged them to take whatever belonged to them, since they were leaving right away. Seeing them off, IU said that if the meat ran out, they could come back to take more. But the main point was that they didn't delay it, because they intended to share it with other tribes. She waved to the dimming flame, telling everyone she would wait for their return. After moving far enough, they paused. The queen asked her ladies whether they had managed to check everything. Suddenly, shadows appeared in front of her. One of the girls mentioned that they'd found some buildings. They're called houses, and grunting sounds were also heard coming from them. The green-haired girl was lost in thought, bewildered at how they could bestow such a fine house on pigs. The girl also noted that the tribe had mastered the divine power of fire. The queen could not believe those words, for they carried a divine power. But the girl insisted she'd seen the fire spring up out of nowhere, and then they roasted beef on it. When her words came out garbled, the queen asked her again, urging her to speak louder. She said the tribe had 10 members. All that remained were a handful of children and an old man. The queen, her face sour, asked why a full search hadn't been conducted. She justified her actions by noting that the houses in the area had been demolished, leaving no place to hide. She lifted her head and began to walk, breathing heavily. Suddenly she stopped, placing a hand on her waist. With a quick flick of her hand, she drew out the whip and straightened it. She struck her subordinates with forceful blows, injuring several. She warned that if they made excuses again, they wouldn't just receive a simple lash. They bowed, thanking her for sparing them from expulsion from the tribe. At that time, heavy noises were heard in the king's hut. Exhaling deeply, he surveyed his body. IU worried about her king's wounds, but he assured her everything was already back to normal. He thought the skin had strong regenerative power, capable of steadily healing his wounds. She was relieved that her great king was fine. A system notification floated above her head, announcing that she possessed eloquence. The main character considered this to be a rather rare talent. Feeling embarrassed, IU asked our hero if he loved her more. The king blushed more than the queen of the coconut grove. He then ordered her to tell every hidden person to come out and return to him, so that she could help heal his wounds as she drew closer. He also insisted that she remove his blood from the throne and forbade everyone from letting her approach him. With a grin, she turned toward the king, who asked why she was doing this. Later, the girl told him her king was truly handsome. The protagonist's face flushed even deeper, and he looked away. Suddenly, a boy burst in, running toward his master. He began to praise his king, noting that those people had indeed posted men around the camp. Our hero asked him how the assignment had turned out. The boy proudly claimed he had done everything in the best possible way. Everything they were meant to see turned out to be exactly what they shouldn't have. Naturally, they didn't, he answered the king. He exhaled heavily again, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. He praised the boy, saying he'd carried out everything at the highest level. Cheerfully sprinting away, he shouted that he was running to help Sheik build houses. Au, eyeing the working tribe, asked the main character whether the coconut grove actually wanted to join them. He replied that it was still too early. The plan was only half finished. When they arrive again, they'll start the plan's second phase. Lying in bed, our hero stared at the system window. Seeing the task, he thought there were 11 days left. And this time, it wouldn't be enough for him to recover. After ordering the system to open the warehouse, he suddenly noticed his battle axe had turned into a pangu axe. Seeing it, he could hardly believe his axe had turned into an artifact. He also couldn't fathom why he hadn't spotted it when handing it over to Liu Tong. After he called it into existence, it began to materialize in his hand. The system characterized the axe as a legendary weapon. The traits indicated that the weapon required a bloody sacrifice. The hero assumed that the stray blood he splashed on the axe had triggered a powerful skill. As the description implies, mastering this skill isn't easy. Our hero would end up with more than just a scar on his hand. As he kept thinking, he pushed to extremes and then let out a breath. When he raised the axe, he shouted that he had never expected his ordinary weapon to evolve. He also wondered if other weapons could share the same properties and abilities as his axe. He set the axe down beside him and realized that, in any case, the activation conditions were irregular. Everything hinges on fate. As he delved deeper into the system, he wondered what else was in his inventory. There was a healing potion, but it could only be used once. He believed he would kill anyone who didn't obey him. He also noted that the meat the girls had taken for 30 people would last about 2 days. Therefore, they must be back with them in just a few days. With time limited, Shang had to work hard. The king ordered Liu Tong to summon Shang because he had a secret mission for him. He immediately replied that he'd finished everything in record time. Soon enough, the two boys made their way to the king's hut. The boy shouted louder and louder, proclaiming how marvelous his king was. When he reached the hut's entrance, he knelt and announced that he had arrived. The king asked if he remembered the herd of black bulls they'd driven away. He said he remembered, and the king replied that he had 2 days to find them and report back. This was a vital mission. While fleeing, he shouted, urging the king to put his trust in him. Our main character, smiling, reflected on how, over the past few days, everyone had made a great contribution to their development. He also started to think that over these 2 days, he could prepare gifts for everyone to thank them for their work. During that moment, Shang was on the lookout for bulls, scouring every corner of what felt like the entire world. The king spent those 2 days preparing gifts. When he checked the system, it warned him that only 9 days were left in the quest. After arranging a few objects nearby, he said that was enough for today. He fashioned a stone arrowhead, earning him 1 extra point in technology. He also crafted a bone whistle and a drinking horn, earning an extra 2 points in technology. He was about to give the bone whistle to Sheik, making it much easier for him to issue commands in battle or on a hunt. Stone tips can boost a spear's power, and the drinking horn will go to Shang. Suddenly, Au exclaimed that she had good news for the king. She, out of breath, told the king that their house was finished and handed him the cloak. She told him to put it on so he could hide his wounds. She helped him put it on. She was eager to aid her king. He thanked her back, and they stepped out of the hut, smiling. They were pleased with their work. Au shouted for everyone to step aside, for she had brought the king. Shig, spotting his king, extended his hand to the side and urged him to admire the magnificence. They built what they thought was a massive wooden house, its roof crowned with bull horns. Shig shouted that it was all his idea, then asked the main character how he was doing. The latter turned away and replied that he would go. Everyone around was shouting that the pigsty would truly suit the pigs, a new home that would keep them from sleeping in cold caves. Clutching the door, Shig also talked about how they did it, drawing from their king's stories. After positioning her in the house's center, he shouted that this was the end of their new home. At that exact moment, a system window popped up before the main character, informing him he'd earned 10 technology points for successfully building a wooden house. His face shifted as he reflected on how much his tribe had changed. From the moment he stepped in, he began to notice how the system was shaping his thoughts. Because just a short while ago, they were savage, blood-drinking creatures who howled like beasts. And their personalities and actions had changed entirely. Could this truly be accelerated evolution? The protagonist wondered. He turned to Ai and told her to report immediately when Hunter Seong arrived. As he left, he slipped his hand beneath the cloak and urged everyone to keep building houses, for many more would soon call this place home. Suddenly, screams tore through the silence. Someone had just uncovered something. Young stood before his king and told him he'd found a herd of black bulls, to which the king praised him. He placed a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, smiled, and spoke of finally being able to carry out the second part of his plan. Calling Shega over, he told him that a special task awaited him, too. He sat before his subordinates, explained his plan in detail, and they listened attentively. At the end, he turned to them and asked if they had any questions. Shegu turned to Shun and asked if they could do it. In reply, he calmly said he could finish the task. He extended his hand to Shegu, opened it, and told him to take this whistle for easier coordination of the order. Shegu was pleased with this gift. Still smiling, he turned to Young and said he had a gift for him too, so there was no need to worry. As long as he finished the task, he would receive his. The king added that he would act as soon as he gave the signal. They should jump straight into this task right now. Saying goodbye to those leaving, he realized how hard it was for them. Because of the manpower shortage, they had to assign work to the wounded. He walked over to the subordinate standing nearby and told him to build a fire. It was supposed to sit right in front of the house, but there was no need to light it yet. Ai asked her king whether this was for the guests who would soon arrive, and the hero answered affirmatively. After a while, people approached the hero's settlement. From the settlement's outskirts, the girl spotted them. She immediately sensed that the Coconut Grove tribe was approaching them. She rushed at once to the king's house to report their approach. She ran to the house and reported this to her king. Ai was tending to the king's wounds, telling him they were healing, yet he was still forbidden to move. The king liked it, deeming it the most pleasant thing to be taken care of. He also began to imagine a future where he would subdue the Coconut Grove tribe. Suddenly, a knock on the door rang out, and a shout from behind her announced the arrival of the Coconut Grove tribe. Our cheerful hero declared that the fish had finally taken a bite. The first to appear was Ai, who told them the queen of the Coconut Grove had grown even more beautiful since their last meeting. Stretching her hand toward the house, she told her to head into the royal palace. The king was already waiting for her. She looked at the building, taken aback. It's amazing that they managed to build a wooden house in such a short time. She couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, she turned to the girl beside her and said that the king was truly afraid to confront her. With a grin, she added that this time they'd bring even more meat, so as not to disturb their tribe. The whole Grove tribe stood behind her, and she said everyone was eager to meet such kind neighbors. IU replied that the king had already told them to get beef for 40 people, so they could head out to fetch it. Smiling and giggling, she remarked that the only snag was that there simply weren't 40 of them. The Grove's queen approached IU and asked if she'd like to join them, but IU replied that she had long been under her king's authority and thus declined. After a brief quarrel among the girls, IU finished speaking and explained that the king had ordered them to eat anything they couldn't carry with them on the spot. If cutting the meat proved difficult, their warriors could handle it for them. She turned away and said they would handle everything themselves. Suddenly, a booming voice from the house announced that she could come in. As the door opened slowly, a gentle creak could be heard, and excitement filled the air. She started to walk slowly into the building. As she stepped inside, she spotted the king seated, greeting the queen of the coconut grove. She shook her head in embarrassment, expressing how really grateful she was to him. She also mentioned that the royal palace looks normal. At that moment, our main character discovered she was drawn to construction technology. It intrigued her. With a grin, he told her it was just a temporary palace. The real building was still a work in progress. All of the residents would eventually settle there. She gripped his waist and asked whether he would truly allow everyone to live there. He answered that this was only temporary, and that, in time, everyone would live in stone houses. The girl instantly wrapped her weapon around her, aiming it at the king. He realized that with such a body, he would have no time to react. The queen surrounded him with her weapons, then, standing directly in front of him, pressed a foot against him. Our king was aghast that she was about to kill him. She told him to shut up, arching her back and smiling. With the knife pressed to her face, she declared that no one knows men better than she does. She knows how to get them to comply. Our king started to understand what was being said. He began to blush. She, blushing too, asked the king how he could understand that she had grabbed him. He wondered how to stay calm because it was so exciting. Instantly adopting a serious look, the king asked her whether she really thought he had avoided playing it safe. At that moment, he believed there was no plan. He was finished. In a one-on-one, that body left him with no chance. Suddenly, the door swung open, and IU announced that everything was ready. The banquet might begin, but an awkward image appeared before her, shocking everyone. The Grove Queen instantly unveiled the king. Our main character, laughing, said they'd already finished chatting and that everyone could head out to eat together. He asked his subordinate whether they'd lit a fire, and she replied that everything had already been done long ago. The queen was lost in thought, for every man in her tribe was a weakling. But he wasn't as weak as they thought. When they left the house, a large fire and a warm, welcoming atmosphere surrounded them. Her fellow tribeswomen began shouting, urging the queen to hurry. The meat would soon be cold. At that moment, the protagonist handed the salt to IU, hoping she would share a little with the coconut grove. She immediately showed them how to use it and explained its purpose. The queen of the grove began to appear, to which the girl replied that if she didn't want it, she didn't have to take it. All around, anyone who'd sprinkled salt on the meat was shouting. They were stunned by how drastically the flavor had changed. Standing and watching everything unfold, our protagonist wondered if he could just buy a little more time for Sheeg and Shun. After tasting the meat, the queen was delighted by the admiration of its flavor. At that moment, screams and the creaking of trees filled the forest. These were our main characters, hunting for bulls as they made their way through dense foliage. Noticing the herd, Comrade Sheeg asked if they really had no enough meat, since it seemed to him there was plenty to eat. He replied that they were not there to hunt. He then added that he'd understand everything later. Now he only had to follow his orders. Suddenly, A boy with a skin on his head, spotting the smoke, shouted that the king would signal it was time to act. Sheik blew his new whistle right away, signaling the others. They instantly began hurling spears at the black bulls. Their hits were precise, and over that period, they markedly sharpened their throwing abilities and precision. The enraged bulls surged aside. Sheik shouted for Sheng to brace himself as they were closing in. At that moment, Sheng perched on the tree, ready to strike, knowing it was his only chance. He spotted one of the largest bulls he was ready to attack. And then, leaping from the tree, he swung for a powerful blow, thrusting his spear straight into the black bull's back and making it scream in pain. Sheng shouted, "This bull is mine," and succeeded. The boy saddled the running bull right before the herd. He felt he could keep going, but his life might end right there. The charging bulls wrecked everything in their path, cutting down trees and tearing the earth. At that moment, Sheng could only think about how to cling on. He was trying to keep his fear from taking over. The bull thumped against the trees, hoping to fling the bug off his back. But Sheng blasted them as pathetic attempts, noting that even their king had fallen prey to them. At that moment, the other heroes watched all of this unfold. One of them was a boy with a skin on his head, and when he realized the herd was moving east, he knew something had to be done because their course was shifting. Sheik, who was sitting nearby, said he had given a signal. He pressed the whistle to his lips and began to whistle. The whistle rang out everywhere, and the herd of bulls even took notice. Sheng couldn't believe they were heading the wrong way, yet he knew Sheik wouldn't just drop the signal. Clutching the jutting spears, he tried to steer the bull back. The beast resisted, but the herd slowly slipped into the thick foliage, and their heart-rending cries began to fade. Joyful raptures echoed around the fire at that moment. The queen cried as she ate the meat, realizing that she was consuming so much. She'd certainly gained weight, yet she couldn't stop because it was so delicious. At that moment, our main character watched the unfolding events. Scanning his surroundings and watching birds lift into the sky, he realized his plan would soon materialize. No one around even suspected that all of this was part of a larger plan. A girl burst out of the trees, screaming. Her cries rang with terror. As we drew closer, everyone heard her call for help. Unaware of the hillocks, she stumbled and fell right at the feet of her queen. She shot a disdainful look her way and asked what had driven her to rush in so panicked. Tears streaming down her face, she recounted how a herd of furious bulls had burst into their territory and was running amok. And those who stayed in the camp were unable to resist them. The queen's gaze shifted. She couldn't believe what she heard and shouted to everyone. They were coming back, every minute counted, so they hurried. She couldn't understand how this could happen, since the bulls had never before entered their territory. At that moment, the bulls were wrecking everything around them. The girls from the Coconut Grove tribe lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. Those who made it up the trees fired their weapons, trying to inflict at least a little harm on the animals. But the stones simply bounced off their thick skin. It was pointless. Seeing all this, they realized they had to save the sisters. They had to descend and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Leaping from the tree, they shouted they would die for their queen. But a heartbeat later, the bull ripped them apart, sending them flying in all directions. One of the girls fell right beside the swinging bull. She realized she wouldn't have time to dodge. She cried out, screaming she didn't want to die. A fist had already appeared in front of her face, and she was scrambling to shield herself with her hands. The sisters screamed when one of them was on the brink of death and rushed to her side. Suddenly, as she lay on the ground, she saw only a fist frozen right before her. She failed to see at first what had halted the powerful blow, thanks to the dust she raised. But as soon as the dust cleared, she saw the monster's hand in her queen's grasp. She, barely keeping the bull at bay, screamed that she would not let her people be maimed. With a swift wave, she hurled the furious beast skyward. When the bull crashed, it shattered the ground beneath it, an impact that marked the queen's most powerful blow. But her opponent merely exhaled and began to stand up. He accelerated, racing toward the queen to strike back at his attacker with astonishing speed. He intended to land a powerful blow on her, rushing past her. He pressed his powerful body against her, and the queen coughed in pain. She didn't have time to dodge fully. When she landed, they scooped her into their arms. Blood slicked her lips as she squinted in pain, struggling to grasp what was happening. Our protagonist asked the girl if everything was all right with her. After lifting her onto her feet, he told her tribe to rest. They would handle the rest on their own. The queen said she didn't understand why the herd had gone mad and attacked them. He glanced toward the bulls and began to shout. Standing face to face with the herd's leader, he asked it if it had forgotten what it had done. He started growling in his direction. The king was stunned that he didn't remember him because his plan was to scare them into fleeing. Suddenly, the lines on the bull's body began to shift from red to blue, gradually taking over. Yelling loudly, our hero realized he was scared. A cold sweat ran down his face. He pulled out an axe, aimed it at the bull, and shouted that he was lucky to have found the rest of the herd so quickly. Our king, grinning, felt it was truly unsettling that they had found a leader for themselves so quickly. But he was still far from his former self. When he saw that very axe, the bull began to shiver, and goose flesh rose across his body. Our protagonist kept shouting at the bulls. He said he'd long been eager to wipe out the remaining tribe. And in return, they stood still, taking in every word he said. The rest of our main heroes, fellow tribesmen, were not going to step aside. They surged into battle, torches blazing, ready to prove their superiority over the Coconut Grove tribe. Shig snatched a bull and shouted to Xiangnu. He abruptly let go and crossed his arms, while the boy sprang toward Shig. Stepping onto his big friend's hands, he pushed off. Soaring into the air, he landed squarely on the frightened animal's head. Grabbing the bull by its horns, Xiang caused the animal to squeal. Seeing all that, the king realized that his son was a natural at horse riding. The boy climbed onto the new king of the bulls, making him squirm from side to side. At that moment, the king ordered the queen to leave, but she refused. Because the herd still hadn't been driven off, she had to step into the battle. But the hero refused to let her go. He took her hand and pressed his proposal. He told her they couldn't handle these monsters, because he'd taken only a few of us with him, and stepping into battle felt like heading for certain death. Standing, the girl could not object in any way. He also added that it would be better to send people to their own territories so that everyone could heal their wounds, after which they could calmly return home. He was ready to offer homes, food, and a guarantee of safety. The queen glanced around, spotting her wounded people. She understood that they could no longer keep fighting. During the king's address, Iu stepped in. She asked the queen whether she would prefer to let her subordinate die in vain. She stared menacingly to the side. Understanding everything instantly, she lifted her hand and shouted that the victims should stumble north. Gritting her teeth, one of the girls shouted even louder to say they were retreating. She began urging everyone onward, shouting that the wounded should be moved forward. Turning to Iu, the king told her to bring everyone back to camp, while he stayed behind to buy time for a safe retreat. The queen passed by silently. Iu warned her king to be careful. At that time, Shagu and the others faced the bulls in a fierce fight. Girls burst out from behind. One of them shouted, "Let's gather our courage and finally deal with these damned bulls." Shagu urged them to retreat with the others, but they chose not to heed his call. They hurried past him as if he hadn't spoken at all, and the king, smiling, told Shagu that those women were truly courageous. They couldn't fall behind. All our heroes rushed into battle. Loud cries began to fill the air, and as the sun set, a sorrowful silence settled all around. People emerged from the forest. One of the girls sprinted over to the walkers and asked where the king and the others were. Iu replied that the king and the others stayed, and added that many wounded had come with her. They all needed a good rest. She reached toward the houses and assured everyone that there would be enough for that number of people. The girl believed that it was all thanks to deity that they could build those houses so quickly. She also said that anyone unhurt could go and help bring food and water. IU carried the queen to one of the houses, telling her to rest. She added she would look after everyone else, so she wouldn't have to worry about them. She lowered her head and softly, almost inaudibly, said words of gratitude. After shutting the entrance to the queen's house, our heroine exhaled a long sigh. She was delighted that everything was going well. Entering the king's chambers, she found him slumped and weary on his bed. He told the girl that the heart of his plan was to conquer the coconut grove with the lowest possible cost. In the end, they only closed a hard battle, not the war. She felt joy and gratitude toward every god, for he was their king. He had entered their lives, and by the second day, everyone had already settled in. The girls began to do their own thing, while the men watched closely at that moment. Yes, I approached one of the night guards and asked if everything had gone well, and he replied everything was fine. One of the girls stood guard over the house of her queen. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, and she wasn't aware of her surroundings. She thought it was just a cloud. When it turned toward her, she was frightened. She could hardly believe her eyes. Standing before her was a woman of immense proportions. Yes, she told her that their king had invited the queen of the coconut grove to his palace. It seemed to her that he was about to discuss something extremely important. Silence settled over the palace. The king stared at the system window, his focus completely on it. The screen displayed the number 8, the days remaining until the mission's end. Suddenly, a knock rang at the door, and he ordered the system window to vanish. I turned to the king and told him she had brought the queen. When we entered, the green-haired girl instantly nodded and explained that this was her answer to the tribes merging. But then her gaze darkened instantly, and she told him not to dream. I never imagined I'd be able to coerce her and take advantage of her weakness. When he rose and extended his hand, the king clarified that this was no coercion, but simply a profitable arrangement. He added that he could show them how to build houses, and also forge weapons and light a fire. In return, they'll be welcomed into his tribe. Approaching her and standing in front of her, he sternly demanded she accept his rules and protection. Leaning forward, he remarked that it was useless for some things. Relying solely on courage made the queen frightened. He asked her about the sea tribe's cruelty, and couldn't believe she didn't know of their strength and ferocity. He persisted, likening her to a wounded deer doomed to die, and the queen screamed. She told him to stop. Turning away, she asked him to stop again. She told him it wasn't that simple. She could not make them accept a stranger's power unless a fight broke out, because only in battle does strength earn respect in their tribe. A smile crept onto our protagonist's lips as thoughts slipped through his mind. These were his thoughts on his victory. Once outside, the entire coconut grove tribe gathered at the hero's palace. He loudly declared that their queen was wounded, so she could not fight. To keep things fair, he won't fight at all. Consequently, Sheeg will step into the arena and fight on his behalf. Assuming the swagger of a victor, he laughed heartily and challenged anyone who'd dare to fight him. One of the girls stepped forward and vowed to fight him, and Sheeg recognized her as the same pigtail-haired girl he'd once faced the bulls with. Laughing, he warned her to be careful because he didn't want to hurt her, and she told him to shut up, saying he talked too much. After those words, he immediately rushed into battle. Swinging his massive axe, the pigtail girl vaulted into the air, evading the strike. She hurled her knife at the attacker, and Sheeg was baffled by the miniature blade darting toward him. Suddenly, he realized she was cheating, as the king stood right behind him. If he dodged, she would have struck him straight on, but as he deflected the knife, he shouted that it wasn't enough. He shouted that she shouldn't cheat. Suddenly, another blow struck his head, shattering the bone mask. In a fit of anger, he swung at her, shouting that the fight was over. Laughter erupted around her as she plopped down in an instant. At that instant, a spectator hurled another knife straight at Shig's head, and the girl with pigtails leapt over the man and ran to the side where the main character was standing. She shouted that she would never lose this fight, no matter what. They would not submit to that boor, and her eyes glowed with rage and hatred toward the man standing before her. She was about to kill him when a baby burst out from behind her on the palace roof. He hurled one of his spears at astonishing speed. He didn't even flinch. He trusted his subordinates' accuracy, speed, and strength completely. The spear pierced the girl with pigtails, splattering blood everywhere, and her face twisted with pain. The hit landed with pinpoint accuracy, and she tumbled to the ground. She collapsed, and everyone rushed to her screaming. Because she was one of the tribe's most vital fighters. All the girls of the Coconut Grove tribe brandished their knives. They were poised to launch the fight right then and there. They shouted that a trap had been set, and that they'd been lured here by a wicked plan. They kept shouting, pointing their weapons at our protagonist's tribe. They turned to their queen. They requested that she give them an order. When ordered to kill them all, the girls of the king's tribe slipped behind the fighters. Ayu looked at her king and asked him to issue the order as well. He watched the unfolding scene, baffled about whether it was the queen's order or a decision made on their own, since the murder wasn't part of his plan to spark a conflict. He threw a malicious glance toward the queen. He realized that the only way to escape was to take the Coconut Grove's queen hostage. Suddenly, the queen burst out, telling them to stop this farce. She screamed that they should never even consider deceiving her. After all, she wasn't going to use such vile tactics against their friends, nor was she going to uncover who devised the plan, just this fight. They lost the battle, a defeat steeped in shame, turning toward the king. She proclaimed that Ayu was the finest warrior of the Coconut Grove tribe. And if she hadn't thought about her, she would never have behaved so meanly. She also said she completely understands how powerful our hero is. His abilities are immense, even supernatural. She knelt on one knee, pleading for him to save her. Our king listened intently to her words, and her thoughts filled him. He realized that rescuing her would earn him the tribe's recognition. He was glad that the situation was back in his hands. He also realized he had only the last sip of the restorative potion. Extending his hand toward the queen with a smile, he assured her that he would, of course, save her. While lifting the queen, he also remarked that this is exactly what one does with friends. She thanked him. Her gratitude was boundless. When he approached the lying girl, he told everyone that, for the sake of the overall situation, he would let it go. But if it was just a minor punishment, he felt there was no need to take the medicine all the way. A small dose keeps her alive, the rest he uses to heal his wounds. As the potion took effect, the bleeding ceased. He ordered that she be sent to rest and assured she would wake up in a few days. Everyone was stunned. No one had ever seen such power before. They screamed with delight, shouting that the king had performed a miracle. At that moment, the king embraced the girl beside him and asked if they could now unite their tribes. She agreed, her head dropping in embarrassment, and the hero laughed loudly. He let her command his tribe, so long as she followed his orders. At that moment, the girl revealed she had one final request. Still embarrassed, she insisted the king should become her official partner. They must hold a grand ceremony to cement their bond. The king glanced her way, both pleased and embarrassed. Filthy thoughts swirled in his mind, as if a pie had been delivered straight to the house. They would have a wedding, exchange rings, and spend a truly unforgettable wedding night. They'll have a stunning daughter, and together they'll raise her, caring for her and shaping her into the strongest. Their daughter will wed a man equally powerful. He's her father. Together with the queen, they'll grow old. Ultimately, they'll die on the same day, and his last thoughts brought tears to his eyes. The queen couldn't fathom why he was weeping. Was he truly against having a wedding? Wrapping her in his arms, he kept saying over and over that, of course, he wanted to. And then, with a sweet voice, he said he hoped she would first recover fully. And during that time, he would have a chance to prepare for the ceremony. Facing the others, he shouted that they could disperse. And just a few days later, he invited everyone to the wedding ceremony. In that instant, a system pop-up flashed before the protagonist, announcing that he had officially founded his own tribe. He had to give it a name. A little later, he realized he was missing 4 people to finish the mission. He couldn't fathom why. He pressed a hand to his face and realized he first had to think of a name. While the queen stared at her future husband with a bewildered expression, the tribe was called the newcomer. The system congratulated him on establishing the newcomer tribe. He also considered it, as treachery began to invade his thoughts. He considered capturing several prisoners, but he wondered whether the nephews would be counted. At that moment, Aya withdrew the queen, assuring her she would soon get used to her king's condition. They were gossiping behind his back, claiming the king was too happy. Although he should feel utterly devastated, in the end, he'll find himself in the same situation as his earlier partners. The queen will slice him into pieces at the ceremony and eat him. He shivered at the words, and as the reality settled in, he pictured the bloodthirsty woman who would soon become his wife. He slipped into a wild panic, terrified for himself because he could never have imagined this outcome. He couldn't believe a girl of such beauty could eat people. He started to realize why their tribe was so small. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended, stifling the stream of darkness. He turned and pleaded with her not to eat him. She said she wouldn't eat him because she loved him. After calming down, the main character asked her what was going on. She asked if he truly wanted to become a partner with that rude woman. Sighing heavily, he said he'd need to think hard about it again. But his interlocutor began speaking earnestly about the fact that she'd heard about a ceremony between the king and queen, yet our main character answered her. He answered too hastily. Yes, yes, she said, gripping her king and asking if that was true. While Ayu was watching, she couldn't quite follow the gist of the conversation. She leaned in and asked the girl why she'd run away. After all, she had been told to hide the wounded. She began to pull herself away from the king, declaring that she would keep him company. At that moment, our hero asked that he be set free. Pulling Dadu aside, she urged the king to rest. As she left, the big girl urged her master to think carefully about all this and to keep her in mind. As the surrounding voices fell silent, our hero loudly declared that he urgently needed to discuss ending the engagement. The next day, silence fell all around. It felt as though calm had finally arrived, letting everyone relax together. Screams began to be heard, and yawning, our main character, was among the first to wake. After a while, he watched his subordinates at work and exhaled, relieved to see everyone getting along and the new arrivals already pitching in to build houses. Then a heavy feeling washed over him as he remembered that he had to break off the engagement. As he passed the girls, they greeted him kindly. The hero felt pleased by their warm welcome. He asked to be ignored. Suddenly, one of the girls offered to show him the queen, telling him she was north of the river. She pointed to the side and told him she would show him the way. As he drew near, he saw his future wife bathing. A girl announced that the king had arrived, and the green-haired one immediately told everyone to leave. As they departed, everyone welcomed the king with equal warmth, yet the queen of the coconut grove reminded them he was not theirs. She stood up and asked the main character if he had something urgent, but he promptly declined, saying he'd only come to make sure she was okay and to check her wounds. She smiled and said her wounds weren't serious and would heal completely in 3 days. Then, with a mischievous grimace, she asked whether he truly wanted her to go out and have him check them personally. Then, even more daring, she asked him if he would like to taste them. Yet he immediately denied it, claiming he hadn't come for that. Smiling, he said he had come to learn her name. The girl smiled, feeling a bit uneasy at the remark. She didn't reply right away, but soon broke into a wide grin. Our hero began to shake, realizing he'd asked the wrong thing. Eventually, with the same sweet smile, she told me her name was Xiao Wan. At that very moment, he remembered why he'd come. He suggested that the tribe be renamed Praying Mantises. After gathering his thoughts, he asked her whether the former queen had ever had a partner. When asked what had become of him, she immediately answered that they had eaten him, as it is a tradition of their tribe. Because, in their tribe, it is said that devouring a former partner bestows great power. She couldn't fathom how our hero could speak so calmly about it, knowing how terrible it truly was. As soon as she finished telling her story, she let out a loud scream. Yet she proudly noted that it had been a tradition of past queens, and she had no plans to keep it alive, deeming it too ineligible. Our hero exhaled and asked if she ate people. She replied that she'd only just become queen and hadn't had any partners before. He exhaled heavily again. Those words soothed him. Smiling as he walked away, he told her to rest and drink plenty of water, then headed off to get ready for the ceremony. He laughed awkwardly, wiped the sweat from his brow, and felt lucky that it meant he didn't have to worry. When the queen suddenly called him, she smiled and added, "At least I don't eat people." Yet when someone offends her, the hero suddenly realizes the truth and a flicker of fear settles in. After a moment of panic, she added that she wouldn't mind trimming the excess. A loud crack echoed, and from a nearby tent, a girl cook helped our hero understand what his future wife was saying. He lingered in thought. As he drew near his chambers, he walked gloomily. After all, at least one problem had lessened for him. But he had to snatch a few captives immediately and finish the job, since there. Only 7 days remained to finish it. As Sheik passed by, he greeted his king. The king cut him off right away, saying he had a task for him. He said he had to leave, so he took on the task of coordinating everyone's work. When an urgent matter arose, the king ordered that someone be sent south of the sea to find him. Sheik assured him that he could rely on him. After a while, the hero reached the beach. Yet when he looked at the gruesome scene, he couldn't grasp what had transpired. Perched in the tree, he could not grasp how the sea gulf tried. It was in ruins. The sea creatures lay motionless on the shore. A dreadful image flashed before him, and sinister thoughts rushed in, beginning with illness and culminating in a war with someone. Croaking birds surrounded the bodies of the sea tribe. As they passed the bodies, the heroes scattered the birds so they could examine the dead more closely. Bending down, he saw the wounds. It looked like a fresh battle. The bodies were still warm and odorless. The wounds' shape closely resembled scratches made by their own claws. Could these madmen have ignited a civil war, or are they simply heroes in their own eyes? As he walked on, he hoped to find any survivors to bring back. Suddenly, he noticed something that stunned him. He saw a corpse lying there, but it was unhurt. His face was twisted into a grimace, revealing a painful death, while his limbs lay matted in the mud. It was drowning. Yet our hero couldn't grasp how water people could drown in the sea. He began to sift through all possible options, guided by his past experience in this world. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming, a young person yelling about trouble. He rushed closer, shouting that they were being attacked. It was a wild group of folks from the Sibei tribe. The king could not believe the boy's words, so he shouted that they must return immediately. He dashed toward his settlement at incredible speed. At this moment, a fierce battle was about to break out within the settlement. The tribe's fighters rushed to the sound of the cries, and Sheik told everyone to conserve energy, knowing the battle would be hard. After all, these lunatics ignore their wounds and spears. Our heroes couldn't fathom why pain had vanished for them. Sheik issued orders and added a warning. Do not allow yourself to be pulled into the sea, where certain death awaits. Just a second later, the water tribe charged in to attack. Their animal cries began to echo, frightening everyone nearby. Sheik shouted that they were far weaker on land than in water and warned of their sharp limbs. Our heroes plunged into a fierce battle, yet the water ones held the numerical advantage. When Sheik turned, she spotted the queen sprinting in to help them. She immediately began asking what had happened and why they were fighting. Because there had been no prior clashes, she couldn't understand why they would come from the South Beach to them. She was puzzled by their behavior, and when she voiced her doubts, Sheik responded that, in his view, they were crazy. One of the men said that the word monster fit them better than people. The rest of her fighters rushed toward the queen. The battle was about to reignite. The water people surged back into battle, shouting strange sounds. Those noises were animal-like, so the heroes braced themselves to repel the attack. When the fight resumed, the queen seized one of them, attempting to speak to him. She couldn't figure out why they couldn't communicate. She screamed that they were insane. At that very moment, another water monster appeared beside her. In a flash, he lunged at her, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He was set on killing her, but the queen spotted him just in time. She realized she had no time to dodge. Suddenly, the protagonist stepped in and deflected the assault. The powerful collision threw dust into the air, and the eerie aura surrounding both of them terrified everyone nearby. The king was furious when the monster had attacked his woman. While restraining the monster, he told Xiaowan to step back and then shoved the attacker aside. It was hard for him. Even though he can move freely, the wounds keep reminding him of themselves. He couldn't believe how strong the monster was as he withstood its blow. Just then, 2 more people ambushed our hero from behind. The queen could only produce a faint sound. Turning, the hero realized that one of them would still strike him, and he noticed it too late. Yet 2 devoted subordinates of our hero repelled the assault, forcing the attackers to wallow in the dirt. Facing them, the king shouted, as he had expected, that they were providing excellent cover. He shouted he'd leave the small ones with them and deal with the rowdy little fish himself. He turned to the queen and asked her to help the others with the little ones. After all, he had to focus entirely on this uncooperative guy. He told everyone to stay out of their fight until a winner was decided. He spoke to the bully, apologizing for what had happened to their tribe and insisting it had nothing to do with them, so they needn't seek revenge. He asked the little fish to think it over and weigh the pros and cons. But he rushed straight into battle. Our hero couldn't believe they had lost the ability to communicate. This monster boasted exceptional muscle strength and quick reflexes, along with razor-sharp teeth and claws. Even though our hero was several times stronger than ordinary people, he was clearly losing to that monster. He couldn't unleash the axe's destructive power because his people were close by. And on top of that, it wasn't something he could wield at will. But the monster wasn't going to wait, while our hero weighed his options. He kept striking at our main character, and one of the blows hit the king. The king managed to block it, raising a hand to deflect the hit. A cry of pain rang out as bones shattered. The main character's face was contorted with pain. He swung his axe straight at the monster, boldly forcing it to retreat. He leapt back several meters, ripping the hero's cape off. Our hero felt a madman looming ahead of him and was grateful to be shielded by a cloak made from the king of bulls. Otherwise, the little fish would have ripped off its arm. The monster was again ready to attack our hero. He started growling louder, emitting wild animal sounds. A powerful surge of energy flooded him, and he felt himself growing stronger. Right after that, he surged toward our protagonist at an astonishing speed. He understood he wouldn't have time to dodge. The enraged monster was fast, yet at the last moment our hero evaded its powerful attack by flinging off his cloak. The fish growled as it nodded to the hero's cloak. And he, in turn, couldn't fathom how it was that he had not only become faster, but had also suddenly grown stronger. The monster started walking the opposite way, leaving our protagonist puzzled as to why it was drifting sideways. Suddenly, all the fish began to swim away toward the water, leaving everyone standing there perplexed. And then the big guy snatched a piece of the torn cloak. Our hero started to scan the surroundings, trying to make sense of what was happening. Scanning the scene, he couldn't understand why one person would attack some, while several others struck their victims even more violently. When it suddenly hit him, his face shifted into surprise. When he looked at his wounded subordinate, it suddenly struck him. After all, these little fish reacted to blood in such a way that the blood-driven urge drove them to attack the wounded. They employed the scent of blood to snare the target. Additionally, this scent turns them even more cruel, especially when they're in this strange state. They're just acting on instinct, and the hero likened them to massive sharks when blood hits the air. He forced himself to think, to figure out how to use it. At that moment, Xing shouted from behind in a booming voice, announcing he had returned and was also. Waiting for orders, the hero rose, walked over to him, and placed a hand on his shoulder. He told him he'd arrived just in time, needing to move 2 people and bring along 3 piglets. He scratched his head, puzzled, because they left them to be eaten later. Our hero turned his back on Sheng and, in a quiet voice, told him to do as he said. He was furious, convinced that they would pay for the fact that he had to sacrifice the 3 little pigs. Turning to his future wife, he urged that the wounded leave immediately, and she nodded in agreement. Xing and 2 girls dashed over to our hero, each holding a piglet. They screamed to catch the hero's attention. Pointing at the river, he told them to head toward the water. When they were released, the piglets bolted in terror, their loud grunts echoing. The protagonist turned toward the tree where Agon was perched, shouted at him, and the boy immediately realized he was needed. At blistering speed and force, he hurled the spears downward. Every spear found its mark, ripping into the piglets' bodies. Blood started seeping from their bodies. The fish tribe immediately sensed it, drawn in by the fresh crimson. Even the fish already in the water felt the pull, as if the pulse were a groove. Only a few seconds later, they erupted in animal-like screams, their sounds incomprehensible. At that exact second, they surged toward the blood-soaked meat. The whole fish tribe pounced on the pigs sprawled on the ground. They tore their bodies apart, and the little fish began to be covered in blood. Even the heroes could smell blood. They stood in stunned awe at the cruelty. The king cut into their awe, shouting that they shouldn't stand like pillars. He told them to coat the tips with anesthetic immediately, then to target the vital points. The boy in the tree started shouting to get the king's attention, because something was wrong. One by one, the fish started to choke, some clutching their throats, others gripping their chests, their hands reaching toward our hero, as if pleading for help. The king, standing before them, couldn't grasp what was happening. Turning toward Xiang, he asked whether the piglets had been sent, to which Xiang answered yes and then quickly retracted. A few minutes later, the last of the fish tribe collapsed to the ground, its mouth brimming with foam. Our hero commanded his tribe not to approach and to remain alert to deceit. When he looked at the picture, sweat broke out on his face, and it was obvious from his expression. He couldn't make sense of what he'd just seen or what it might mean. After a while, in our tribe's farmland, wooden cages held an unconscious member of the Sea tribe. A guard urged his fellow sentries to stay alert, and when they woke, keep their distance. Looking at them, she felt a herd of freaks had gathered right before her eyes. Suddenly, she heard a cough, but she couldn't tell where it was coming from. She glanced around, unsure whether they were starting to wake. Suddenly, one of the fish stretched a paw toward her, pleading for her help. She looked at one of the girls and told her to report to the king that they had woken up. A few minutes later, the news reached our hero. He set his work aside right away and hurried over to his nephews. While walking, he wondered how to present himself, since he'd never had a nephew before and didn't know how to act. He stepped forward and ordered them to report the situation to him. The girl turned around and replied that all they had said was that they had been given water. Getting closer, the hero heard plaintive pleas for a drink, but his attention was on the big man he was fighting alongside. He asked the girl what was wrong with him, and she told him she'd just woken up, but was locked away from everyone else. As he drew near, he heard calls for water, but his voice was far rougher than the rest of the tribe. Approaching him, the protagonist drew out a flask of water, cracked it open, and grinned. He began pouring water over his head, flaunting his superiority. The big guy instantly lifted his face, gulping down as much water as he could. His thirst was surprising, yet the hero wasn't going to let him be satisfied. He lifted the flask and knocked the thug out. Turning to him with a stern expression, the king asked if he understood, and the thug grimaced, nodded, and water ran down his face. Handing the water to Ayu, he told her to look after him, as he was the leader. When the king departed, she handed the water to the Sea Tribe chief, smiling. Softly, but keeping a close eye on his actions. After offering him a drink, she told him to take his time, assuring that if he needed more she'd come back with extra water. Then she grinned greedily and said the river was far away, so he'd have to wait. At that point, the king had already returned. He was issuing commands to the rest of the tribe, while the big man knelt and asked them to share some water with everyone, certain that they were all just as thirsty. Ayu said this was the least she could do to help, but he was required to answer a few questions. When his expression shifted, he leaned toward her menacingly and asked whether the attacks hadn't been enough, adding that they now wanted to ask a couple of questions. But the little fish went on, telling us he'd heard the mountain tribe was eccentric, yet he could hardly imagine just how eccentric they really were. Ayu turned to the chief and asked if it was really a mountain tribe that had attacked them, silencing the brute. He clutched the wooden parts of the cage and asked her whether they were truly a mountain tribe. At that moment, the crack of the wood could be heard. The girl immediately rebutted the chief, claiming they were a tribe of newcomers and that their king was working against them. When he let the cage bars fall, he couldn't believe her words. He'd never before heard of the existence of such a tribe. In a sad voice, he said that it was probably the mountain people who had sent them as far away as possible. Exhaling heavily, Ayu told the leader that he had missed again, a claim that wasn't true. She began telling him that it was they who had attacked their own territory, and that she had no ties to the mountain tribe either. Yet when the attack struck, she told him communication was impossible, so they had to lock them there for a moment. He immediately began shouting that this was impossible, that it couldn't happen. His face was angry. He asked her if she truly wanted to tell him that he'd completely lost his memory, but Ayu kept speaking calmly. She asked the leader to explain what really happened, craving the truth. All this time, our main character lingered behind her, listening intently to their dialogue. He introduced himself. His name was Haku, the leader of a sea tribe that lived near the shore. He hunted fish by swimming, all the while steering clear of clashes with other tribes. As he ate, a subordinate approached him and mentioned that Huabei and Chenyu were fighting again. Laughing, he urged them to keep going, saying that strength grows with experience. And in the comparisons between youthful power and the bond, one of his subordinates clearly surpassed him in strength. He shouted he'd kill his rival. People kept rushing to the leader, venting their complaints. One of them wept, saying his bird had been hidden. After picking it up, the leader smiled and told the boy it was time to learn to fight. Only by doing so could he inspire fear in others and keep anyone from stealing his belongings. But the kid pointing at the forest insisted it wasn't a line. They were a strange group. The leader suddenly grew alert, recognizing who they were, and realized that serious trouble could begin right now. Soon he spotted armed members of the mountain tribe. He stood and asked them why they'd come to him. The rest of the tribe tightened up as the air filled with the smell of something frying. The tallest of the men lifted his hands in silence, and his face spoke for itself. Then, waving toward the sea tribe, he shouted that they should kill them. The mountain tribe's savages rushed toward the sea tribe, shouting that they would kill them. The fish leader didn't understand what was happening, as they were being attacked. He finished his tale by saying he'd been knocked out, then woke up trapped in a cage, but he couldn't remember how it had happened. The king stood there, lost in thought, mulling over what he still didn't know about the rest of the tribe. Yet he couldn't finish his thought before exhaling heavily. As he drew nearer to the chief, he informed him that he'd recently been in their territory and found not a single living creature. He immediately began shouting that it was impossible. She mentioned that if he hadn't spared them, the entire tribe would have vanished from the world. After those words, the leader fell silent, his mouth still hanging open. Then, trembling, he began to scream that he couldn't protect his tribe. He curled up and whined softly. Ayu was stunned, since she had previously seen the tribe as nothing but savages. And then she saw something fall from the thugs. She reached out, picked it up, and asked her king to examine it. She'd never seen that plant before. Our hero seized it, believing he would learn something with the system's help. The king summoned the system, asking it to identify the plant. It was hemp, a leafy herb that tasted bitter, offered pain relief, and its smoke induced hallucinations, and the system's reply shocked our protagonist. He could hardly believe it was finally over. The sea tribe was happy. They were given water to drink. The girls took turns going to collect it. A girl standing close to the main character shouted that there was plenty to go around, so nobody should rush to drink. She asked them to hand the flasks of water to one another. At that moment, the main character was staring at the very plant that the tribal leader had dropped. He held several pieces of paper, and while walking among the fish, he collected one from each. He realized the drug had been given to them specifically to drive them mad. Yang claimed that the mountain people's leader wielded divine power. Our hero started comparing the god to a demon. He had the sea people, moved by pity, kill each other and induce hallucinations. The hero kept pondering and finally realized why people had been suffocating on that beach. They were trying to escape the smell. When he looked at the tribe, he felt the mountain clan was frightening. After all, these mad amphibians hadn't invaded by accident. If the mountain tribe's scheme was to make the amphibians clash with us until both sides were wounded or dead, then the newcomers must have been noticed, judged an eyesore, and deemed a threat to be removed, the king concluded. As he glanced at the chief, he realized that even the mighty brute had turned into a puppet. The power of the mountain tribe could not be underestimated. Our protagonist summoned the system, and it materialized before his eyes at that very instant. Reviewing his abilities, he felt that 3 strength points were not enough. Before real danger arrived, he had to boost his strength. Facing the leader, our hero started the dialogue by saying his tribe was still too weak. Ayu said the amphibian was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, so she couldn't ask him anything. With a sorrowful look, the hero replied that there was no time to wait for him to calm down. A disaster seemed almost inevitable at that moment. Ayu couldn't make sense of the words. She had a million questions for our protagonist. Seeing the gathered leaves, our hero said it was hard to explain. But the mountain tribe had leaves that kept those poor fellows locked in cages. He can't predict when the next attack will strike, and he's unsure whether they'll confront each other in person. After all, the information was still too scant. They had to rush and push the leader to recall something else. Our hero strode up to the cage, loudly calling out, "Hey, who?" He bent down, holding out a hand covered in leaves, and told him not to blame himself too much, explaining that the toxic fumes of that thing had driven them to do all this. He asked them to take a close look at the leaves. The leader grabbed one and began to examine it carefully. His body trembled. Seizing the moment, our hero asked if he remembered anything about these leaves. Suddenly clutching his head, Hay said he remembered this smell because he'd only sensed it faintly while fighting those bastards. In the end, out of every scent, he only noticed the sharp, unpleasant ones. The king leaned over and told him that they might have used several poisons all at once. The leader listened intently to every word of our main character, his face a mask of pure, overwhelming rage. Extending his hand, he addressed our hero as Your Majesty and asked if he was going to fight these bastards. If that were true, he asked to be let in. For if he didn't seek vengeance for what they did, he'd carry that regret his entire life. In that instant, hands began to emerge from the cages, one after another. Every amphibian pleaded with King Chen-Li, demanding a personal chance to strike back at those bastards. In unison, they began shouting about revenge, insisting they'd do anything for it. At that point, the hero believed only 4 people were enough to finish the mission. The amphibian chief claimed their keen sense of smell would help the king spot and locate poisonous herbs. Our hero shouted, "This is exactly what I fear." He said they're overly sensitive to the scent of blood, and if things spiral out of control, the consequences could be dire. He began shouting loudly, saying that if they hadn't inhaled those poisonous fumes, they could have easily kept control. Our hero replied by asking whether they could be certain they wouldn't release the poison. They smoked again, because their direct opponent was already using it at the highest level. The leader instantly shut his mouth, his face shifting as a result. A sorrowful look clouded his face as he could only say no. He wasn't sure about it. The protagonist settled his nerves. He admitted he understood everything, even their hunger for revenge, but he was sure that anger and hatred alone would solve nothing. Suddenly he laughed and then said he had a way. The leader replied that these were the last of his tribe, and if any way could be found to help them exact revenge, their fate would be in his hands. Our hero agreed, and a smile spread across his face, signaling the mission's success. He shouted that anyone who wanted revenge and wanted to grow stronger had to follow his plans and finish his tasks, and in return, he promised they would get their vengeance, of course. Not everyone will have that chance themselves, yet they all agree he did ask the amphibians. A smile spread across Hay's face, speaking for itself. He nodded in agreement with the king of the fledgling tribe. Following the leader, every prisoner echoed his approval, their shouts growing louder and louder. Our hero glanced at the girls nearby, then turned away. The Sea Tribe's leader couldn't fathom why Chen-Li was leaving. Our hero turned to Au, repeatedly urging them to release everyone, because those people had become his new comrades. At that very moment, the system began congratulating the main character on successfully completing the mission. He began receiving a reward from the system. In the end, it added that because he finished the task 8 days early, he would get a generous bonus. As a bonus, our hero's population was just 68 people. The civilization was still at a Stone Age level. Exhaling, our hero realized the population had swelled by 22 people all at once. The system prompted you to allocate points among the skills. Smiling, the hero instructed her to amplify his strength through the system. He ran his hand over the strength traits, feeling pleased that he would soon become far stronger. In that instant, a strange force began to coil around him. The aura swelled, overwhelming him. His whole body burned, pain slicing through as a surge of strength began to boil inside. He fell to his knees, feeling his strength return, but pain still pierced his body. The aura around our hero began to fade. Gasping for breath, he was relieved when the system confirmed that the strength boost had finished. Seeing his own traits, he felt he was now no weaker than anyone in strength. Looking at his hair, he realized it had grown noticeably. He blamed the change on a side effect of the system. He opened the vault, intrigued by the system's offering, and examined it closely. Opening a large treasure chest, he found a metal raw material. It was a ton of hematine. Seeing her, he felt glad iron ore is a real boon. His thoughts immediately turned to devising a setting that could reach temperatures above 1,700 degrees. knowing that such heat would let him skip the bronze phase. At that age, he was proud of what he had learned and delighted that he'd never missed a class. Glancing at the side bag, he hoped it contained something more valuable. Seeing it, he received 3 healing potions that made the main character even happier. He thought the items the system received this time were far superior to the seasonings. He ordered that the rock painting be acquired, and it appeared before him instantly. Rock painting was the earliest art, passed through generations, and our hero wondered whether it truly stemmed from culture. He paid 10 tech points to set the inheritance stereotype. In that instant, the stone burst into a blinding glow, forcing the hero to shut his eyes. The system praised the king for embracing a sense of shame, and the protagonist slipped into a stupor. He considered it a pivotal moment for cultural progress, yet felt relieved. He no longer needed to worry about men and women bathing together, because he didn't want anyone to see his future wife in the tub. He was thrilled with this catch, because it was far larger than the previous one. Now we must think hard about how to tackle the threat posed by the tribe. Just then, Ayu darted over to him. With a grin, he asked what had happened, and seeing the protagonist's face, she was a little taken aback. She told him he'd grown taller and stronger, and his hair had thickened, but he replied it was just puberty. He asked her why she had been searching for him. At that moment, Ayu stood on tiptoe, unable to reach the king's head. Perplexed, she asked the king whether she should go negotiate with the mountain tribe. He demanded an explanation. Angrily, he asked her whether this was truly a misunderstanding, because they were determined to destroy them. Besides, they're undeniably strong opponents right now, because they managed to turn the sea tribe to their advantage and reap benefits for themselves. The king went on with his story. She hugged the main character's hand and asked him what they should do next, because she was very scared. He glanced at his new comrades and told her that the only sensible move was to raise high walls and stockpile provisions. There was no point provoking the mountaineers before they had time to prepare. With a satisfied smile, he told her to stay in the shadows and wait for her time, and she replied that she didn't understand anything. When Ayu asked how to manage the recent arrivals to their tribe, the king said they should divide them into 3 groups. Some built houses, others gathered food, and still others fashioned traps. The girl was stunned once again. She couldn't fathom what traps were or why they existed. Her hero explained that traps could guard their territory. He pointed out that they could use pits to guard themselves against attacks by the sea tribe. Choosing the right trap for each terrain not only prevents repeated mistakes, but also, if you're lucky, lets you capture a living enemy or beast. The king went on speaking, a satisfied smile on his face. He was going to explain the manufacturing method later, but urgent matters pulled him away. By the end, the population has surged dramatically, forcing them to plan for long-term food supplies. The leftover beef shouldn't go to waste. Our protagonist is set to show them how to make jerky. The sky was darkening, and a cool breeze began to lift. The tribe sliced the meat by hanging it on tree branches. Seeing the picture, our hero thought it wasn't bad, because the newcomers were quick. Adapted and mastered the skill of drawing meat convincingly. Sheik burst out from behind, shouting that he was back. He immediately noticed that the king had gotten taller and his hair was much longer, and the protagonist replied that it was a miracle. The king told him he had a special task. He bowed down, promising to explain everything with a drawing. He asked him to set traps in the surrounding mountains, noting that the more subtle they were, the better. He also said he'd already chosen a partner for him and would personally teach them everything. Then, looking at Sheik with a grin, he added that the most important thing was remembering where those traps were located. Those words plunged Jock into a stupor, and he said the task was hardly interesting. Smacking him on the head with a stick, our hero told Sheik that entrusting him with such a serious task was a sign of complete trust. Then he whispered softly that this was a top-secret mission, and no one else should know about it. When Shig assigns the tasks, let everyone take turns placing traps in different spots. No one can possibly know every trap's location in a single area. Otherwise, if a traitor were among them, the king said, the consequences would be catastrophic. He also said that once the task was done, he would give him information about where the traps were. After finishing his explanation, the hero erased every drawing on the ground with his hand. With a punch to his chest, the hero cautioned that the location should not be disclosed. But he chose to remember it. Shig straightened his back and lifted his head, proudly saying he would honor the trust of his great king. The answer delighted the king, and a smile crept over his face. He placed a hand on Shig's shoulder, telling him to rest, and said they would resume work at night. Both heroes stood before the royal palace entrance. With the cultural monument erected, our main character smiled. He said he'd leave it here so everyone could see for themselves how much more they could learn, he thought. Addressing a subordinate, he said he needed to rest now and that Shig would visit him that night. When he left, he asked to be woken up if anything urgent arose. "Enter your palace," he shouted loudly, though he was utterly exhausted. Lying on his huge bed, he felt instantly better, as if it were dissolving all his accumulated fatigue. Lying there, he realized time was slipping away, and a huge amount of work still lay unfinished. As we trained soldiers and erected fortifications, we also had to coordinate patrols and broaden our territories. And another central element was the development of technology. With plenty of work still pending, he treasured this time to rest and recuperate. His eyes began to close slowly, and before long they shut completely. Suddenly he heard screams, then laughter. Those were the women's eyes. They made him open his eyes. At first, he saw huge forms he didn't immediately notice. As soon as his awareness fully settled, he looked at an entire gathering, where all the guests were women. His face flushed with embarrassment as a girl touched him, asking if he was okay. She pointed to a bottle of liquor and asked if it would suit his taste. He asked them who they were, then laughed and said a drink would do the trick. She leaned in close and told him he'd had too much to drink. She was Shiaoya, and the other two girls introduced themselves as Lily and Titan. He laughed. Then he screamed that he had finally returned from time travel and was no longer living in fear. Lighting a cigarette, the smile never leaves his face. He asked for the music to be turned on, and they immediately started dancing. After a while, dawn arrived, and the air felt different. All worries vanished as our protagonist lay in bed, cradled by a girl who hugged him. She sat up and told him it was time to work, and he replied in a quiet, weary voice that he needed more rest because he could no longer keep going. As he began reviewing the girls' names, he couldn't guess any, and she started to get angry. In the end, he finally told us his name was Shig. Our hero frowned in disbelief, utterly shocked. He couldn't grasp what had just unfolded. When everything became clear, he screamed at the top of his voice. He was terrified. Raising his voice, he demanded, "Why are you here, Shig?" Shig replied that the king himself had ordered him to come that night. He woke him up, yet the king began to seize him. In a shy tone, he remarked that the king was so frivolous. The king's guard overheard everything and felt utterly embarrassed by the conversation. Night had truly settled outside, and the bright moon lit everything around. Loud sounds erupted. Our heroes, shovels in hand, were digging the ground. Once everything was finished and installed, our hero began to explain that this was a real pit trap, lined with spears. He told them that the enemies and animals they would confront were quite large. To work effectively, the trap had to be deep and wide enough. Pulling the leaves toward the hole, he was telling her she needed to hide. When he covered the hole, concealing it, he realized this marked the end of building the trap. He could use spike pits alongside the tripwire traps he taught them. Our protagonist said they had to learn how to combine the traps. His tale and demonstration had the amphibian scream with delight. Pointing at Agan, he told him that he could also learn to make them, and Agan replied that he didn't know how. Smiling, he explained that the moving target he'd used for spear practice would simply turn into a trap. He explained that swapping the tree for a net would let them build a hanging net trap. He closed his story by saying he'd left everything else to Shig. He had other tasks to attend to, so he ordered them to return after dawn. As he passed Shig, he reminded him not to forget what was required of him. Shig began issuing orders to those who stayed, while the departing hero earnestly hoped to finish his sweet dream. As he neared his palace, dawn was already breaking, and he paused thoughtfully. He wondered why there was no guard today, when normally people head to work at this time. As he passed the tribe's houses, he began to suspect they might be ill. After finding one of the houses, he began to slowly open its doors. When he opened the door, a blood-curdling scream rang out, almost sending the main character crashing to the floor. Glancing out, he asked what they were up to. They let out a sigh of relief. It was their king. A girl sitting on the floor complained that her clothes were too revealing, which made everyone uneasy about going outside. Our hero couldn't have imagined that shame would play out exactly like this. When he shut the doors, he told them he'd only given them half a day to make new clothes. As he walked out, he shouted that he'd given them enough time. As he neared the stone, he realized the hero was fully absorbed in his thoughts. After all, he hadn't imagined that this little thing could wield such great power, when a familiar voice suddenly shouted, repeating over and over how wonderful the king was. Running into the dense forest, the hero spotted Shig, shouting that something bad had happened. He described the day of the stone, noting that while they were digging the hole, they uncovered burning stones. He said we should rub them against each other. Our protagonist grew wary. As the two stones rubbed, sparks erupted and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, our heroes faced a change because it was saltpeter. Smiling, he praised Shiga, telling him that they were great because with her, their possibilities were limitless. Shig led the king to the very hole where they had found the two stones. Quickly, Shig told him how surprised they were when they saw almost a blaze beneath them. With his hand outstretched, the big man warned his king that they were about to arrive. A hole had been dug beside the rock, and Shig pointed to it, saying they were going to dig everything out here. As they drew nearer, the protagonist realized their number was small after all. Because of the drought, the soil here turned saline. It likely didn't form naturally. Before he finished his thought, he asked Shig to see if there was anything else in the ground. He went down, crouched, and began to examine the pit's bottom. He said this patch of earth was easy to dig, yet a few objects were still not there. It looked like stones. He decided to taste something that didn't resemble the very stones they had found. As soon as he took it in his mouth and bit, his face changed, because it was shit. With a sly grin, the main character told Shig that he'd guessed everything correctly. He was deep in thought, for a sizable manure pit might well be lurking there. He was astonished to discover that an earlier band of primitive people had inhabited this place, and even devised the idea of a toilet. He also speculated that it might have been the abandoned nest of a mountain tribe. Seeing Shiga's last moments, our hero instructed him to gather the saltpeter and bury everything nearby, leaving as few traces as possible. He also noted that additional traps had been set up nearby. They also erected signal towers and dispatched people to the garrison one by one. Shig went crazy, yelling that nothing made sense to him. What kind of signal towers are these? And why is there fire? What's a signal tower even? 4 days slipped by, and during that time our heroes pressed on, working hard and tirelessly. Passing by his settlement, the hero rejoiced, for now everyone had a home of their own. Just as our hero was about to explain the second part of his plan, Dada burst in, arms raised, rushing toward him, rejoicing at the king's return. While fleeing her, he begged Ludeng to hold the mad woman. But she closed the gap faster. Our king screamed, begging for someone to rescue him. In a burst of speed, she rushed up, snatched our hero, but didn't pause. After a while, a booming sound rang out, and they flew into one of the houses. The collision appeared to be audible even in the vacuum of space. When the dust finally cleared, Tang rushed over to the hero, his voice trembling as he asked if he was okay. A picture of the king, barely conscious, appeared before him, lying in an embrace with Dada. She lifted her king and pressed him hard, shouting that they'd just finished building all those houses. The king wasn't going to die that easily. He wiped blood from his face and told her to be quiet. When asked about the house construction, she immediately replied that the houses were arranged in 2 rows. There were 10 of them altogether, and the place could hold about 50 people. Progress has hit the mark, and in just 2 days, everyone will be ready to move into their homes. Patting Dada on the head, the protagonist praised her and urged her to keep up the good work. When he got up, he told her she shouldn't be so reckless the next time she saw him. The girl waved at the man as he walked away. The king asked his fellow monarch whether all was well, since his body wouldn't straighten up, and the other king assured him everything would soon be fine. As our hero neared the river, screams and laughter echoed around him. He spotted several amphibians in the water, and one bragged that it could catch a big fish. During that time, the girls tended to the children and set the fish out to dry. Seeing the picture, the king grinned and said that fishing would be more suitable for them than setting traps or building houses. After all, they keep the tribe's food supplies alive. It grew substantially, yet the man next to them insisted that everything that happened to them was thanks to their king. Then he clarified that he was the one leading them toward a life of abundance, and that there was no need to worry about their destruction. He replied that he would probably be blamed for how he treated the Sea Tribe and the Coconut Grove. Smiling, Tang declared that the king's order was their will, which surprised the protagonist. He explained these words by noting that, in this world, only the strongest survive. Big and small tribes wipe each other out every day. Those words made our hero grin. He, satisfied, said he already possessed every one of the most valuable qualities. Now our heroes head out to inspect the borders. He believed the Sea Tribe people would surprise them even more, and he finished by mentioning a certain detachment of divers. The sun was already setting, and evening was drawing near. Sheeg and the other amphibians scaled the rocky ground. Behind him, the hero called out, urging him not to rush because he had something to ask. He was curious about how the trap and signal tower projects were progressing. He reported that they were erected toward the south, west, and north. He also mentioned that once 6 people were appointed to guard the bathhouse and cover shifts, only 2 staff members were left. To wrap up the work ahead of schedule, they had to start everything much sooner. Sheeg's interlocutor, panting, warned that a shortage had become a problem. Suddenly, he declared that he and Liu Tang would head into the mountains to help them, but the big man began to refuse, insisting it was not the king's job. Our hero told him that this is a crucial time when every second counts, and there is no time to think. After all, if a mountain tribe once lived nearby, they'd know this place far better than we do. After speaking, he wondered that if they exploited their unpreparedness and launched another surprise large-scale attack, the situation would become too dire. Some time went by while our heroes stayed busy. Shouts rang out as everyone hustled at work, all knowing that the faster they finished, the sooner they could head off to vacation. Looking toward the signal tower on the northern mountain, our protagonist let out a weary breath. He was uneasy, sensing something was off. As he tightened the rope, he blamed everything on his fatigue-driven imagination. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Our protagonist glanced back instantly. After all, the tower had just signaled an attack. Our hero shouted at the top of his lungs that the southern signal tower was under attack. He ordered everyone to gather, his face slick with cold sweat. The moon lit everything around, and against its glow, tiny dots stood out. They were stars, and our main character already recognized them. He rushed forward at incredible speed, gazing at the sky and pondering everything that was. It was unfolding. Our hero took it seriously. Though he didn't know what awaited him, he was convinced the signal meant nothing good. It was an attack, even when you knew every trap's location and had 2 points of agility. From his present location, the southern mountain is only a 5-minute journey. He whispered a prayer that nothing serious would happen in those 5 minutes. At that moment, a boy clad in wolf skin kept a weary watch over everything near the signal tower. He peered cautiously into the forest, hoping to spot any movement. He was poised to launch the first attack, yet he could barely believe the trap had succeeded so close to their tribe. The enemies had pushed in so far. As he leapt off the cliff, he feared that any foes who saw the blaze would come after him. Under the moon's glow, a bird's shadow appeared and let out a cry. Better safe than sorry. That shadow turned out to be Agon, who slammed onto the ground clutching 2 spears. Suddenly, he spotted something moving among the bushes. He didn't reveal it, assuming the enemies had already set up an ambush. Laughing, he hurled his spear and shouted at those in the bushes to stay quiet if they were planning a surprise attack. But no sounds came after. Our hero grew numb, waiting for even a hint of noise. Suddenly, a spear surged toward him at incredible speed. A quick flick of his hands sent it flying, and he was already primed to launch the next. But the moment he had a chance to lift it, he was already under attack. He couldn't believe the attacker was moving so fast. He bent, lifted his spear, and accepted his life was over. The weapon halted, and he heard a familiar voice. His king stood and eyed him with suspicion. Gugun asked his king why he was there, and the king replied that there was no time to explain. He asked him where the trap had gone off, and he pointed to the side. Rushing in that direction, he told his subordinate he would go first, then added that he should wait for the others and bring them to him. Agon shouted back at the main character that the enemy was probably not alone, since he'd made it this far. But our hero no longer listened to him. He rushed to the trap as early as he could, hoping to keep the enemies from reaching the tribe. After a while, our hero reached the spot where the trap had sprung. A body hung cheerfully from it, yet because of the height differences, the person could not be seen. Our hero kept his gaze on the nearby tree, searching for any other presence in the area. But he didn't sense anyone else around, and the complete silence made clear that they'd found something far from an animal. Our hero had 2 options. The man had come alone, never having called anyone for help. Or perhaps he was already dead. Exhaling, sweat slicking his face, lifted his axe and cautiously edged toward the trap. Suddenly, his face went from anxious to surprised. Before him, Xiaoan hung from the tree, her legs lifted. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Our hero blushed, covering his own face. He shouted in a booming voice, asking whether she was really meant to be there, nursing her wounds. She kept looking toward him, embarrassed. She then asked him how much longer he'd keep staring at her. Those words had our hero laughing. He pointed out that a picture like that is rarely seen. She replied, saying she would finish him off. He took her by the leg, giggling lewdly, and said he would make use of her little leg. She, in turn, asked that he be let go. Slowly, he began to move his finger closer to the queen's foot. She started hiccuping from sheer excitement. His fingers traced her leg, and she screamed. Every second that passed, her face grew louder and louder. Her face flushed even deeper, and suddenly she shouted that she was angry. She begged Chen Lei to let her go right away. Suddenly, a cry from the bushes rang out as comrades closed in on the king. The girl, hearing the rumor, warned Chen Li that if anyone saw the picture, she would kill everyone. To this, she said he would now bring her down. While freeing his future wife from the tree, he shouted to keep everyone away. Those who heard him couldn't understand the king's warning, for he had said that anyone who came might be killed. Sheik realized the king was trapped and asked his comrades, whether they should hurry to rescue him. The gun said no one was hurt. There was only something they shouldn't have seen. Sheeg replied that their king was already in the big hall because, for example, he can't sit in front of anyone. Suddenly, he realized a lot had changed, yet he couldn't quite tell what. By that moment, the queen had already been freed and was standing on her feet. The main character laughed and admitted it was entirely his fault. He failed to warn everyone about the traps, and she pointed out she hadn't expected her husband to know so many amazing tricks. He asked why she'd come out in the middle of the night. Her expression shifted instantly, as if she'd just heard a conversation among the Sea Tribe people. They discussed how wonderful it would be to head back to the beach and catch. They'll eat fish, shrimp, and shellfish. Those foods give them far more energy than ordinary fish alone. After those words, the protagonist guessed that their energy most likely came from the. She kept telling her story, mentioning the salt content. They speculated that on the way to the beach, you might run into jackals. They couldn't go fishing, afraid they would be eaten. She set out to chart a safe path for them, and the king assured her he'd walked that road countless times. Just 5 days ago, there were no jackals there. He surmised that some of the amphibians must have slipped away in the intervening days. The girl immediately asked whether they should be executed, and the king replied that this was not what he had meant. He explained to her that he had just noticed a security vulnerability he'd missed. Maybe he should set up a patrol. Still, it was vital to clear the road to the beach and, above all, to establish a new camp there. She explained it by noting that fishing was still in the background. They needed dodo birds and their eggs, and on top of that, they could also establish salt production. Suddenly, he shouted loudly that he had decided to set out at dawn to confront the impudent jackals. The queen offered to help with patrols and covert missions. She urged her king to rethink the plan for riding the jackals and expanding the territory. He leaned in, grinning, and asked whether she was truly worried he'd be unable to handle the wild animals. She shyly pulled his face away from her, shouting that he shouldn't be so full of himself. She feared she was being too reckless by splitting people to safeguard the two territories. She also mentioned that the beach had already been attacked by the mountain people. Our protagonist hugged her and told her that they had been there a few days ago, so he thought it was still safe. The mountain tribe, our camp, and the beach together form a triangle. As long as the tribes and beach strongholds keep exchanging information, they'll be able to support one another. After all, the enemies know how to turn poison into smoke. If they're not all living together, it will be easy to poison them all at once. He started massaging her back. Embarrassed, she said she didn't understand what he was talking about, but since everything had already been decided, she went along with it. At that moment, a goon and Sheeg were perched behind a nearby bush, with Sheeg muttering in his sleep about the king being a bottomless barrel. After a while, our heroes set out on their adventure. 4 were dispatched to rid the area of jackals. Everyone moved cautiously, except Chen Li, who walked ahead with unshakable confidence. The amphibian leader asked his subordinate whether he had definitely encountered jackals here, noting the absence of a blood scent, and the subordinate replied with uncertainty. Here, while rustling the leaves, he guessed they were nearby. 2 days earlier, he'd spotted several jackals along this road. Suddenly, close by, the leaves began to rustle loudly. Suddenly, a jackal lunged at them, aiming to kill the amphibian. But the leader was already ready to shield his fellow tribesmen. He swung a mighty blow, sending the jackal flying. It dashed into the tree at breakneck speed, splitting the mighty trunk in two. Exhaling, the leader uttered something completely incomprehensible. His younger comrade kept sitting on the ground, still surprised. Suddenly, the remaining jackals surfaced one by one, until the entire tribe was in sight. The king's guard cautioned His Majesty to be careful, as the situation grew tense. The king smiled and answered that the Sea tribe were not enemies, and there was nothing to worry about thanks to those wild dogs. The tribe leader turned to King Chenlai and said that if he wished, he could handle the cuties on the left. He scattered the jackals in all directions, proclaiming that everything on the right was his. One by one, the jackals fell to the ground, motionless. Some of them drew closer, sensing the king's powerful aura. They made the first move, but it was in vain. Right before the king stood his comrades, who kept others from getting near. He felt he should stay out of battle, viewing it as a great learning opportunity for them. Suddenly, a wild dog sprang up behind him, its jaws aimed at his neck. Sensing her thirst for blood, he turned immediately and seized her throat without using force. He pulled her in tighter and tighter until the dog began to whine. With a smile on his face, Chen Li told him he was too unlucky to attack him. The whining and fighting went on for a few more minutes. After a while, everything fell silent. Seeing victory out of reach, the jackals fled. The amphibian leader declared the battle to be the dullest he'd ever witnessed. And then he issued the command to move forward. When they reached the beach, a gorgeous nightscape unfolded before them. The light splash of the water felt wonderful to our heroes. The king asked the leader whether he could see that distant rock, then said they would build a fortress on it. It had to be built near the cliff, house 20 people, and the signal tower itself would sit atop the cliff. He also said that a small salt drawing site should be built next to the fortress. He would teach them all of it. The leader accepted every word the king said. They had just 4 days left, and the king was about to send aid. After everything had been said, he let out a heavy sigh. He felt like a contractor on a construction site, forever pushing back deadlines. In his past life, he was the one hauling bricks. The leader reassured his king, who looked at him with satisfaction, and told him to light a fire only if an emergency arose. 3 days slipped by. The leader was busy with work, and our protagonist stayed on the move too, forging a bow and preparing for a long campaign. He looked at his bow and was pleased with how well it turned out. The elastic band is made of bullskin, and because of that, it takes a lot of effort to use. For inventing the wooden bow, the system awarded 5 technology points. A sudden knock rang the door, followed by a shout announcing Shung's return. He demanded a meeting to convey something. He ordered Io to bring him. After a while, the door opened slowly. The tension in the air grew with each passing second. Spotting the boy, the king immediately asked whether there were other northern tribes they could ally with. But Shung insisted there was no one there. He walked north for more than a day, yet still found no traces. He added that he'd found only one lake and a nearby snow-capped mountain. And in the lake swam a strange, massive creature. Yet before he could catch a glimpse, it plummeted onto one of the lakes and then vanished entirely. Because a scary snow-covered mountain lay ahead, he didn't dare go and turned back. The king smiled as he knocked him down, noting he hadn't imagined being more frightened of the snowy mountain than the monster. Trembling and soaked with sweat, he asked the king if he had heard about the mountains. Our main character couldn't follow what they were saying. At that very moment, Au pressed herself against him and confessed that she was scared. Chen Li asked her why she was so frightened. She told him she wasn't scared of the mountain itself, but of what lurked behind it. The protagonist was left with even more questions. The girl, her voice trembling, began to describe the dreadful bikes that lurked behind the mountain. Shung screamed that just the thought was enough to make him throw up, even as the main character kept Aya down calm. A system window popped up, triggering a side quest. The objective was to see the giant firsthand, and it left our main character wary. In the end, the system awarded him a single characteristic point, simply for seeing the giant. He likened the peril of the mission to taming a saber-toothed tiger, a comparison that earned him only 2 points. He began to think the giants could be a tribe of their own, complete with a civilization. Maybe he can subdue them, turning a few into powerful assistants as his frightened subordinates watch. He realized he had to be careful, because there was a high chance they could easily destroy them. Smiling, the king told Shang to rest because the banquet was only a few days away, and he urged him to enjoy the occasion. His voice quivered as he bade farewell to the king. Ayad pointed out it was adorable because Shang can be such a coward sometimes, which the king admitted he wasn't certain about it. He wondered if his sense of danger was far sharper than that of ordinary people. This made him sensitive to certain things, allowing Shang to calmly explore the outside. He turned to Au and asked how the wedding preparations were coming along, to which Au replied. She smiled, pleased to see the preparations were nearly finished. The king ordered them to ready equipment for 4 people. He planned to bring someone along for an extended journey. Au asked her king right away how dangerous the trip was, and he, still smiling, replied that he was simply exploring the surroundings. As he left, he said he would depart the very next day, right after the wedding ceremony. 2 days later, the heroes celebrated a solemn wedding ceremony with the king. Right then, our hero was pushing himself hard with his new invention. The hardwood frame was paired with a cowhide interior, and its weight felt just right for him. He struggled with it for 2 whole days. By inventing a wooden shield, our hero earned technology points, raising his total to already 62. A knock rang at the door, and the king ordered them inside. Iu was the one who said everything outside was ready. It was time for our hero to switch outfits. After a while, cheers of joy and congratulations filled the air. The main character stepped out of his palace as the entire tribe celebrated. The sunny day lifted the mood, and the king stood with a smile on his face. Looking at all of it, he was happy, knowing that everything before him was his own merit. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze straight ahead, unable to look away. His wife, also in a wedding dress, appeared before him. Around him, people began shouting that the wedding ceremony was about to start. While walking, he realized that in his past life, he should have been working hard. And now he has his own tribe, surrounded by wonderful people who love him. And with a beautiful, delightful wife of his own, he could never have imagined such a thing in his past life. Everything in front of him felt like a hallucination, he thought, as he extended his hand toward the girl. Our hero kept thinking that he was very glad to have arrived, because there he felt he belonged to something bigger. Turning to his wife, he told her that from now on, while he was away, the tribe of newcomers would be handed over to her. Sheik, standing nearby, shouted, "From today onward, Xiao Wan is the tribe's new queen." Everyone shouted congratulations, welcomed their new queen, and clamored that it was time to kiss. Our heroes leaned closer, their lips almost touching each other. Dada watched everything unfold. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she should have taken the wife's place, yet she insisted that she still longed to be the king's wife no matter what. It was deeply moving, pulling her into tears once more. Night fell. Everyone began to leave, bidding their king good night. Tired, he stood there, believing everything had gone smoothly with no surprises. Iu approached him with a sly grin, telling him that his queen was waiting in the palace and that everyone had been ordered not to disturb them. Our hero's face changed, and obscene thoughts began to haunt him. He started to picture how Xiao would express his boundless love. Each time he thought about it, the main character grew increasingly excited. As he walked to his palace, he felt eager, hoping it would be even more exciting. He opened the doors, laughed, and told his wife, "I'm here." Suddenly, a dreadful sight appeared before him, and he was frightened. The queen sat on the throne, her face terrifying. Seeing it, he felt the atmosphere as if someone were about to be killed. The girl immediately told him she was giving him the chance to say everything himself. Yet our hero knew nothing. He couldn't see which words she wanted him to say. She drew her weapon, turned it, frightening the king, who then asked his queen to be more gentle after all. It was their first wedding night. Staring at the whip, he realized he had given it to her in vain. The girl claimed she knew everything, because Chenli was going to leave right after the ceremony ended. She asked him if he was really in such a hurry to leave this place so quickly. He exhaled and admitted that he had already been frightened. It was all because of this. Laughing, he told her that his wife had misunderstood everything. He pulled her in and told her to calm down first. He'd meant to explain everything, but he simply didn't have the time. Having told her everything, she asked him whether he was truly going to persuade the giants to join them in the battle against the mountain tribe. The girl asked for her husband's legs, and he replied he wasn't quite sure. So to be safe, he decided to bring 3 more people with him. With a solemn gaze, he told his queen that the true reason for the journey had to remain completely hidden. He told her how Yu and Xing responded to the giants, which made him wary. Xing asked Chen why she wasn't coming along, and she said that someone had to stay behind in the tribe. Besides, she has more important things on her plate. He pulled something out and started spinning it around, waving it at her as he showed it to his wife. The queen asked her king what it was, and he replied it was a sling. He was ready to show her the proper way to use it. A sling is a hunting weapon. He needed a team that could use it, and she had to train them. The next day, our heroes set out on a long journey. While walking, the king explained just how crucial the mission was. All this time, the girl behind the king seemed to pierce our main character with her stare. Sweat started to bead on his face as he noticed it. He suspected she was deliberately walking slowly, just to stay behind him. He hoped she wasn't searching for a chance to kill him. But he couldn't do anything, since it was Yahello. While they were together, the protagonist wondered why her feet were so soft, even though she always walked barefoot. She didn't answer, offering her own thoughts instead. She told him to choose 3 from the Coconut Grove tribe and the Sea tribe. He told her that he intended to seize Heika. After witnessing its power firsthand in battle, he temporarily handed the coastal fortress over to Shig's care. He also persuaded her that if he took it with him, the newcomers from his tribe wouldn't be able to cause trouble while he was away. She looked very serious and told him that the other 2 were up to his discretion. Still, Ayan had to go with him. With a furious look, she told him that this was far from a request. She insisted Ayan was the toughest and bravest fighter. If she had joined them, she would have changed. Grabbing her husband's face, she told him she had taught him a lesson for what had happened. She told her husband not to worry about that situation. He exhaled heavily, recalling Yahello's words, and felt utterly unworried. Keeping an eye on him, he hoped that in a pinch Ayan would be able to protect him. Suddenly, the boy and the wolf's skin turned toward our hero, saying that someone seemed to be watching them. Then, laughing, he said it seemed to him that he was simply very nervous. But the king's retort made him tense up, because he didn't see the order as a cue to look behind their backs. The amphibian leader asked Chen if he was aware of the large lake ahead. The king replied that he'd already been told about it. Laughing, Haikus confessed he already knew a giant dwelled in that lake. The king asked him whether he was talking about that huge monster in the lake. To that, the amphibian leader said it was exactly the case. Because when he was a child, he saw the monster swallow a leopard's whole. Opening the flask, he confessed he was a child then. But now, if he could see him again, he would definitely fight him. Seeing him greedily gulp water, Chenli wondered whether it was truly lucky for this oddball to encounter such a massive monster. Our hero also said that whether it was a water monster or anything else, he'd be eager to confront anyone stronger than him. When he mentioned the giants, Agun's expression shifted and sweat began to bead on his face. And then he screamed, urging his king not to hope for it, since it was far more dangerous than the water monsters. Leaning toward Agun, the king said he'd only casually mentioned it. Did the boy really think they were real? He started telling what happened before the new king arrived. They formed a sizable tribe of more than 30 people. One day they encountered a colossal giant, Yet they were too weak to fight, so they just fled. Unfortunately, most of the people were eats. Agun kept going. Even though he was just a child then, none of the survivors will ever forget that awful picture. The hero believed it was so, and that's why Shang and the others tremble whenever the giant is mentioned. At that moment, Haku held the plant in his hand and warned everyone not to eat it. He'd once eaten one himself when he was a child. And the aftermath was less than desirable. Leaning down to one, the protagonist inspected it carefully. The system performed an analysis and identified croton, a bitter, poisonous herbaceous plant that can induce laughter. Our hero pictured the consequences, and then suddenly it hit him. He'd never been here before, so the surrounding plants were unfamiliar to him. He hoped everything would go smoothly, without any surprises. He ordered the system to scan everything around. The system started its analysis, projecting windows above every plant around. Our hero was delighted to see a vast warehouse of medicinal plants right before him. Noticing one of them, he felt it was familiar because the system had already analyzed the plant. The system identified this plant as millet, an annual herbaceous crop of the cereal family commonly known as millet. He shouted that he had found grain and was thrilled. Suddenly, the system assigned him a task. Within 180 days, he had to plant and then reap at least 2 different kinds of grain. He told his comrades that once they found clay, they could create food and medicine, ushering in the era of farming. He realized the plant wasn't ready yet, so he would let it grow before harvesting. Suddenly, a chill slid down his spine, making him wary. He gazed at Yoon, wondering if it was her hostility that sparked it. Suddenly, Agun, who was standing close by, pointed to the side and shouted loudly. Our hero grew wary, looking toward the direction Agun was pointing. The system identified the plant as Ramai, a nettle family species whose tough fibers are used to make rope, paper, and fabric. A smile spread across the king's face as he praised the young subordinate, saying they would return with some items so their tribe could enjoy a wider range of attire. But he began shouting that he wasn't referring to those strange herbs. Our hero's eyes sharpened as he stared into the distance. The foliage stirred increasingly, and someone was closing in on our heroes. Suddenly, a growling hyena with a terrifying stare emerged from the darkness. The king assumed it must be them who were following. He had sensed their stare for a long time. Our hero believed they were coming to exact revenge for what had happened before. The hyenas' faces made it clear they were thrilled at the chance to take revenge on our heroes. Raising his axe, the main character declared they would never be let go again. The problem must be eradicated at its root. The king ordered the complete elimination of everyone. The battle commenced. Though the hyenas swarmed in numbers, our heroes were far mightier, dispatching several of them with each strike. Heiko was pleased that, this time, they'd slipped straight into their clutches. The battle raged fiercely. Hyenas fell one after another, but their numbers seemed endless. They pressed on, striking in groups of 2 or 3. The girl realized that one of them was almost certain to hit her. Suddenly, hyenas swooped in and shoved the attackers to the ground. Heiko laughed, bragging about how awesome he was. With a grin, he told the girl she didn't need to thank him, saying it was just a man's thing. The hyenas fled again, and the king ordered his men to chase them down. This time, he was resolved to deal with them once and for all. He decreed that no one could be spared, no one was allowed to escape. Even though they outnumbered everyone else, the hyenas were frightened, because their strength was several times weaker. Our heroes chased after them, with Chen shouting that the dogs couldn't escape. Yet the dogs moved far faster than the heroes. The hero believed that with only 2 points of agility, it would be hard to catch up to them. Continuing the chase would have been unwise. Suddenly, he sensed something, danger was close. The vines around him started to stir when a sudden, loud female scream cut through the air. It was Aeon who was taken. The girl could do nothing. When our protagonist saw the picture, he was stunned. He'd never seen a monster like that before. The system identified the creature as a red royal flower, a refluxia. Surrounding him were humoral fluid, saber-toothed tigers, gigantic bulls, and refluxia, details that starkly contrasted with the protagonist's knowledge of the ancient world. The girl begged to let herself go. The monster's tentacles clamped tighter around her, squeezing more and more. Just then she slipped her knife, and it fell straight into the heart of the terrifying plant. As soon as it fell into the liquid, it began to melt, and a bubbling, boiling sound erupted. The sight shocked her, and fear flashed across her face. Our hero was just as stunned. He could hardly imagine that something like this even existed. The men standing there thought it was wiser to stay away from it. Seeing them, our hero shouted, asking why they were frozen in place while he had to save Aeon. Aeon began shouting after them, insisting that it was far from true that they didn't want to save her. In fact, they're also caught by this. Suddenly, our hero sensed that the monster was also attempting to grab him too. He sliced through the tentacles with swift, powerful blows. He rushed to Aeon and shouted to calm them, vowing to save them. The girl shouted, "Leave me and save those too." Suddenly, the plant loosened its grip, releasing the girl. She closed her eyes, knowing she was about to die. She begged her king to flee. A sharp hit to the center made the plant snap shut like a mouth. The main character dashed to help the girl, attempting to yank her from the nasty plant, but its tentacles struck one after another, keeping him from reaching the core. Right then, Aeon sprang out from behind him, also intent on killing Chen-Li. Our hero felt that at least Haiku and Aeon should have been rescued. Suddenly, he heard Aeon's whine coming from behind him. Our heroes struck the enemy, rescuing their king from a sudden attack. Haiku shouted at the king to ignore them, urging him to stay away and claiming it was all a ruse by those nasty dogs. Aeon begged his king to flee, and they were resolved to give their lives to protect him. But he was going to save everyone by cutting the vines. He thought these vines weren't fast, so the Aeunas used their speed to draw our heroes in. Slowly but firmly, he pushed forward into the heart of the plant. He kept chopping and shouting, thinking he should have spotted the problem since everything around was dry. A smile suddenly spread across his face when he realized he should give it a try. While he kept slicing the vines, he felt there was nothing more he could do. But he had those very stones, and with incredible force he threw them to the side. He thought it didn't matter whether it was a dog or a flower. There is nothing that cannot be consumed. Fire started to erupt. He flashed a confident smile and ordered the plant to burn to the ground. Then he rushed toward the main crowd, determined to save the girl. As soon as he reached attack range, he immediately launched a strike to cut the plant. The plant ejected the girl, and liquid began to seep from its core. The girl collapsed to the ground, her clothes shredded, and she lay there motionless. Our hero scooped her up and instantly asked if she was okay. If she could move, he was ready to help her hike and keep her safe. He offered to give her his clothes so she would be covered. And then our heroes hurried to escape, running away from the flames. The blaze swelled, and with each arrow he fired it grew even larger, convinced that the hyenas nearby were no longer a concern. Seeing the water, he shouted that it was where they needed to go. He asked his subordinates to remain patient, and just a little more. Once they reached the water, they would be saved. But by then a hyena was already stalking the girl from behind, its focus on Aeon's neck. After dodging the hyena's attack, the main character sprinted toward it at an astonishing speed for a human. By then, the hyena was already gnawing at the girl's cloak. He clamped his hand to Aeon, pulling her away. She yanked her cloak off, and they swapped places with the king. He kept chewing the cloak, not noticing the swap right away. Suddenly, the cloak tore, a total surprise for the main character, and the dog bit his hand. After falling to the ground, the dog ended up on top. She was determined to finish everything right here, right now. Our hero couldn't keep up, draining all his energy. The men nearby called out his name with worry. The king headbutted the animal. Now the strongest will win. He shouted for his subordinates to evacuate before the fire reached them. He said he could manage everything by himself. He thought he'd have to get the dog down to the current before the fire reached them. Without warning, an arrow struck the dog, slicing into its throat. The hyena collapsed lifelessly, its eyes flicking toward the girl on the ground. He watched a system notification pop up above the girl's head. It said the girl was an archery prodigy. He asked where she'd learned to wield a bow. She replied that she'd watched him use it. That's how she learned. She added that she'd twisted her ankle, was exhausted, and couldn't keep up with them. She begged her king to flee, but he responded that the girl was talking utter nonsense. He told her to hold on as tightly as she could. Lifting her onto his shoulders, he declared they'd leave here together. The blaze had already overtaken them, spreading faster than they could flee. Flames surged ahead, and the heroes were powerless to keep pace. The gun said he also wanted to be carried on the king's back. He asked Haku if he could swap places with Ayan. Angrily turning toward him, he warned that if the boy didn't shut up, he'd throw him into the lake, insisting he still had plenty of strength to do it. Ayan began to say that she had actually planned to seize the chance to kill the king. She asked him if he was the one who'd arranged for the black bulls to attack them. He asked her why she felt that way. In a sad voice, she answered that she did. She wouldn't admit it, but she mentioned that several of the bulls were wounded. Their weapons couldn't cut through the tough bull skin, so she concluded his tribe had done it. Moreover, his tribe outmatched them with skill. They were confident in their actions. But knowing her arguments wouldn't persuade the queen, she planned the attack without asking for her permission. She held a knife to our protagonist's throat, insisting that one misstep would kill him. She told him to leave her, and then he would be free of future problems. He had no intention of leaving her, shouting that first they'd be saved, and then she would finish him off. She exhaled and agreed with the king's words. She told him she would keep a close eye on him, and that if he betrayed her queen or the Coconut Grove tribe, she would kill him. The protagonists agreed, adding that if he mistreated them, he would be punished. She laughed and called it a brilliant idea. After a grueling trek, the heroes reached the lake by leaping in with a running start. Haku burst out and shouted that they were safe. They realized that if they had gone any farther, they would have burned up, but they barely made it to the water in time. Our hero thought that 2 of the 4 had lost the ability to move, and that it would be better for them to abandon the plan to find the giants. He turned to Hake and told him to carry the items to where Agun had found the Raimai, while he himself would go retrieve the medicinal plants. Soon enough, the heroes carried out their plan. Agun pressed a plant to his leg, arched his back gracefully, and announced that the king had cured him. No pain remained. Haku and Chenli gathered Raimai because of its excellent medicinal properties. All of a sudden, the amphibian leader's face changed. He noticed a strange odor, sensed the hyenas, yet he couldn't understand why he was there. Having dealt with everyone, our hero started sifting through the leaves, carefully inspecting everything nearby. Suddenly, he noticed something that surprised him. He spotted several puppies dozing among the leaves, lifted one, and realized the hyenas weren't there to seek revenge, but to protect their own. The protagonist believed they posed a threat. Right then, a system prompt popped up, offering a side mission: tame hyenas. He accepted it with a gleam of joy in his eyes. It was one of the best missions. Our heroes set out again, forging a path through the dense forest. Suddenly, an ear-shattering blast hit, making me cover my ears and my body shake. A gigantic, menacing figure burst out from behind the tree. Bloodlust pulsed through the bodies of our heroes. A massive monster materialized before the heroes, and its dreadful aura was felt by everyone in the crowd. The boy wearing a wolf skin on his head screamed in terror. He knew that monster, In front of them stood an enraged, man-eating bear, ready to strike down the heroes. Our protagonist instantly saw that with 2 wounded men victory was out of reach, and escaping would be even more difficult. He tossed the tide grass, saying he would distract them. The others were forced to take a detour and head back home. When they raised objections to the king's order, our hero ignored their protests and sent them retreating. He warned that they had only one chance, and fighting him would simply get them in the way. Grabbing his axe, our hero turned to Heike and told him that keeping the 2 of them safe was still his responsibility. He had to bring them home safely. Then he leapt onto the bear, shouting for them to leave quickly while they still could. Haiku and the others ran off, turning back with joy as they fled, eyes fixed on their king, delighted that he would sacrifice his life for them. He kept striking at the bear, preventing it from noticing those who were running away. Again and again he tried to strike the bear, yet the animal seemed to relish it. His eyes flashed with laughter, convinced he was far stronger than our hero. The king's assault failed, and the man-eating bear countered, sending our protagonist flying back. The fleeing Haiku saw what was happening and stopped. He ordered that the cubs be taken back home. He was about to help our main character, but Agon began to block him. He started telling him that he'd seen the king's strength firsthand, and that this rival was far from worth a comparison. He went on, warning Haik that they would only get in the king's way in battle. Haiku listened to everything, exhaled, and promised to keep following the order. Our hero glanced at the backs of his fleeing subordinates, his breathing ragged. He had a hard time battling this monster. Glancing at his axe, he felt the moment had finally come. After all, the bear's attention is fully focused on him. As he rose, he exhaled, fighting to catch his breath. He believed that just distracting him would finish the job. He slipped from tree to tree, hoping to throw the fugitives off his trail. He deliberately provoked him by shouting for him to run straight at him. Provoked, the bear launched an ever more furious attack. At this time, our heroes hid deeper and deeper within the forest's thick, impenetrable heart. Loud clashes rang out, and the swelling aura of each blow sliced through the air. The bear tore through everything in its path, snapping massive trees like twigs. Hidden behind a tree, the hero was convinced Agon and the steel ones were already safe, so it was time to eliminate this monster. Just as he was bracing for an attack from behind, he sensed someone's thirst for blood. He turned toward Aru, pausing for a moment. A leopard lunged at him, clearly intent on killing the main character as well. After nipping it at the last moment, our hero realized he could not win this fight. Peering through the dust kicked up by the monster's landing, he strained to see anything, and when the dust finally settled, he recognized his attacker. After all, it was the very same saber-toothed tiger that had chased him at the journey's outset. He recognized it too, and as he examined its burnt eye and intelligent gaze, our hero was sure it was that very cat. At that moment, a man-eating bear was already barreling toward them, refusing to let them catch their breath. With a saber-toothed tiger on one side and a bear on the other, our hero felt as if he was being squeezed from both sides. Our hero realized that using Pung's power would sap his strength for a long time, and even if he survived, the mountain people would not wait. By that point, the tiger was already inching toward our hero. The bear started circling our hero, trying to look away from itself. A moment later, 2 monsters rushed at our hero, intent on killing him. The king assumed they were bickering with each other, but they had actually decided to attack a defenseless man together. Out of nowhere, a system pop-up appeared, bumping your agility up to 20. A surge of power rushed through him. A scarlet aura clung to his body as time slowed down, and with a forceful push off the ground, he leapt into the air at incredible speed, soaring several meters straight into the sky. The monsters collided with one another. When he landed, he was stunned by the incredible strength he could command just by honing his agility. As he walked away from them, He felt suddenly light and explosive, his face slick with sweat. But the monsters wouldn't retreat. They were determined to keep attacking. They were intrigued by this man and rushed again, intent on attacking our hero as he gathered an aura around himself. And then he ran away, shouting that we don't advise them to pursue him and urging them to observe at least some boundaries. Running at incredible speed, he pressed farther and farther in the opposite direction, hoping to distract his subordinates. The system began its countdown, leaving him only 600 seconds to unleash his advanced skills. After a while, he stopped, glancing around with the conviction that he had finally slipped away from them. That extreme escape was simply amazing. While he was running, he realized where they were headed. He had already reached the snowy mountains. He realized he couldn't waste the remaining time. He longed to climb the snowy mountain and track down the giant. After a while, he reached the mountains, trudging through massive sheets of snow. With this regimen, he could dash to it in a single breath. But the snow made it hard to move. He realized that without the system, he would likely just become trapped in it. Seeing the summit made him happy, for he was on the verge of disproving the giant theory. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on something he could hardly believe. Reaching the very top, he was astonished to find something he never expected. After all, a huge giant sat right in front of him, and a massive dinosaur wandered around on a leash. Staring at the giant before him, the main character couldn't believe his eyes. He let out a startled shout. The system congratulated him on finding the giant and then issued a second challenge, telling him to attack the ice one for 9 points. He, in turn, couldn't believe he could attack such a brute, knowing he had absolutely no chance. As he reread the assignment, he couldn't believe the system had given him such a difficult task. He asked if it had gone crazy. The tied dinosaur started to heed our main character's cries. Noticing this, our hero immediately hid, covering his mouth and nose with both hands as sweat began to flow down his face, while the green-skinned beast growled at him. Looking out, he smiled. The prospect of earning 9 attribute points warmed his heart, so he decided to take on the mission. Looking out, he wondered what he could try next as he ran swiftly, while the giant stayed motionless. As he looked out, his face shifted. A twinge of fear crossed him, but there was no turning back. He swung. He hurled a stone at the giant, convinced that keeping him asleep was the most important thing. The stone fell, instantly grabbing the attention of the tied dinosaurs, and a deep echo reverberated. One of them began to growl loudly at our hero, showing his anger in every gesture, which forced our main hero to hide. At that very moment, a system window appeared before our protagonist, congratulating him on completing the second mission, awarding him a reward, and automatically assigning the third one. That made our main character wary, since missions came one after another and grew increasingly difficult. While dinosaurs roared around him, the main character read the third mission. Take on a giant alone, earn 100 attribute points, and there was no time limit. Thinking of the enormous prize, he glanced once more at the towering monster and began to scheme his next move, only for the giant to suddenly lift its hand. Then, as he touched the ground, he summoned a gigantic whirlwind studded with huge snowballs. He stood fully in the snow, motionless to avoid drawing any attention. And after he started lying about the snow, he thought the big guy had finally woken up. Horror crossed his face as he realized that even 10,000 points wouldn't change his mind. His life mattered far more. The sun was already setting, and noise was coming from the spot where the other heroes were staying. A squad from the Queen's ranks returned and reported to her. During the night patrol, they came up empty, and those words sparked anger in their queen. She instructed them to widen the search and keep looking for her husband. They agreed, their voice trembling, and they too were worried about their king. A girl who stood nearby, the queen's right hand, advised that they should prepare for the worst outcome, to which the queen ordered her to shut up. She reminded her that the king had risked his life to save her. She couldn't bear to hear those words from her. They made the girl, her clothes tattered, bow her head in shame. Suddenly, screams rang out. The tear-filled amphibian cried that their king had returned. It was said over and over that the king had returned. At that moment, the tribe rushed to the king, each one asking about his condition and how they could help. They fretted over their king, yet everyone was happy. They rejoiced at their majesty's return, and a few even wept with joy. Yes, I asked the patrolman who found him why he hadn't lit a signal fire. He replied that the king had banned it to prevent people from gathering in that dangerous spot. Suddenly, an order was issued to let everyone disperse, giving the king a clear path back to his palace to rest. The girl who gave the order turned out to be the green-haired queen. She took her husband's hand and ordered everyone to return to their posts. She said she would personally look after the king. She then warned that if anyone ever slipped up and let it out, they'd be finished. Her grim expression underscored the seriousness of her words, and the others felt a chill of fear. They realized the queen wasn't joking. After a brief wait, the two heroes had already slipped into the king's chambers. Our main character said he was relieved, knowing his risks hadn't been in vain and that everyone else had returned safely. Lying on the bed, he kept talking. He was surprised to learn that those who had gone back had also taken the hyena cups. He rose, grinning, and told his wife to let Xiangnu raise them. In the days ahead, he would be surrounded by many helpers on his long journeys. She lifted her leg and pressed it against his shoulder, telling him to take care of himself first. She kept talking because, no matter how demanding the king was, he still needed rest. He told her he wasn't seriously hurt, just completely drained of energy. After sleep, he would be fully restored. She agreed. She would hand everything over to Xiang, yet she kept insisting on rest. Sliding her leg lower, she remarked that she realized he was the king and the chief protector. But he didn't have to bear everything alone. With all her strength, she pressed forward, angrily insisting she wouldn't let herself lose her man before the time was right. In a trembling voice, our main character begged her not to press so hard. When she left, she whispered sweet dreams. At the same time, the main character was massaging that very spot. All he told her afterward was that she was a sadist. When she stepped outside, she exhaled. The main character's security guard spotted it and wanted to see if the king was okay. However, she cut him off, insisting that everything was fine with her husband. She ordered him to keep the chambers sealed until the king was fully recovered. At that moment, lying in bed, the main character glanced at the system window. Physical fitness, agility, and intelligence were unified. Strength 4, technology 62, authority 0, population 68, and civilization remained in the Stone Age. He shouted that even though he'd lost 4 attribute points, he'd earned 10 instead, so there was no net loss. Earlier, he relied on raw strength alone in critical moments, ignoring self-preservation. Exhaling, he reflected on all his past adventures, hoping to determine the best upgrade for himself. He confidently said the first thing to do was to raise your agility. At that very moment, the system informed our hero that the agility attribute had topped out at 5. When agility rises again, the protagonist will need to spend twice as many attribute points. He imagined that if he earned twice the points to raise his agility to 10, the new maximum would first quadruple and then octuple. He grimaced, realizing that earning 22 agility points would require relentless, long-term effort. This was far from easy. Recalling that the strength had previously risen to 6 points and that there was no critical value, he presumed each attribute had its own critical threshold. He realized that the best move at this point was to invest in the characteristics, raising them significantly to a critical value. As his power hit 10, a massive aura erupted from his body. Our hero was hit with a surge of power, and his body felt as if it was stretching. His shoes tore, and his feet grew larger. He became furious upon seeing his ripped pants and shoes, because they were his favorite clothes. The strength had climbed to a critical 10 points, and he hadn't imagined how terrible it would be. When he checked the system window, he saw there were no more points to distribute, but 2 of his characteristics still hadn't hit their critical values. He was also curious about how the dexterity trait would affect him. The system replied right away, saying that the more intelligent you are, the higher the chance of finding high reward random tasks. The hero's strength finally began to drain, and he started to collapse. Lying there, he mused that stat points were a scarce resource, and it felt wasteful to spend them on intelligence for a slim chance at a big reward. When he received the attribute point, he first aimed to boost his stamina to a critical level. As he said those words, his eyes began to close. He forced himself to keep them open, but the lids kept shutting until they finally fell shut, leaving the main character utterly drained. Morning arrived, and the entire tribe was occupied with their business, each member left puzzled. The amphibians seized fish and dried them immediately. The girls were cutting it up, chatting about the beauty that surrounded them. A handful of amphibians were frying fish over a fire, shouting for the hungry to come over. The female combat unit was trained by the green-haired queen, who issued orders and demanded that they follow everyone strictly. When the command to shoot was given, each girl hurled a stone with good speed. Most of the stones struck the man-sized target they had built. They were gearing up for a clash with the mountain tribe. One of the girls informed the queen that 6 shots had been fired in total. One grazed the target's edge, the other flew by. Just then, the king stepped out from behind and began to praise them. Smiling, he said he'd managed to watch them from the side, and it looked decent. The green-haired girl, furious, struck her husband on the chest and asked why he wasn't resting. Then, still hopping around, demanded what he was doing here. He replied that, as the tribe's king, he should know what his people were up to. With his hand on his wife's shoulder, he drew her attention to his new trousers. She grabbed him by that same spot, squeezing, and asked who he'd spent the night with. He begged for mercy and said that she had been thinking of something else. He told her what was really going on. In reply, she said she would believe it one last time. She told the king a squad of throwers had been formed, but that it would need time to reach full combat readiness. You can safely hand the patrol and mobile post over to a fang. She insisted she was an expert, and the king turned to his wife, asking about Ayan and Agun's condition and inquiring into the state of their wounds. The girl replied, but Agun declined to heal the wounds, saying he didn't want to become a burden to the tribe. This morning, he set out to guard the signal tower on the southern mountain. Ayan was in charge of ensuring he had food and water. She looks after him, so you don't have to worry. Yet the queen confessed she was most worried about Ayan. The girl immediately began practicing archery nonstop, resting hardly at all. The queen admitted she may have been too harsh earlier because of anxiety. But anyway, she's now in poor shape for training. The main character hugged the green-haired girl and praised Ayan, calling her a good and devoted woman who willingly shoulders a great deal for the sake of her queen. He told her to try to treat herself better. Then he said it was time for him to return and keep building his strength. Smiling, he told her that in a few days he would head north to gather the precious millet grains. When he reached the doorway of his chambers, he thought that, with nothing to occupy his days these few weeks, he might as well become an inventor. 4 days slipped by, and the tribe stayed busy the whole time. Our protagonist, sitting on the floor, puffed as he invented something. A minute later, the hero exhaled in relief. He said he was almost done with the invention. Some words carved into the stone resembled a book. He expected that once he was back, he could quickly teach them simple addition and subtraction, and then he wouldn't have to shoulder all this alone. The system instantly praised our hero for inventing writing and mathematics, awarding him 10 technology points, a sizable reward that surprised him. She then congratulated him, since the technology had hit the 100-point milestone, an indicator that a new tech store would soon open. The system added that at the tech shop you can swap tech points for handy tools or heritage plaques, though purchases are final and can't be returned or exchanged. Those words sparked a smile across the protagonist's face. The store was stocked with everything from medicine and hematite to huge pots and stoves, plus a handful of mysterious objects. He squealed with delight, amazed at how much he could get for so little, began to examine the shop more closely, and his grin never left his face. After deciding what he wanted, he shouted that he'd trade it for the item, then slipped his finger into the system window. The system reported that the hero swapped 30 technology points for a large iron cauldron, leaving him with a remaining balance of 70 points. Once the alert sounded, the cauldron began to motorize, and from every angle our hero was overjoyed. Because it was the finest little thing one could imagine, he looked toward the empty space and asked, "Can you believe he spent 30 points on a saucepan?" Then he began waving his finger, claiming it was far from a simple saucepan. He bought the boiler, not merely for cooking and evaporating salt, but because it was made of iron, wearing it on your back would serve as armor. Laughing, the main character kept going, explaining that if you wrap it around your forearm, it could make an excellent shield. While the main character posed elegantly with a saucepan, the security guard entered, and an awkward situation ensued. In a somewhat bewildered tone, he said he heard strange sounds and went to check. The king stayed silent as he awkwardly stepped away. He told him he could communicate with other gods and spirits, and in the same incomprehensible tone, he replied that he thought so. Soon enough, our hero erected a small structure to make cooking easier. His breathing was uneven, as he hurried to finish as quickly as possible. After all, it wasn't exactly easy to dig a stove into the ground and then boil water in it. Upon inventing the stove, the system awarded our protagonist 10 technology points. He believed that, in the past, he had been a professor, and thus had amassed a wealth of knowledge. He didn't expect he could actually put it into practice. He peered into the pot with interest, seeing that the water was already boiling, so he could pour it into the cauldron. After all, our main character prepared a pot of fish soup with genuine enthusiasm. Laughing evilly, he drew attention, and the scent in the circle made everyone lick their lips. For his soup invention, the system granted the protagonist 10 technology points. Seeing this, he felt delighted, as today he was luckier than ever at earning points. Shagu sprinted over, clutching something in his hands and shouting that everything had worked out. On a small plate, he displayed his king salt from the saltworks. In return, the system granted our hero 10 technology points. The total count had already reached 100. Our hero celebrated, telling him he had arrived on time. He told his subordinate to hold off before returning, so that Shagu could taste the soup alongside everyone else. Stirring with an evil grin, he mused on how he'd managed to recover 100 technology points so quickly. There was a reason behind his choice of the cauldron. Turning to his guard, he said he'd been the first to call, because the fish soup was almost ready. After a while, the tribe gathered, and shouts began to echo. Everyone received a bowl of soup, something they'd never seen before. Everyone couldn't hold back their emotions when they tried it. She screamed after each bite, proclaiming how delicious it was. I told you to take your time and stay calm. There was plenty of soup for everyone. Yes, lifting a huge bowl, she shouted for more, which startled Aya. Approaching her, she began to complain angrily that she'd already eaten 2 bowls of soup. If she ate it, there would be nothing left for anyone else. But the king approached them and assured them there was nothing to worry about. Since there was enough for everyone, he still planned to cook it again for those on patrol. Glancing at Shig, he said the folks at the stronghold would get it too. In just 2 days, he'd personally deliver a pot of soup to them. Shig tearfully praised his king without hesitation. Seeing Dadu's delighted grin, he decided that whenever he had a moment, he would show them how to use chopsticks. Turning away, he ordered the system to open a store powered by the technology. Gazing at the store, he realized he'd earned another 100 technology points. He wondered if he should swap it for something. While reviewing each point, he highlighted a few. He realized he could teach them just math and farming himself. There was no point in wasting points on it. Suddenly, he remembered those precious seeds. But he was interrupted as the girl screamed that something had happened. She reported that the trap in the north had worked, and no human activity was detected nearby. Our hero thought this was prey, and that it was still alive. He wondered how to handle it. Suddenly, the queen appeared before them, telling them not to bother the king with such trifles. She ordered the prey to be killed outright. With a trembling voice, the green-haired girl turned to the king, telling him he didn't have to handle everything alone and anxiously asking when they could spend time together. He pressed his big hands onto her shoulders and promised she'd have him beside her for his whole life. But now they had to reorganize their home, and this time he was going to buy something new so he could make fresh changes. And after everything, he kissed his wife with fierce passion. The girl blushed, and so did I, the girl from the patrol. We were both embarrassed. He considered that the prey was still alive and wondered whether he could tame it. He told the queen that Agon's nettles were already gone. So more had to be gathered. He believed that securing the precious millet was the most important. That was the main task, and soon our heroes were already on their way. The girl led them to the sprung trap. After climbing the hill, they stopped. She glanced toward the hero and with a raised hand signaled that they should head that way. Inside was a hole, and a girl, standing a short distance away, pointed at it and said he was inside. Our main character peered in and was amazed by what he saw. He couldn't figure out what was happening. The others, too, glanced at the pit trap in bewilderment, baffled by its silence. One of the girls mentioned that he was literally howling in desperation just a moment ago, but now he is. Seeing the beast sprawled on the ground, our heroes assumed it was utterly exhausted. Who asked the king if the hyena had come again to fight with them? Suddenly, Shing noticed that this hyena looked just like the mother pig. Our hero asked him how he knew. Thinking there were traces of breastfeeding on her, the boy said he was very sensitive to milk, which surprised the girl standing beside him. The girl began to stroke her body, and Shing's words seemed to have an effect on her. Chen Li thought this could be the mother of the cubs they'd taken from her. The king issued the decree. They had to lift her, even though it was perilous. After a while, Shig and Haiku managed to pull the mother hyena out of the pit. She was exhausted. Shig inspected the hyena and told the king that, because it was severely weakened, it posed no danger. Our protagonist ordered Shing to rescue her, feed her, water her, and if needed, treat her wounds. Sheng, his face curious, asked the king why it was needed, since they had already raised those little jackals. The king asked him what was wrong with them and how they were doing. He replied that it seemed to him they didn't enjoy the meat he was feeding them. They were getting weaker and weaker, and he's trying to figure out what they like and how to feed them going forward. Our protagonist realized, just as he had suspected, that they had nearly killed them. After all, it's very hard to raise young animals, and wild ones are even harder. Turning to the heroes, he instructed them to tie her up on their return, to feed her meat, and to give her food for the babies. Sheng waved his hand, shouting that his beloved king could depend on him. As he watched his subordinates leave, he hoped that bringing a wolf into the house would have no negative consequences. He turned to a Feng and told her to set the traps. The rest would head north with him. The girl, her face lit with a smile, spoke words of agreement. After a while, the heroes set out to gather valuable grains. The heroes sat on the ground, gathering herbs. Our protagonist scanned the surroundings carefully, hunting for other valuable plant varieties. Spotting the millet, he realized they had arrived just in time. Had they come even a few days later, the crop would have perished. Looking at the others, he kept thinking. Plenty of time lay before his return. Why not gather some medicinal herbs while you're there? Navigating the dense forest, our heroes keenly surveyed their surroundings. A hush fell around them, and only the moon traced the path of our heroes. Suddenly, a familiar roar rang from the distance, and his face turned pale with fear, recalling the same sound from before. He warned everyone that it sounded like a man-eating bear, and urged them to hide in the bushes. Seeing the incredible speed that sent a column of dust swirling, he shouted for everyone to hide quickly. The loud sounds kept going for several more minutes. Our heroes waited in the bushes, silent and ready to strike. A subordinate of the main character asked whether to drop the load. He answered, "Hold on for now," because there was a chance they would push on and continue their journey ahead. Noticing his subordinate, the king asked why he had lifted his butt. The man replied that the posture lets him sprint away quickly when danger strikes, an essential way to save himself. He also asked his boss whether this was the same bear he'd fought before, and our hero answered when he saw it. The next irritating question was whether the bear liked nettles, to which the hero replied in the negative. Wanting to ask another question, the king cut him off, raised his voice, and told him to be quiet. If the bear heard them because of him, he would be the first to be thrown out. He was instantly terrified, confessing to the king that he had deliberately lured the bear to devour him. Out of the blue, Sheik cut in, saying he'd be there shortly because he was already close by. Another fierce roar made his whole body tremble. A gigantic carcass materialized, marching on two legs and crushing everything in its wake. Suddenly, after colliding with the tree, he froze for a moment and then tumbled to the ground. He stared, astonished. Had he really been wounded? A subordinate of our hero wondered whether this was truly a gift from above and if they should take the loot. Suddenly, cries echoed from a distance ahead of him, and occasionally shouts warned that he must not be allowed to escape. The bear stood up and fled again, its body battered and blood splattering in every direction. Our hero urged everyone to duck as someone was chasing the bear. When he turned to the side, sweat began to slick his face. Several people chased after him. They were simply people. They were determined to keep the bear from escaping. A nearby subordinate asked the main character why members of the mountain tribe had arrived. As he was about to tell Hike to shut up, something caught his eye and set him off. Heku rushed toward the mountain tribe, declaring it was time for revenge, an eye for an eye. This enraged our protagonist, as he hadn't yet decided how to handle the situation. Hike rushed forward with a scowling face, and the rest of the amphibians were ready to follow. Our protagonist, shouting his name in fury, lunged after him at astonishing speed. After snatching it, he tossed it back, and the main character was furious. The mountain tribesmen kept chasing the wounded man-eating bear. One of them shouted, telling everyone to catch up with him as fast as possible. Hike, who was seated beside his king, spoke to him. He told the king that they could not simply watch when such a great opportunity for revenge had arrived. Then the protagonist, placing a hand on his shoulder, urged him not to let hatred cloud his mind. He told him the enemy's forces were stronger than theirs. Every move had to be carefully considered. The hero's sole advantage was the open mountain terrain, which let them launch a surprise ambush. He ordered them to follow quietly, even if they were tempted to fight. You have to wait for the right moment. At that instant, something happened to the running bear, and its face changed immediately. He ultimately slipped, sliding forward several meters. The men nearby laughed, shouting that the animal could no longer run. One of them came over and shouted, "Get up and run away." They hadn't finished playing yet. Suddenly, a massive hand landed on his head. A towering man stood there and told him he'd eaten venison mixed with white flowers, and that he'd been wounded in the stomach. It was amazing he had managed to run so far. He told him the bear should die with dignity, unlike himself. After loudly proclaiming that no one had permission to mock him, he hurled his comrade into a tree with incredible force. Blood spooled from his cough in the midst of the pain. He felt as if a single blow had shattered his entire body. He ordered everyone to step aside, and then, slowly, began to approach the bear. He raised his weapon, aimed it at the beast, and warned it that he would bring a swift yet brutal end. In his hand rested a blade forged from obsidian, a natural volcanic glass whose fracture edge cuts with razor-sharp precision. Hearing this, our hero was shocked to learn that the mountain tribe had planned to mix venison with poison. Suddenly, a system window flashed up, presenting our hero with a side mission: rescue a bear. He was taken aback. Why should he help a little animal? He worried the system was setting him up to die, dragging him into a war with the mountain tribe while he was outnumbered, especially after the bear had nearly killed him. He was upset with her because the reward was just 2 stat points in a gesture of sympathy. When our protagonist protested, a system pop-up appeared, warning that refusing this one-off rare task would mean it would never reappear, which surprised him. By then, the mountain tribe leader had already taken aim, and our hero realized time was running out. He dashed toward the bear, determined to rescue it as the man, already lunging, intended to kill the animal. Our protagonist arrived just in time, brandishing his axe to block the mountain tribe leader's attack. The onslaught was one of the fiercest the protagonist had faced. For a brief moment, it felt as though the air itself split in two. Enraged allies rushed toward their commander, demanding to know who had dared to confront their king. The other subordinates of our hero quickly gathered around him, preparing for a brutal battle. Chen Li felt that if he could trust this broken system, the bear's sympathy would make the risk worth it. The system reminded the protagonist that the bear was poisoned, so he had only 10 minutes left. He realized his main task was to save the bear, not to wage a fierce battle with the mountain tribe. Those 10 minutes left him no time to chat with them. A mountain man beside the chief began to shout about how they dared to claim their prey. Suddenly, the chief's expression shifted. He already knew that face. He turned to the hulking figure beside him and asked, "You from the Sea tribe?" Then he added a half-hearted apology, "I don't remember the weaklings." Heku's face twisted with anger. He clenched his teeth and demanded, "How much longer will we have to put up with this?" At that moment, the main character stared in surprise at the system window, which informed him he'd be fine for failing to complete the task. His tiny companion could shrink to half its size. When the protagonist finally realized what kind of little friend we were talking about, the whole world collapsed. After all, his wife would mock him. He could already imagine it. Tears began to rise on his face. He screamed that it had to stop, his face contorting into a demonic mask. Even the mountain folk exchanged uneasy glances. Turning to Hike, he said there were too many opponents, so they needed to be careful. Then he added that his only order was not to die. Our heroes charged into battle with the mountain tribe, and the air soon rang with loud cries and the clash of weapons. At that moment, the protagonist dripped liquid over the monster's body, convinced the wound was shallow and not fatal. The countdown had already slipped to 9 minutes, and our protagonist was breathing heavily. He believed the next step would be to neutralize the poison, but he didn't know how. Recalling the punishments, tears welled up in his eyes again. A fierce battle raged around him. The mountain tribe inhabitants fell beside the hero, who sat on the ground. Turning away, he glanced back, eager to grasp their situation. Yet upon seeing it, he felt they were, for now, in a favorable position. Everyone was wounded, and time and truth were slipping away. Yet the protagonist kept thinking. Suddenly, a booming, menacing voice rang out, telling them they were indeed capable. That was enough. The mountain tribe king shouted, "Time up," and glared at our heroes. The chief of the mountain tribe, smiling, looked upon the rag-tag group of strangers who had just gathered and praised them. He glared at them, telling them to leave even as he let them stay. They would never have another chance. In response, Haiku angrily told him not to gurgle, because he had a personal score to settle with him. One of Haiku's comrades shouted that they'd just warmed up and were already itching to move on. They still brimmed with energy, ready to carry on the fight. Our hero kept trying to cure the bear, while Shig, confident that they still had the situation under control, asked that everything be left to them. The clock had already ticked down to 6 minutes, and our protagonist was falling behind. Time was slipping away. He had no idea how to neutralize the poison, because he'd never dealt with such substances before. He realized Shig was bluffing, because he was barely holding on. If this kept happening, he'd not only fail the mission, but also hear the system's wicked laugh. The king of the mountain tribe raised his huge leg, then stamped it with such force that the earth seemed to split into two. The power of the attack surged toward our heroes, who were barely holding on. Suddenly, his face flushed with embarrassment. He couldn't believe his eyes. The protagonist effortlessly repelled the powerful attack. The reigning king felt a showdown between the tribes was probably unavoidable. The mountain king shouted the name with anger and certainty. Our hero stood before him and asked for a name. He would not back down. With a grin, he inquired about their tribe's name, since he'd previously seen them as a band of vagabonds. But he was mistaken. He began by claiming to be the king of the mountain tribe, then asked our protagonist who he was. Almost immediately, he changed tack, proclaiming himself the king of newbies before finally giving his name. The mountain king lowered his weapon, saying it wasn't his style to pick a few people in a crowd. "I'll settle the score another time," he added, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. "I enjoyed today's fight." He was glad to have met them that day, and after turning, he ordered his subordinates to take the one who had passed out, because they were returning now. Even then, the man who had been thrown into the tree kept coughing up blood. The mountain king approached him and told him to stop vomiting, saying they were leaving, and he agreed, his voice trembling. The main character kept a careful eye on the departing tribe, ensuring they wouldn't be caught by an ambush. Shig approached the main character and told them they were very lucky, having just emerged from the water almost dry. By then, the system timer had already fallen to 4 minutes, and it was stressing our king. After a while, the mountain tribe had pulled far enough away from the battle with the newcomer tribe. The king walked ahead, a smile on his face as he reflected on what had happened. One of his subordinates approached, asking whether they were simply going to abandon the newcomers since everything had turned out too easy. He replied that today he had taken only a white flower on the hunt and had left the ginseng. Moreover, the supernatural power the sorcerer had bestowed on him was soon to fade. He said the kid who fought him wasn't so simple because he quickly blocked a 70% strike, and from his relaxed stance, he sensed the boy was hiding a lot. He also spotted his strange weapon and wondered where it had come from. With the same chilling grin, he stared into the distance and promised he wouldn't let them go so easily next time. At that moment, the hero was still working to heal the bear, asking his men whether anyone knew how to neutralize the poison. They stared back at him with blank faces, shaking their heads in disbelief. A subordinate asked the king why they needed to neutralize the poison, since their prey was already lying in front of them. The king, a hint of fear on his face, replied that he had no time to explain. All they need to know is that this bear's death would be a major life or death issue. The king's expression frightened his subordinate. After harvesting honeysuckle and burdock, the protagonist explained that these two herbs possess a poison-neutralizing effect, but he isn't certain whether they'll counter the toxin of white datura. He could only make a desperate attempt, telling the bear to open its mouth so he could feed it the herbs. They opened his mouth out of fear. The king, in turn, pleaded not to use so much force, for even the first drops of tears began to appear in the bear's eyes. Only 2 minutes were left as the clock ticked down. Our hero watched, feeling a growing sense of trepidation. Everyone waited, but the bear stayed still. At the last second, the system informed us that the bear's poison had lost its deadly effect. The danger was gone. Tears welled in his eyes as he pulled the bear into a hug, shouting that he could finally breathe again. Sheeg asked whether our hero had saved the bear, and he answered that, for now, his own life was not in danger. Heku grabbed Shiga and loudly urged the king to catch up with the mountain tribe and take revenge on them because they couldn't get very far. The king answered that they still hadn't uncovered every detail, and if they act rashly, they could incur heavy losses. He said that if they win, it will be a pivotal victory. If they lose people because of it, it would essentially amount to defeat. Our protagonist said that, because they would confront it themselves, they would devise a plan and build up the strength needed for victory. The subordinates began debating the king's words among themselves. But not everyone understood those obscure words. After a while, our hero, placing a hand on the bear, ordered everyone to head back to the camp after gathering the nettles. He was set to handle the bear himself. The king ordered Sheeg to tell the queen to rush reinforcements to the patrols and posted sentries, since guests were arriving soon. Soon, Sheeg and the others had already arrived at the camp. Our protagonist, settled by the fire and leaning on the bear, closed his eyes and rested. Suddenly, he began hearing a torrent of varied sounds from all directions around him. As he opened his eyes, he saw a vast number of shimmering eyes peering from the forest shadows. Seeing the animals approach, he loudly announced that he knew they would want to seize this wonderful opportunity. With a smile on his face, he lifted the axe. Today's dinner was almost ready. Dawn was already approaching. The sun rose, casting its rays across the forest. One by one, the animals tumbled to the ground. Loud noises, screams, and squeaks filled the air, and from time to time our hero even flinched and twitched at the sheer volume. An hour later, our protagonist was already savoring food cooked over a fire, loudly declaring how delicious it was. The bear opened one eye and then began twitching side to side, a bid to stand. He turned his head toward the main character and stared straight into his face, refusing to look away. Our hero felt embarrassed. While ripping off a bite of meat, he told the bear that he should be honest and not turn down its offer. Later, he mentioned that if he didn't care for the fried food, the other animals lounging nearby were all ready for him. Gradually, the food ran out and the flame began to fade. By holding his stomach, our new hero made it clear he was completely full. Just a few seconds later, a system window popped up before Chen Li's face, congratulating him on the mission's successful completion. He began to rejoice, knowing that, as he'd planned, his first step would be to boost his physical fitness to a critical level. While he was lost in thought, a bear holding a baby in its teeth drew near. After placing it next to him, he pushed it toward the king's feet, a move that surprised the monarch. He asked the bear whether he'd really left this for him. He wondered to himself whether this was truly the bear's sympathy. He laughed because he could never have imagined this. He enjoyed it. He began to imagine racy thoughts, recalling the bear's gratitude. Rising and shaking the sand from his clothes, he told the bear he was fine, his life wasn't in danger, and it was time to head home. As he was about to leave, something confused him and made him stop. In the end, the bear clamped onto his clothes, refusing to let go and emitting sounds that rang like a howl. Our hero asked him whether he really wanted him to bring him along. He immediately broke into a smile, his mouth wide, and his whole look said he was excited. With a goofy face and a finger out, the king started shouting that the bear should turn into a beauty. The bear stared at him in bewilderment. Then, with a sneer of contempt, our hero replied that he himself couldn't even become a bear, so what could he possibly be worth? He began to howl pitifully, then imagined a bear as a riding animal would be so cool. yet realized that doing so would mean hunting several more times. After a pause, he waved his hand, telling him he'd be taking him along, and that from now on his name would be Zhang De. He lifted his hands in delight, leapt, and ran. He loved the name. Then, clutching him like a beast, he licked the face of our main hero. The king smiled, walking and patting his new subordinate. Believing he now had a powerful ally, he climbed onto his shoulders so they could scout the road just as the mountain people had. As they pressed on, time slipped away and our hero began to suspect he'd taken a wrong turn. Suddenly, he saw tracks that were getting progressively deeper, showing that the ground was softening. Suddenly, something threw off his gaze, and he realized he was looking at something familiar. Right before him, a vast bamboo forest unfolded. He realized bamboo could be used not just as a building material, but also for making firecrackers. Combine salt, peter, sulfur, and charcoal in the proportions 75 to 15 to 10. He then poured the mixture into a bamboo tube. He knew that a firecracker could catch the enemy off guard in the decisive battle. Even if the blast isn't powerful, its roar will still be very loud and will surely scare people. He remembered how they'd found a saltpeter before. With charcoal, it's just as simple, just fire it in a kiln. Yet with sulfur, things were different. It could only be found near volcanoes. Keep moving through the bamboo forest. He ordered the system to open the map window. On it, he searched for anything that looked like a volcano. Suddenly, it struck him that the sleeping giant was close to a volcano, apparently the nearest one. He understood that if he stayed a little away, he could likely risk a quick look. After all, the last time he was fixated on escaping as fast as possible and overlooked every resource nearby. He ordered the bear to turn back because heading north would mean taking a risk. He was about to help his new friend, who was many times larger than him, and laughed, telling the bear not to lose his composure at what he saw. After a while, the heroes spotted a towering snow-capped mountain. The bear raced across the wastelands at breakneck speed, throwing a huge column of dust in his wake. Suddenly, our hero told the bear to halt. He was a little exhausted. Looking toward the lake, our hero believed it was probably the same one where Huiku and Xing were. He recalled having already walked that road, yet he wasn't in the mood to examine the surroundings. But this time, he'd make the most of the chance. When he drew near the lake, he told the bear to move as quietly as possible and to take slow steps, avoiding any rush. Stopping, he began to speak, urging himself to be as careful as possible and keep his eyes wide open. But after a while, the king relaxed, seeing nothing strange was happening. He had already come to believe that the sea monster could only be seen by chance. Suddenly, the bear started growling, making Chenli tense up. He asked the bear what it had noticed, because he himself saw absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a massive wave surged, spilling the lake beyond its borders. It left our hero tense, knowing they were about to see that very monster. A massive growl erupted, its deep rumble echoing for several meters and making the body tremble. Our hero told the bear to stay still so as not to draw attention. A colossal green Tyrannosaurus suddenly appeared before our heroes. The massive Tyrannosaurus let out a roar, its bulk dwarfing even the biggest bears. Compared to it, the man looked like a tiny speck of fluff. His voice quivering a little, the hero urged Changda to duck quickly. They crouched in the thick grass, while the green-skinned monster charged forward. He felt a collar on his neck, and realized the creature was the giant's pet that had slipped away while he slept. And he also suggested that the monster that frightened the saber-toothed tiger was precisely this Tyrannosaurus. And besides, those massive tracks looked like its feet. After mulling it over for a moment, he realized that, taking all the factors into account, the giant on the mountain had been asleep for more than 15 days. Bending down to his pet's ear, he whispered, "Move quietly around me." The top priority was to keep him undisturbed, no matter what. The departing heroes tried to stay quiet and still, shunning unnecessary noise and motion. While the green-skinned one stared elsewhere, oblivious that the heroes were right at his feet as they cut through the massive grass thickets, the bear and the king drifted toward the snow. Within minutes, they were pushing forward through towering snow drifts. Our hero told his pet not to hurry, and then he surveyed the surrounding area. Suddenly, he ordered him to halt, saying they couldn't go any further. The snow was thickening. If anything happened, they wouldn't be able to escape quickly, so that was all. After descending from the bear, he plunged down steeply. The amount of snow was frightening. Following the bear, they pushed through vast snow drifts. Turning to the bear, the king told him not to worry. He would stay behind him and would never leave him alone in that place. Yet he urged him to be extremely careful and keep a sharp eye on his surroundings. The bear saw something and began to dig through the huge snow drifts. It lifted a yellow, shiny object and started to examine it. An intense, baffling scent reached him. He couldn't tell what lay hidden beneath the blanket of snow. The bear kept on digging. As he drew closer to the bear, the scent grew stronger, and a mistake was out of the question. He started helping his pet by throwing snow in various directions. Suddenly, his face lit up when he realized he'd finally discovered what he'd been thinking about, and he began to joyfully repeat his new comrade's name again and again. Then he shouted to him that they had found sulfur. He was thrilled by the discovery. While he studied her, he felt certain there could be no mistake. With such plentiful sulfur reserves, the time has come to start producing firecrackers. Years had passed. The hero returned to his tribe, riding a bear that startled everyone else. Xing, spotting the king, shouted loudly that the king had returned. Then everyone erupted in surprise, shouting about the beast upon which their king was sitting. Chenli welcomed everyone, explaining that from now on this would be their new friend. His name was Xingda. He began to admire the king, loudly declaring that he'd become as majestic as him when he grew up. After dismounting from the bear, the king assured him that a cooler mount would be found for him soon. After hearing those words, the little boy leapt with joy, thanking his great king. He handed the bamboo to Ayu and told her to dry it, since it would still be very useful. The tribe's queen leaned toward the bear, admiration bright in her eyes, and asked her husband the king if she could ride him. He answered yes. Yet their progress was halted by alarm cries that erupted from the amphibian's mouth. He trembled, attracting attention as he shouted about some kind of trouble that had happened. Our king drew near, urging him to catch his breath before explaining the seriousness of the situation. As soon as he caught his breath, he began to describe how a colossal monster had appeared in the water near the shore, was rampaging right now, and the waves it was throwing were eroding the beach's salt. The words tightened his nerves. He realized that, having sprinted in here, they clearly couldn't handle him. Grasping the bear, he assured it not to worry, saying he'd personally go to the beach to assess the whole situation. Our protagonist set out on an adventure, riding a bear. The bear covered the distance, far faster than our hero could have if he had run alone. A few minutes later, our heroes arrived at the beach by the sea, a stretch that was part of our tribe's territory. Seeing it all with his own eyes, he was stunned to find a massive fish that sent our king's subordinates scattering in every direction. They screamed in terror and pain. He could hardly believe the fish was that huge. He had to find out what kind of monster lay before him now. Ahead, an ichthyosaur was rampaging in the water, determined not to let our heroes go. They couldn't let that little fish slip by unpunished, otherwise the fallout could be catastrophic. Turning to his pet, he said that if he could pull him onto the shore, victory would be in their pocket. The bear growled, as if to confirm that he understood his task. With a thunderous cry and roar, our heroes storm into battle. Shengda leapt into the air, flying straight toward the ichthyosaur. He swung his weapon and shouted that victory would be theirs today. The fish lifted its tail high, striking back at the attackers. After touching the bear, He threw the king off his back, but he kept his head and rushed on to attack the fish. He slammed the axe into the fish, and blood splattered in every direction. She let out a sharp cry of pain, and once she steadied herself, she rushed to strike the attacker, attempting to swallow him. She had him in her mouth and was about to close it, but the protagonist used all his strength to stop her. The fish leapt from one side to the other, sending a torrent of water splashing in all directions. Underwater, the hero realized he was running short of air. The fish tried to pull him into the sea's depths. It realized the man would soon run out of air. Our protagonist gripped the fish's mouth with every ounce of strength, desperate not to become its meal, while his mind raced for a way out. The air was already thinning. He realized that if this went on, she would soon run out of air and he would drown rather than be eaten. Suddenly, the little fish froze, then tried to wriggle away. The bear howled loudly, grabbing her by the tail and holding her in one spot. Grumbling in deep displeasure, he was furious because the massive fish had just pulled his king into the water. He pulled with all his strength to haul the wriggling fish out of the water. Our hero understood it. He couldn't afford to quit. Chiangda was still chasing their plan, so he had to win. She, in turn, tried even harder to shut her mouth. Chenli realized he could no longer withstand such a massive onslaught. He had to act. At that instant, an amphibian girl swam up to him from behind the monster, knives in hand. Yet the hero only caught a movement in the corner of his eye and never realized it was amphibious. An aura began to cloak her body. She was ready to strike. The hero's muscles tightened as a thirst for blood surged inside him. A powerful strike came, not at our hero, but at the fish, and it seemed as if it would cut the creature in half. The monster's jaws opened, blood gushed into the water, and our hero began to plunge, sinking deeper and deeper. He didn't have the strength to keep swimming and was quickly running out of air. Closing his eyes, he watched a girl's silhouette glide closer, swimming nearer and nearer, though he'd never seen her before. He could not believe this was yet another enemy who chose to attack them. But the energy had completely drained from his body, his eyes shut. He opened his eyes and began coughing, fighting to breathe. He strained with all his might to inhale as deeply as possible. As soon as he could see his surroundings, he found his comrades, glad that their king had awakened. Someone begged Alan to rush over, but there was no reply. She glanced only once at the king lying on the ground. Then, after descending, she began to approach him slowly. She seemed to see an enemy in him as he took a seat beside her. She looked straight at Chen Li's smiling face, and the amphibian standing nearby was happy. They said the girl's name was Alan, and she was the Sea Tribe's top swimmer. After all, she'd slain the monster and hauled the king back to shore. Though the Sea Tribe isn't known for its brains, Alan is even more foolish than the others, one of the sea people continued. Chen Li told him not to worry. After all, she was his savior. He couldn't be mad at her over such a trivial mistake. Grabbing her weapon, the protagonist wondered where she'd obtained the obsidian dagger. She said her older brother had snatched it from the bad guy. And our hero asked her whether she had truly crossed the mountain tribe's territory. Pointing at our hero, the girl asked a nearby tribesman who this nasty guy was and whether she could fight him, and he immediately began waving his arms. As he approached her, he stubbornly began to explain something, his entire demeanor hinting that it was a bad idea. After a moment, the girl, speaking oddly but smiling, asked the king if he was truly their aide, and the hero confirmed that she was right. She sheepishly began to explain that on that day, a gang of villains stormed into their land, and she lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, Brother Fang and the rest of the tribe were locked inside the cave with her. Yesterday, while they were working, her brother whispered that he'd take out one of the bad guys and hand her his gun. She was to use it to cut the rope and then jump off the cliff into the water. As her brother said, she was the only one who could get out alive and unscathed. The girl, of course, tried to argue with her older brother, but he wouldn't let her. While they spoke, a large number of mountain tribe members watched. She was also told by the elder brother to find Haishi, saying he's a lucky guy who most likely survived. With no choice, she obeyed every one of his orders. He stared at the girl's sorrowful face and asked whether she understood everything he said. She nodded, her sadness still evident. A mountain tribesman pointed a weapon, shouted, and demanded what those two were doing there. The elder brother, Alan, shouted to her it was time to act and began swinging his massive carcass. He was sent flying, striking a mountain man and knocking him out. He shouted, urging her to snatch the dagger and flee at once. She finished her tale by saying that, as she was returning home, she spotted a gigantic monster that attacked our main character. He told her they'd, of course, return to the camp to see everyone. But before that, they headed to Haishi. He rose, shook sand from his clothes, and studied the girl closely. He told her that, before they went back, he'd have to bring the axe he'd dropped inside the monster's body. At one point, the girl retrieved an axe from the bottom and, with the help of other amphibians, hauled the fish onto land. Once ashore, they tied its body to a bear, who was able to drag it. Approaching the other heroes, the protagonist called out to Haisha. Shegu burst into joy. After a long wait, he could finally see his king. Haisha immediately recognized the girl, shouting her name with a smile. He asked our hero why they were together, and the hero proudly replied that it was a long story. Alan recounted the entire story once more and answered every question from her leader. He asked her whether there were still about 10 members of the tribe, including Fang, alive. Then, turning straight to the main character, he urged that everyone be freed immediately, but the reply was cut off as he began to explain why that would not work now, leaving everyone confused. Finally, the lighthouse on the western mountain revealed itself, leaving our heroes bewildered by what had occurred. The main characters' faces changed, because no simple animal could ignite a lighthouse, and our hero remembered the Mountain King's words, realizing that when he departed he had truly spoken of revenge. He could hardly believe the mountain tribe had swooped down on them, but there was no room for panic. He had to investigate everything himself. Turning to Shegu, he told him to bring the troops to the coastal fortress so they could reinforce their defenses and keep the enemy at bay. Looking at Haisha and Alan, he ordered them to move immediately to the western position and set up an ambush, where the patrol team would support them. While escaping, he shouted at Haisha to hold back and wait for him near the trap, and he promised that this time he would keep his emotions in check. Our hero rushed toward his tribe, his speed climbing with every stride. All he could think of was making sure nothing bad happened. While our heroes were gearing up for battle, a sudden pause fell. Chen Li rushed to the settlement where the fighters were already in line. He called out to his wife, fear trembling in his voice. Bewildered, the girl turned to her king and asked about the monster that had recently attacked. Our hero confirmed that the problem had indeed been fixed. After that, the queen announced she would head west to check everything, but the king warned that if Haisha went completely mad, she wouldn't be able to manage him. Turning to his comrades, he began to call out names: Huangxi, Languchui, Ziooksheng, a Yun, those he expected to join him. Then he added that the others, including Xingda, would stay with the queen. Da Da, who had sprinted up, begged the king to bring her along since he'd never taken her before, and this time she was ready to follow him even without his permission. He smiled and consented, saying, "So be it," but she promised to obey his orders unconditionally. She erupted in loud cheers, and at that moment Chen Li ordered Ludeng to guard the queen. The sun slipped behind the horizon, and a deep, still silence fell. Our heroes lay in ambush, concealed among the dense foliage and water. They waited for the attackers to approach, confident that their hidden position gave them the advantage. Perched in a tree, the girl waited to signal the moment she spotted the mountain tribe. but the man beside him caught it first and told his king that they had arrived. From the forest's gloom, men of the mountain tribe emerged one by one, their torches flickering. The first to appear was their king, murmuring something with a smile. Suddenly, his face shifted to a serious expression. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Then he began shouting loudly, calling out the crowd, knowing they were present, and demanding that they settle everything in a duel. At that moment, our hero wondered whether he'd truly spotted a trap right in front of him. He noticed the place was too silent. No birds sang, no insects chirped, and no toads croaked. He then said he wasn't a fan of that way of fighting, and those words left our protagonist quite bewildered. Help him see that the only thing left for them was to face the enemy head-on. One by one, our heroes slipped out of the ambushes. Amphibians slipped out of the water, but the Mountain King didn't notice at first. The mountain men started to glance around, laughing loudly while waving their torches. Looking over, the king smiled and said that everything was going as he'd planned, for the battle would be even. Each side had the same number of men. Drawing his weapon, he aimed it at our king and issued a challenge for a one-on-one duel. Behind him, the water chief struggled to keep his fury in check, his heavy breathing audible to everyone. His teeth rasped loudly as he hurled insults at the Mountain King. Then, moving with astonishing speed, he rushed toward him, declaring that to confront the king he first had to defeat him. However, one of the king's aides covered his back and sprinted toward him with astonishing speed. Their movements were identical, and they were on the brink of grabbing each other. The impact produced a sharp ringing that, for a moment, drowned out the people around them. The ground beneath their feet cracked, sending shards of earth airborne with the shockwave. They believed their powers matched, yet neither would back down. At that moment, the Mountain King stood there, smiling, ordering Mutsu to play with the little fish. After speaking, he tossed Heshi aside as if nothing could matter. The throw hurled him back several meters, and as he hit the ground, the huge stone cracked and a cough rang out. Our king saw this and was quick to doubt that an ordinary person could topple him so easily. He stared in disbelief, unable to understand, and as Heshi's enormous strength faltered, Chen Li's face grew clammy. At that instant, Aeon tore the rope in a swift motion, dangling by her hands, and a huge splinter of wood lanced straight into a member of the mountain tribe. The strike landed squarely on the head and torso, but with a light hand motion, he pushed the wooden block aside, leaving only a few spots of his body reddened by the forceful blow. Our hero couldn't believe it either, and began to suspect that he, too, possessed a supernatural ability. But when he surveyed the scene, he felt uneasy, for the unknown loomed again, and it seemed they were doomed to this battle. Heshi leaned against a stone, coughing loudly and painfully as he wiped blood from his mouth. He smiled at his opponent, who at that moment ran toward him and shouted, "Now we'll finish him off once and for all." Heshi laughed loudly, slipped out of the way of the blast that cracked the boulder, and seized the moment to strike first. With a mighty blow, he sent the mountain tribe attacker flying into the air. Grabbing him tightly, he said, "We're about to go for a swim," as the man realized something was wrong and tried to flee. As he tried to slow down, the ground crumbled under the clash of the two thugs. The air around them warped with their power. But Alan wouldn't let her leader be defeated. She struck from the side. He knew he couldn't counter her attack or come up with a plan. Yet a massive man was coming to his rescue, halting the log that had Adam perched in his hand. He was hurled toward Alan with incredible force, his speed surpassing that of our hero. Laughing, he tried to grab her, but she didn't have time to react. With a forceful strike, he hurled her straight into the water, spraying her in every direction. The liquid softened her landing a bit. She was ready to strike back, but a shadow she saw approaching left her confused. Would he really go into the water with her? Finally, the attacker emerged, still flashing that wild grin as he edged closer. He laughed, even claiming he was there to kill her. The protagonist, still standing, could scarcely believe that a man had willingly put himself into such harsh conditions for battle. At that moment, the twins were discussing their king's promise of entertainment. In the end, Mitsu and Shuhu made the first move. After pointing at our main character, they asked if they could fight him. Then they rushed toward him without seeking permission from their king. Our main character mused on the Mountain King's promise of a one-on-one duel, yet the tribe's warriors surged toward him. Chen Li's comrades wouldn't let it happen, shouting that only by defeating them could they approach their king. A fierce clash erupted between the twins and our heroes. The newcomer tribe's weapons outclassed those of the mountain people, forcing them to retreat slightly, but they were not going to give up. The laughing brothers muttered that a defeat would bring them great disgrace. They began to split their spoils, declaring the attackers their enemies. We were about to bathe in a river of blood. At that moment, the thug who had halted the tree with a foolish grin watched everything unfold. He seized a piece of timber and began to strain, pushing with all his strength. Then he wrapped himself around it and with a single, effortless movement, tore it free from the ropes. Pleased with his power and cunning, he glanced away with a dull stare. The Mountain King saw this and flushed with embarrassment. In a nervous voice, he told him he could play as long as he wished. The key was that he didn't disturb him. With a sad expression, he added that he would then seek out Mitsu. As the giant approached with a log on his shoulder, Heshu, our hero, realized he could not face two foes from the mountain tribe at once. Drawing his axe, he slipped to his side, ready to help. But before him stepped the mountain tribe king, sword already raised. The hero barely dodged the powerful blow, realizing that his first task was to aid Heshu, and only then could he confront the king. Heshu could not face the danger alone. The brute, clutching his black weapon, was furious that the hero had ignored him. With a wild expression, he began shouting about how upset he was that the protagonist was looking down on him. He hadn't anticipated the blistering pace of their strikes. He tensed, ready. Both fighters moved with astonishing speed, leaving everyone nearby unable to keep up. Their blows came at breakneck velocity. No one could match their speed. The Mad King kept berating Chen Lei, telling him not to let anything distract him from the fight. He had to unleash all his true skills. The man, his face tight with tension, realized that until he dealt with that bastard, nothing would succeed. Scanning his surroundings, he hoped to find someone who could help Heshu. In his thoughts, he pleaded for help for the amphibian. By that time, the mountain man had already swung a log to deliver a precise strike to the water. But he was baffled to see that the tree had become considerably heavier than before. He turned and saw the girl clinging to a tree, shouting that she wouldn't give up so easily. Yes, she faced her future opponent and said that she'd never been outmatched in strength. He told her she was pretty, asked if she really wanted to play with him, and then swung. He intended to land a precise, powerful blow. The strike was so swift that Dada could have countered, but then something pierced the thug's hand. When he lifted it, a sharp fragment jutted from his own fingers, the wound slick with blood. Suddenly another attack surged toward him, and he met it with the same hand, showing no hint of pain. It began to anger him. His expression shifted. He shouted, asking whether anyone else would play with him, and turned to his king to ask if he could really play with two at once. His king was clearly not lying, and the battle-scarred leader of the mountain tribe replied that he could revel as much as he liked, for when he reached the peak he would be on his own again. Ayan, perched in the tree, felt that everything was bleak as she watched the whole scene from the mountain. Xing, standing nearby, shouted to the girl that their king and the others were locked in a bloody battle, and that they needed to help. The girl answered tense-mindedly that she'd used that trap on bears before, but this monster was immune to such a powerful blow. Even if they came down, they would still be unable to help. She turned to Xiang and said she would try to divert their attention, and that he had to return to the camp, to ask the queen for reinforcements. The kid urged Ayun to be careful, and Ayun promised to handle it quickly. The fight between the two thugs raged on, and the thud of their powerful blows rang out. The man shouted that he was already fed up with the fish. He detested being grabbed. With a powerful elbow, he struck Haishi's back, aiming to tear him away. The strike was truly powerful, making our hero cough up blood. But he wasn't going to let him go. The memory of that pain pushed him forward. He planned to shove him into the river, and time was running out. The man fought to stay out of the water, doing everything he could to avoid being pulled in. Haishi shouted that they would bathe together now. The man began to lift into the air, hearing words that a fight would soon break out on their territory. The girl, seeing this, began shouting loudly to her leader, telling him not to come near because it wasn't safe. Suddenly, two hands burst out of the water, poised to grab our heroine. They pulled her down to the bottom, and the water chief caught sight of it. He started to worry about Alan. He couldn't believe she wouldn't be able to fight in the water. Still, the man kept pounding the fish with hard blows, shouting for it to let go. Haishi's back was slick with abrasions. The blows roared loudly, and the man yelled for him to die. The amphibian coughed up blood, yet he wouldn't let the man go. His eyes turned black, brimming with anger, and it began to engulf his mind. He lifted the man, intending to throw him. With a powerful blow, he flipped him over, then crashed straight on top. The strike sent the earth shuddering, and chunks of it began to lift into the air. Both fighters lay motionless on the ground, grimacing in pain. Haishi worried about the others and asked for forgiveness because he could not help them. He trusted in their victory, feeling he'd done all he could and left the rest to them. The twins and our heroes kept fighting. The battle raged on, and the heroes were poised to unleash the move they'd been honing. The brothers laughed at them then, as the prey slipped straight into their hands. They planned to tackle the hammer-wielding attacker first, then move on to the second. They both rushed at him, shouting that this would be his end, and then they'd move on to the second. After attacking him, Linguchu's eyes started to burn. They burned and watered while the brothers laughed, and our hero clutched his eyes, trying to wipe the tears away. A member of our tribe rushed to aid his colleague, and he was worried for him. He was going to destroy those scoundrels, who had cheated by using poison and by striking one person at a time. His anger knew no bounds. He shouted, daring them to attack, and hurled his axe toward one of the twins. The strike hit its mark. He let out a painful scream as it pierced his shoulder, and blood began to gush out. He began telling Linguchu to step back and leave everything else to him. But the second twin was furious. He was outraged that his brother could be injured by a bungler. He began to stir a fight between the two fighters. After a while, the twin managed to wound our hero, piercing him with his weapon. Blood spurted from his mouth as he said only 2 steps were left. He then seized the attacker's hands, pressing them to his own. He didn't know what those 2 steps meant or why he was counting, yet as he squeezed, he called out 1. He yelled so loudly that Linguchu, standing nearby and wiping his eyes, heard him. He instantly grasped his comrade's thoughts and, closing his eyes, ran straight toward the attacker. Pushing off the shield, he leapt even higher and delivered a powerful blow. He shouted that he would end him there and then, forcing him to scream in pain. The twin saw the man rushing toward him and had no time to react. Moreover, the attacker's incredible speed was compounded by being pulled back. The blood-stained brother rushed from behind to help him. He shoved his brother aside, taking the blow himself. A cry of pain escaped, and blood spilled from his mouth. The rescued man, trembling on the ground, urged his brother to respond. Yet silence answered him. At that moment, Ayun fired arrows from a tree in a bid to help Dade. Her opponent moved sluggishly, making him an easy target, yet he showed no pain. The arrows merely grazed him, inflicting no real damage. Dada is about to exhaust all her strength, and this can't continue any longer. The girl suddenly had a brilliant idea when she noticed something, a rope lying beside the log. The girl's strength was waning. She realized that just a little more would mean she'd lose her endurance. But her thoughts were interrupted by arrows lodged in the nearby ground. The girl didn't understand what was happening. Could Ayan be missing? She thought a resounding yes. She began to closely examine where the arrows were stuck. She tried to understand that. What was Ayan trying to convey to her? After examining everything carefully, she was convinced that the comrade was sitting in the tree. She was trying to explain something to her when it suddenly clicked. She understood everything, pondering how smart Ayan was. Yes, yes, she pressed the ground, and the earth beneath her feet began to crumble. Then, with a swift motion, she darted aside, reaching for the rope on the ground. The man, still standing, laughed and asked if she was really fed up with playing around with him. She smiled and said that this was both the beginning and the end. Then, rope in hand, she barreled toward the man. He stood there, not immediately grasping the attacking girl's plan, and began swinging the log. But she hurled the rope with astonishing speed, straight into his feet. Inertia pulled her to coil around his legs, writhing like a snake. Then she began to circle him, kicking up dust with every swift turn. He couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. Yes, indeed, he believed she was trying to hide from him. He asked her to keep playing with him. She, in turn, kept provoking him, shouting loudly at him. As soon as the rope tightened, she jerked it sharply, her legs clamping together. He fell, crashing to the ground with a powerful thud, and dust rose from the impact. At that time, he lay on the ground, hearing how he had been underestimated. His opponent quipped that he was lucky the fish had almost killed him, until a log burst out from behind and slammed straight into him. The Water Tribe's leader was taken aback by the picture. And she, with her face, made the enemy look behind his back. But the moment he turned, a massive piece of wood slammed into him. After knocking him down to the ground motionless, the little fish felt he'd been much luckier this time. The duel of the two kings continued, and the clash of their swords rang with a piercing tone. Also, each blow forced them to push apart and move away from each other. Both were already breathless and beginning to tire. Nobody was willing to give in, and the main character's hand went numb. He feared he wouldn't be able to endure the next blow and would be left exposed. Suddenly, a torch slipped between the two kings, and a squeak rang out. A boy dashed up to the Mountain King and declared it was time to put it to use. He knew the king disliked using it, but he insisted it was the witch's own order. He thrust 4 red flowers toward him, assuring him that when things got rough he'd slip into the water and come home unharmed. Smiling, he said that the king himself already knew what would happen if he lost the battle. He stared at the boy, stayed silent, and sent a menacing look his way. Our protagonist saw the picture and thought the man was holding a red ginseng. Did they really intend to abandon their minds to strengthen their bodies? He focused his power into his right hand, and yellow symbols slowly appeared, soon spreading to cover his entire body. Our hero realized that this could never be permitted under any circumstances. He was ready to unleash every ounce of strength, his gaze fixed on the boy handing him the red ginseng. The Mountain King sensed the witch had uncovered his true nature, yet their dialogue was cut short by a fast-moving beam heading straight at them. I barely leapt to the side before the attack swept through, wiping out everything in its path. A second later, the huge trees behind the Mountain King were sliced in half, but the king himself didn't even flinch. Convinced his king was indecisive, he began to reach for the burning torch. Sweat dripping, he told him to let him. He'd handle everything and make the decision, planning to set the red flower on fire. But in a flash, he knocked the torch to the ground with his foot, pressing it into the earth. The baby was shocked by such actions, wondering how he could dare defy the witch's order. With a menacing expression, he replied that he did not believe it was her command, adding that he could return to report everything to her. He rose in anger, warned him not to regret his words later, then dashed off, shouting that one leg was here and the other there, and told him to wait just a little. Looking at the floating baby, a deathly silence settled, and then the Mountain King turned toward our main character. Surveying him from head to toe, I was struck by just how incredible his destructive power was. Our king himself realized there was no time to recover. Even Pangu's power was already waning, his vision began to blur, and he couldn't stay like that for long. Even if you could land one more strike on him, he will collapse like a pillar immediately afterward, losing consciousness. He felt their situation offered little hope either. After all, your strength must have worn out long ago. If he misses, the mountain chief of the community survives, and he will swat everyone else at once. Chen Li couldn't understand why he'd snuffed out the torch. He was trying to anticipate the trick his opponent would pull. He rushed toward him, knowing there was no time for thought because what awaited, life or death, was uncertain. With the little strength he had left, he had to rush through everything. The heroes pressed on, darting side to side with astonishing speed. The sounds of their blows seemed to slice through the air, echoing across a vast distance. Both heroes grew more exhausted, their breathing turning ragged again as sweat coated their faces. The Mountain King asked the protagonist why he hadn't displayed this incredible power earlier. He felt those wounds weren't his fault. He believed the power came from the sacrificial ritual itself, and he started to flash a menacing grin. A surge of fury flooded his body, and he barreled toward the main character with even harsher cruelty. Gorny told our king that he would soon run out of strength, so victory would be his. Then, trembling, he revealed that he was on the brink. The witch's divine gift was about to vanish, and he will not be able to endure the next onslaught of our king. He couldn't dodge it. With a grin, he said the next attack would use all his remaining strength. Our hero stared at him with the same menacing expression, kept listening, and told him not to worry. Because once his opponent falls, weakened, he can't touch any of his subordinates. Qin Li advised him not to make unnecessary promises, a rule he respected. He began to channel every ounce of his power, and the air around him warped dramatically. The Mountain King began to gather his strength, ready to deliver his most powerful blow. Our hero dove into the attack first, eager to strike. But he wouldn't wait for him. He immediately rushed straight at our hero, his body shrouded in a dark aura. A powerful clash of the blows rippled through the air, lifting Earth into slow, swirling dust that eventually obscured the hero's silhouettes. Our king screamed, knowing a powerful explosion was about to erupt. But before he could jump back, a booming blast rang out, its roar audible for several kilometers around. A massive column of dust sprang up, stretching straight into the sky. Everyone nearby noticed, setting aside their own battles. They couldn't believe their eyes at what had just unfolded. But as the dust began to clear, the Mountain King was revealed, lying on the ground. And a silhouette stood beside him. The bald man lay motionless on the ground. His body was covered in bruises, and from the rising dust, the hero began to emerge, barely able to keep his feet on the ground. He strained to pull in as much air as he could. When he turned his attention to his opponent, he noticed a king lying nearby, grinning brightly. He was satisfied with the fight, and even his subordinates were defeated. The newcomer tribe turned out stronger than the mountain tribe. Chen Li's hand was seared with pain, as if it were being shredded into tiny pieces, and blood began to trickle, gradually flooding his entire hand. While healing her, he realized he shouldn't rely on Yu Pangu for trifles. He lost his footing and began to tumble. Though relieved the battle was over, his strength had completely drained. He fell from a great height, landing in Aeon's soft embrace, where she caught him. The girl insisted that their tribe's leader could never become a disgrace. Chen Li cautioned her, saying their man was still in the water. When the queen approached, she looked toward him and told the king not to worry. Her allies had arrived. The king handed her a healing ointment and asked her to make sure Alan was safe. After that, they could go. She nodded, though her face showed clear displeasure. He started to fall again, but this time he didn't have the strength to stay conscious. With his eyes closed, he told the girl he only needed a little rest. Opening his eyes, he heard talk of a release and that someone would take care of the king. He wondered if he was already at home, but he couldn't make sense of it. His mind was still foggy. Turning his head to the side, he saw Xiao Wan closing the door. When she began to undress, he was so embarrassed that he screamed. However, the girl didn't react at all and began walking slowly toward her husband. She began to climb onto the bed. Chen Li, his voice trembling, asked what she was going to do. She sat on him, starting to make exciting sounds that made her hands and legs tremble. She leaned toward the king's face, already slick with sweat from surprise. She reached out and touched him softly, and Chen Li's whole face flushed a deep red. He began to squint. Xiao Wan straightened her hair and asked him whether he really enjoyed pretending to be asleep. She didn't mind, because she had no intention of waking him up anyway. Then, speaking slowly and excitedly, she said, "In the end." She enjoyed taking the lead. He opened his eyes wide, squealed with embarrassment, and asked his wife what she was doing there. Then, trembling, he tried to steer the conversation toward Alan's condition and the enemies. But she refused to answer, pressing a finger to her lips. She said it wasn't the right time to ask those questions. She pulled down the top that covered her breasts, telling him she was curious about what he was capable of in that state. Glancing at everything, he realized that, even though he'd had everything for a long time, he was already ready for this day. But he pictured everything in a completely different way. He imagined tackling it with two at once, and they couldn't believe the king's boundless energy. Tears welled in his eyes as he reflected on how swiftly the image of the all-powerful leader had vanished. He resigned to all that came, thinking he'd let her command herself. Suddenly, a system window popped up, dispatching a task 7 times that night. Chen Li reread the task several times, skeptical that the damned system had actually issued it. And then she stressed that a leader must be the strongest in many areas. Every 7th session must run for at least an hour. If it falls short, the penalty will be a change of orientation. Along with impotence, beads of sweat began to run down the hero's face. He felt he hadn't yet recovered enough to take on that task. He would die if everything were to happen a 7th time, because it felt like choosing suicide before the boss's final strike. The task seemed impossible. Then, as he began to whistle, he decided to relax, thinking nothing bad would happen if he simply ignored her. But the system began to blare a siren, declaring that silence meant consent. After that, he yelled at his wife to stop right away. She leaned in and told him that gentle pushes only made it more intriguing. His face flushed even more. He regarded the day as the worst of all his time in this world. He wondered who could help him now. A drop of blood dripped from his nose as he began preparing for his last night. Then a deafening roar burst into the hero's chambers, forcing the girl to shield her bare chest. He was surprised to see the owner standing in front of him, with the girl sitting on him. Having snapped back to reality, the bear roared in displeasure, and a booming sound echoed. She couldn't believe her eyes, staring in surprise at the same point. She shouted at the bear to release her husband, watching its back as it fled. After a while, our heroes had already stepped far enough away. From the king's chambers, Chen Li pleaded with his pet to let him go. They were already far enough away, yet the bear kept moving, tightening our protagonist's nerves. He asked him where he was being taken. He began yelling for help. Was the bear really going to devour him? With tears in his eyes, he said he would have stayed with Xiao Wan if he'd known how it would all end. The bear, in turn, let out a roar to show his displeasure. After a while, the heroes paused inside a cave. He slammed his master to the floor, who was struck hard by the fall. Rising, he asked why he had brought his ship and what kind of place this was. He started howling loudly, leaving our hero stunned. Two small silhouettes emerged from the cave, timidly peeking out from the shadows. Seeing them, the hero was stunned. It was finally here. Real bear cubs appeared. The children burst into excited runs toward the two standing heroes, roaring with delight. They started hugging the big bear while Chen-Li still stood there, shocked. And then they started running toward the person beside them, still radiating joy. As he began stroking them, he asked young Da if they were really her children. After a moment, a system window appeared before the hero, announcing that two bear cubs, led by their mother, were ready to join his community. He looked at them and smiled, realizing this was simply wonderful news. The tribe's population rose to 98 members. Our hero was shocked, since two bear cubs were counted as 20 people. Seeing them, he concluded there were 68 people in total. Then the system congratulated our hero on starting a new quest. Specifically, the expansion was due to be finished within 6 months. With a smile on his face, he realized how much time had slipped by since the last main quest. Without the system's warning, he would most likely have forgotten about it altogether. Seeing the rewards, he was pleased. They looked good, but the quest's difficulty frightened him. He began to laugh, realizing they'd have to speed up their preparations for the attack on the mountain tribe. Our hero and the bears were making their way back to the settlement. Looking at them, he realized he had nothing else to do. He had to invent names for them. When he saw one, he immediately christened it Xing, but it took him a long time to settle on the next name. All he could think of was a bald head, yet he ultimately settled on Xingsun Im. As they walked, the cubs darted around their mother, squealing happily. They liked the names. The main character entered the calculations, which showed there were a couple of rest days. But afterward, we faced a mountain of tasks to finish everything on schedule. With a quick flick of his hand, he commanded the system to pull up the map. Looking at her, he thought, it's great that the settlement was discovered. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for a bite. The enemy was trapped, yet the hero avoided entering their camp. Our king thought that we already knew the surrounding situation, guard posts, and traps. He aimed to give everyone a crash course in agriculture over 2 days, then head out on a reconnaissance mission. As he kept walking through the forest, he hoped they had left him at least a piece of that huge ichthyosaur. He pictured himself ravenously devouring those delicious pieces of meat. 3 whole days slipped by as our hero stood at the gate, pointing out the settlement's entrances and exits. Sitting atop his pet, he spoke his farewell, extending his hand and waving it sweetly. The girls wore sad faces, as they had no time to truly enjoy their moments with their king. Seeing the little one, Chen-Li told him to look after the cubs, adding that he'd only need to deal with them for 3 or 4 days at most. He also warned the girls not to let the catapult squad become lax, and they had to keep an eye on Alan, hoping she might be able to remember something else. The queen, embarrassed, told her husband that they weren't fools and didn't need to be told the same thing a second time. She turned to Ai and asked why she was feeling so sad, and whether they had sown the millet seeds, too. She answered that they had, and added that the farmland was carefully tended. So there shouldn't be any problems. She begged her king to be careful, because the mountain tribe people are nowhere near reasonable. She worried about him, prompting the nearby queen to shout at her. She was told it was all nonsense, because their leader wasn't an enemy, especially when a bear walked beside her husband. After bidding his final farewell, the hero commanded his pet to leave. He hurried away from the girls, while the king shouted that he would return soon. Ai exhaled heavily, saying she hoped Chen-Li would be fine, while his wife, standing beside him, nervously glanced toward her competitor. As she walked away, she kept glancing back in her direction, unmistakably revealing all the signs of jealousy. She could only think that her husband might have cheated, and if it were true, he would be doomed. The green-haired girl mused. After stepping back to a normal distance, she shouted, anger flashing in her eyes. "You know what to do. At that instant, 3 girls in cloaks and masks suddenly materialized before her. One of them turned to her mistress and said she should become. She promises that the task will be done. After hearing the end, the queen waved her hand. Then the 3 girls dashed off on a secret mission at lightning speed. She stood with a sad face, remembering how close she had come the last time. But the bear whisked him away. She was furious because she had to verify that her husband really had gone on a reconnaissance mission. She believed the hero possessed a hidden secret hut. At that moment, our hero sneezed again and again, never stopping. Scanning nervously, he couldn't tell where the cold air was coming from or whether his wound still hadn't healed. But at that moment, he spotted a steep slope, believing it impossible to climb it silently. He told his bear to head north, and it darted off to the side right away. He thought there were only a few ways to climb smoothly. No wonder the mountain tribe chose this spot. It simply exuded a scent of safety. With a downturned face, he wondered what would happen if he sent the main forces head-on without any clever plans. And while they fight, he'll slip behind them for a surprise attack. Suddenly, a thunderous voice demanded our heroes identify him and explain why he was here. The bear halted abruptly, and the protagonist just managed to stay on his back. He hurriedly scanned the room, trying to spot who was screaming before he could take a thorough look. Mountain men started appearing right in front of him, clearly unhappy to see him. The bear growled, and our hero shouted at them to calm down because his name was Gentle. He had been to a number of meetings with their leader. He told them that on his last visit, he had brought war himself. Now it was his turn to point out that it was only simple politeness. On his end, they started whispering among themselves. He kept glaring at him, and after a while, they shouted that he should leave because their leader wouldn't talk to him. If he stayed, he'd become their prey. Those words stunned our protagonist. If he was trying to appear as a sweetheart, the man-eating bear should have clearly terrified them. He believed these people were utterly uneducated, so he refused even to talk to them. He began to have thoughts that simply aimed to kill everyone. Suddenly, he noticed something that surprised him. He spotted 2 men behind them, each hauling huge sacks on their shoulders. He couldn't believe they were merely tribal people, but a local told him about folks supposedly tied hand and foot to hand, only to explain that they were in fact unbound. When he looked more closely, he saw Mitsu and the mountain tribe chief. They looked pitiful. The mountain king, scanning the scene, also caught sight of the king, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his cheek. He stopped, then shouted, asking whether it really was King Chen-li standing before him, and if so, why he'd come to see them. Our hero shouted at the bear to rush forward, and it immediately obeyed its master's command. The mountain men held their ground, yelling at the one flying straight toward them to halt. But after only a few seconds, they were scattered in all directions. Our hero sprinted over to the 2, asking what had happened. That they'd fallen to such a low point since he'd come to ask for another fight. The Mountain King warned that their doom had arrived, since their witch didn't bestow divine power on the losers. And those who lost, that power turned into what they are today. After a few seconds of silence, he confessed that he was no longer the leader of the mountain tribe. He was a fresh face, far stronger than the former Mountain King. He emerged from behind the rock, towering over the former Mountain King by several times. He immediately commanded his subordinates to charge into battle, and they rushed in with fierce determination. The hero's face had lost its fearless edge. After all, at that moment, dozens of harpoons were aimed at him, ready to be fired to kill him. He couldn't believe or understand how quickly they mastered the harpoon, as their progress was too fast. At lightning speed, he swung his divine axe to deflect the harpoons flying at him. Screams of agony rang around him, catching Chen-li off guard. After all, they cared little for their comrades, 2 of whom had been wounded by a bear and were also under attack with harpoons. These savages ignored their comrades and everyone else entirely. A wounded soldier turned to the former mountain king and asked why he was standing like a pillar while the weapon lay at their feet. He asked him whether he really wanted to lie on the sacrificial table. Reluctantly, he started to pull the harpoon out of the ground, moving slowly. At that moment, several savages were already rushing toward him. He scanned his surroundings and saw the savages closing in from every corner. Our king also didn't approve of their new leader. He refused to descend and confront the battle alone. Drawing on Pangu's power at that point would have been reckless. Shouting loudly, the smart one refuses to climb the mountain. He ordered his pet to advance. She darted to the side, steering clear of the harpoons as best she could. Time slipped away. The sun was already setting and night drew near. Our hero perched on a hill, gazing into the distance, taking in nature and weighing what had happened while plotting his next move. At that moment, a bear was fishing behind him in the river that flowed beside them. As night fell, the mountain dwellers kept patrolling with torches. Our hero believed he still couldn't succeed, even though it was night. He realized that all the leaders were merely puppets, and that a hidden witch behind the scenes held the true power. He knew that no matter how many leaders he toppled, fresh ones would step up, replacing the old, and someday someone would defeat our hero. Chen Li realized he regretted not having sharpened his intellect earlier, for now it was sorely lacking. He needed to discover where the witch was hiding to kill her. But all those thoughts were cut off by the bear's loud, angry roar. Glancing toward her, he couldn't figure out what had caught her eye or what had sparked her anger. A few seconds later, a massive column of dust shot up into the air. It seemed as if something had rushed down the path at breakneck speed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Later, he saw the enormous green monster screaming, its cries a mix of pain and terror. While sprinting, he barreled into trees, as if he were trying to toss something off his back. Seeing everything unfold, Chen Li told Zhangde to stay quiet, otherwise they'd be noticed. The green-skinned monster kept wailing in agony. It echoed across a great distance, and when our hero looked more closely, he saw dark silhouettes on his body, as if something were biting him. The beast screamed, slick with blood, then finally collapsed in agony, still howling for several minutes. Eventually, the screams faded, and looking at all this, our hero hesitated to reveal himself. He tried to make out the strange creatures perched on him, intrigued by the odd herd they had formed. Gradually, the creatures began to circle the massive monster. One of them glanced toward the bushes where our main character was sitting, then promptly ducked to stay unseen. Still, he kept staring at the bushes, his face streaked with blood. The sensation ran down his body. Our hero felt as if they'd been noticed. But after a while, they turned and went back the way the animal had come. Our heroes exhaled in relief as the creatures slipped away unseen. They stood up and walked in the opposite direction, relieved that they didn't have to fight anyone. And then he turned, gliding quickly through the river. The hero told the bear to stay put. He was going to cross to the other bank, take a look at everything, and come right back. The depth was deep enough to swallow the hero's entire body. After climbing out of the water, he shook himself off and stepped onto the ground as quietly as possible to avoid making a sound. Hidden among the trees, he scanned his surroundings, staying alert. He wondered how these weirdos could haul that monitor lizard so far, and how far their lair was from here. He had to talk to them to learn everything. Our hero kept thinking and continued to hide. Suddenly, a sharp, cold wind whipped against his back. Yet he didn't pay attention. It wasn't a breeze. A dark silhouette surged from behind, closing in on him. He was ready to strike, but at the very last moment, he spotted the attacker. But he didn't have time to dodge. A huge column of dust erupted from the impact, and a small scream cut through the air. Our main character squinted. The dust that blown into his eyes made it hard for him to open them right away. He heard a snort coming from right above him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a girl, or maybe a cat, sitting on him, telling him he had finally been caught. Only a second later, The two heroes exchanged bewildered glances. The girl screamed, asking if he was from the werewolf tribe, her face turning red as she stared at the shocked girl. Chen Li felt the situation was awkward. She told us that werewolves couldn't move as fast as she did. He told her he had no idea which kind of werewolves she was talking about. And he didn't see himself as agile either. As his gaze suddenly turned to the girl, he noticed she was sitting on a tree. Three silhouettes occupy the main character's mind. Are they truly more enemies? Those who caught the king's gaze instantly turned toward him. This trio was the queen's covert squad, constantly keeping an eye on the king. The pink-haired werewolf heard it and sensed danger looming. She instantly pushed herself off our hero's body, leaping into the air and landing gracefully on a nearby tree branch. The werewolf girl began screaming that there was no need to beat or kill anyone just to identify herself. She was furious when they attacked her for no reason. She also warned that rushing across the river would be wiser, as staying here was too perilous. Then she leapt even higher, darting swiftly along the tree branches. The girl standing near the king began to ask him about his condition, and he replied that everything was perfectly fine with him. He was curious about what kind of werewolf tribe this was. He asked those girls about it. She was drenched in sweat and apologized, saying she had never heard of such a tribe, so she couldn't say anything. Our hero gently lifted her chin, curious about what they were doing here. And why they were here. The embarrassed girl glanced from one side to the other. He didn't answer the king. He drew close to her, grimacing. In a trembling voice, she answered him that it was all because of. But he cut her off. Laughing loudly, he declared he knew it all perfectly. Whoever made this, she offered a hesitant nod, her face damp, confirming he'd understood everything. She was terrified to answer. Glancing toward the river, our hero apologized, saying he felt bad that they weren't as resilient underwater. Because the river was wide, swimming across would have been almost impossible. Even Youngda could not handle it. Suddenly, he remembered that the bear, Youngda, was waiting for him on the other side of the river. With a smile, he turned to the girls and told them not to linger. He told them all to come back soon. Later that night, the moon's beautiful rays bathed the forest in light. From a concealed ambush, our heroes watched the mountain dwellers' actions. Watching them, they were engaged in a heated conversation. Our heroes claimed he'd been watching them for ages, and that the path up the mountain was patrolled all night. He also mentioned that he needed help figuring out if there was another one here. That he could climb unnoticed. The girl, her face wide with surprise, asked her king. "What about that girl?" he asked, glancing toward the patrol on the path. Stated they'd postpone the issue with that riverbank. They had to sort it out here first, so he told her to stay alone. Youngda had to go into hiding and left the rest to her. He intended to head west along the river to scout the area and promised to return before sunset tomorrow. Passing a towering waterfall, our hero surveyed the surroundings. Everything around him felt odd. He suspected that this was the spot where Alan most likely had leapt into the river to escape. Looking down, he never could have imagined that a jump from here would let him survive. This child was a true blessing. There was no other way, our hero thought. Looking up at the waterfall, he realized that with no one close by, nobody would notice this. He climbs up effortlessly, then bursts into loud laughter at the thought. His only fear is that enemies already await him at the summit, while a powerful current rushes below. Jumping was a bad call, too. King Chen Li realized he'd be doomed no matter what. Spitting to the side, he let out a sigh of relief, and felt that this was the best option in that situation. His aim was to find another place, so he pushed through the massive bushes. He looked around, hunting for anything at all. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, and a massive rustle of leaves burst around him. In the distance, he spotted several dark silhouettes. He wondered whether they were people. If so, were they on patrol? He tried to take in everything, but he couldn't. Seeing was incredibly hard. He was about to step closer as they were descending. Our protagonist began weaving his way through the foliage. He heard one of them ask whether they could truly trust that guy's words. He replied that this was the one and only chance to entrust him with everything that was left to them. He told them that if they hadn't been friends since childhood, he would never have helped them. And then he noted that he hadn't been part of the mountain tribe for a long time. This time, even with huge risks, he'd show the way. But that was the limit. Our main character began to tense up. Because this approach to communication, delivery, and voice, it was all so familiar. The former mountain dweller walked ahead. He considered himself lucky to have managed to record the location of every trap. He burst into loud laughter, proclaiming himself a genius. And then he added how lucky they were to have met him. The king's personal guard and aide guided a band of mountain folk behind him, urging that they stay together instead of scattering. Because if any trap had worked, he wouldn't have been able to save them. Our king Chenli watched it all, listening intently to every word. He struggled to accept that Lu Teng was from the mountain tribe. Then he began to wonder whether he had been spying on them from the very beginning. But upon closer inspection, he was convinced that these so-called savages were not as developed as they first appeared. He was also curious about how he could pinpoint the location of every single trap. Our protagonist assumed he'd overheard their discussion about traps with Shig. Chenli had no intention of striking. He wanted to see what they would do next first. It was a full day. The sun hung high above, bathing the surrounding area in light. The trader with mountain-like limbs kept moving forward. Dodging trap after trap, every walker was exhausted. Sweat soaked him from the heat, and he was out of breath. One of them collapsed onto his backside, saying he couldn't go any further because he was exhausted. But Lu Teng replied sternly, telling them all they needed to do was climb the mountain, and asked whether they really had no desire to kill King Chenli. But a mountain man, leaning against a tree, said they'd covered a stretch that would usually take a whole night and day in just half a day. Everyone began to slump, breathing heavily, talking about how much easier it would be with divine power. But it had disappeared. The trader, watching them, apologized, saying there was no other option. He pointed to the mountain's peak, warning that someone would definitely be on guard there and that the patrol would arrive sooner or later. And among them was a huge man who stood out and was impossible to ignore. He told them he didn't want to be buried there, and added that he believed his former comrades would not want to return to a life of slavery. He looked down, lost in a distant thought. His face looked sad. He warned that ahead there would be a trap-filled area, and after that the path would end. Just one step was left. The former king of the mountain tribe maintained that it had been his idea from the start. They are tasked with putting every effort into implementing it. And then, with a menacing grin, he added that anyone could return. When he reached the witch, he was also going to ask for them. The former leader rose, telling those who wanted to keep on with their journey. He could continue now, and the others rose after him. No one was going to return. The twins exchanged a look. One stayed seated, yet as the discussion progressed, they resolved to pursue their king. All the heroes marched on. It was a hard road, yet nobody was about to surrender. At that moment, a boy with a wolf skin on his head was on guard in the tower, carefully watching everything around him. Suddenly, he was startled to discover someone had slipped into the area, setting traps. Looking down, he wondered if those wanderers were hungry, searching for food. The child spotted Ludong, who was climbing up with them. He felt his comrades ought to know the safe route. Why was he climbing up here? He began shouting to his friend, raising his hand and waving so they'd notice him quickly. And then he declared that none of them should take another step. They stopped. The kid kept shouting that the area was unsafe. They had to go back the same way they had come. The twins were the first to feel nervous, having been spotted, while the enemy sat on the high ground. Mitsu told the former king it was still time to retreat. A hint of fear lingered in his voice. Ludong glanced toward the mountains, his thoughts wandering. Why this idiot stole the show of the century today? After all, if there had been someone else, he would never have tried to save it, the traitor kept on thinking. Then he said he'd call the patrol right away to bring them in. He turned and slipped to the side, thinking that all he could do now was to depend on a trap. He had to activate at least one, by any means necessary. And his request was granted. He seized the taut rope with his foot, breaking it. Instantly, the ground beneath our heroes crumbled, forming a vast circle. The ground split, and loud screams filled the air along with the rumbling of the earth. A few seconds later, the screams quieted, and at the trap's bottom were sharpened spears with their points pointing upward. The traitor, eyeing his surroundings, thought it would suffice to leave only a single witness. His leader would certainly find a way to win over the mountain tribe. His body was pierced. He hoped the patrol would arrive sooner. Looking up, he whispered more quickly, his body relaxing. As he closed it, everything began. The figure blurred before his eyes, yet he still caught sight of a familiar silhouette. With long, brightly colored hair, he was looked down on by his leader after all. Closing his eyes, he was glad that the king had taken notice of the picture. At some point in the past, the trap was dismantled and the nephews were removed from it. They laid them beside a shaded tree, and our hero set out to heal them. His wife stood beside him, watching his unique ability. She asked him whether it was truly necessary to tie up these savages, since it was unsafe. He responded that he would not completely cure them. Even if they managed to wake, they'd lack the strength to attack because of severe injuries. She added that these people could serve her king, and she was serious. She drew her weapon, faced the traitor, and begged her husband to let her confront the betrayal. She swung her whip toward the traitor, ready to strike. But right then, Chen Li arrived, asking her to wait, and she covered the man lying on the ground with her own body. He urged her not to jump to conclusions, saying he'd want to hear the whole story when he woke. Haishi, who was standing nearby, noted that only a handful of people. That would be enough for an interrogation. In his view, keeping everyone alive was unnecessary. Sheik echoed the Sea Tribe chief's sentiment, pointing out that they simply can't afford to use so many medicines. It wasn't a kind move from the newcomer tribe, since it was hard to get that arrogant man to betray his own community, even when the witch treated him like a slave. But as far as they know, these guys are closely related to each other. So the hero would rescue them, since the former mountain tribe leader was ready to submit obediently. Moreover, last time he promised our protagonist he would spare his people, so the king intended to be merciful. He was uneasy because, for those feral people, he had to pay a hefty sum to keep each healthy daily. If he didn't hear even a thank you, that would be the end. Seeing Lu Ten unconscious, he ordered that he be immediately carried into the house. When he arrived, the king requested that he be summoned. Ai leaned over to the mountain chieftain, scrutinizing him closely. She turned to the main character and said she thought he'd woken up. Once, our hero stood across from the former mountain king, who was sitting on the ground. Our hero asked him whether he meant that no one had ever actually seen the witch, because all the information went through the little girl. He confirmed it, noting that she had made even the most significant sacrifices. He recounted that she insisted she was the witch's messenger, and only she was immune to the curse. The hero, thinking he'd misheard, asked again if that was really a curse. He said that, as the girl claimed, the witch was wrapped in a curse. Anyone who came near would die instantaneously in an agonizing death. They witnessed divine power and action with their own eyes. No one dared to doubt her words, and there was no guard at the cave's entrance. The former king kept talking. The hero replied that if everything he said were true, they'd have a chance to launch an attack, but noted that the newly crowned leader of the mountain tribe was not easy to deal with. The mountain king asked the hero whether he was really that worried about the collapse. He explained that this was the current king's name, insisting that no one could match his power, especially after he received divine strength, but the ritual still required a sacrificial fire. Therefore, it is not performed on rainy or windy days, and no one can gain divine power. On such days, the leader and the whole clan are most weakened. The bald man said our king had spoken of their tribes' many vulnerabilities. Wondering why others still weren't aware of them, he explained that on rainy days, traversing mountain paths is extremely difficult. Even those familiar with the area don't venture beyond its borders. Chenli expanded the mountain man's reasoning by noting that strong winds are always accompanied by heavy rain. It takes ages to hide vulnerable spots. He exhaled heavily, raised his head, and then bent sharply toward the man sitting on the ground. He said others definitely could not know this information. Then he smiled, still breathing hard, and reached out his hand to the former mountain chief. He stood up, and as his interlocutor smiled, he said they were now traitors for the mountain tribe. Our king declared that they would now certainly not be welcomed back. So he offered to join them, and at that moment he looked at him, his gaze brimming with confidence. With a quick, gentle strike, he pushed our king's hand aside. He said that regardless of who asks or under what circumstances, he never gives out information. He leaned against a tree, breathing hard. Our hero stared at him in silence, listening as he said he didn't know who the rookie king truly is, but when he asks, he's eager to spill all the details. Those words bewildered our hero. He couldn't quite understand what they meant. With a grin and a raised finger, he projected an unmistakable air of class. He said it was love. He pulled him in and shouted, calling out to Chen Li. When he was tired of living, our hero laughed and told him it was all just a joke. The mountain man thanked the king for questioning him without prying ears, yet he could not accept the offer. Chen Li, smiling, said he couldn't force him to do it. Later he mentioned that once the others get back on their feet, they can drop it at any time. Still sporting the same smile, he told his new comrade that he hoped the next time they met, they would no longer be enemies. Then, laughing loudly, he asked whether he truly loved him that much. Just as before, he grabbed him and shouted he would kill him. 5 whole days passed while the entire tribe prepared for battle. Lunt carried the coal to the king, handing it over. Before our hero, like coal, sulfur, saltpeter, and the bamboo stalks, he realized he needed more charcoal. Iu asked the protagonist whether he had truly forgiven the traitor. He replied that the only thing he could not forgive was his own act of pretending to be a traitor. To learn the truth, Iu questioned her king's words. But he defended his trust by saying that in the past, he remembered the moment that man risked his life to save him, and he also reflected on it. Primitive people likely wouldn't have the brains for such tricks. Iu also noted that the latest information indicates the mountain tribe's leader departed from the camp this morning. All supplies, food, weapons, water were ready. She warned that the former mountain members leaving would undoubtedly wander for several days. He held something in his hands, twirled it, and said that they had given him everything they could. Now everything rests on them. Our hero was sure that the poisons, food, firecrackers, weapons, armor, and shields were ready. They simply had to wait for the storm, and even at night the tribe kept preparing, each member busy with a task. Amphibians were thought strongest, so they did hard work. The main character sat in his royal chambers, eyes on the system window. He wondered how the broken system had poured 70 tech points into just 3 copies of the ointment. He thought the price stayed the same, but she actually hung herself after every purchase. A sudden knock at the door pulled him out of his reverie. He ordered them to come in. The nearest members of our protagonist's tribe entered the royal chambers. He immediately told them why he had called them here. He wasn't going to beat around the bush. He'd get straight to the plan. He began outlining his plan, saying they would split into 4 squads. Haishi had to bring along 3 reliable subtroops, and head up the mountain to rescue the prisoners. A few days ago, Fang had pinpointed the tribesmen's location. Staring at the green-haired girl, he told her that when the moment came, she would have to guide Haishi herself. Shig was set to lead the main squad. Morning arrived, and the first rays of the sun began to emerge. After a lengthy discussion of the plan, the heroes gradually slipped out of the protagonist's chambers. Cheon averted her gaze. Our hero asked if there was anything wrong with his plan, and she replied that she didn't know. She could hardly trust Shig, so giving him all those treasures seemed a strange choice. And it was also a strange choice to leave the house in a rebel's hands. He explained that this time they were fully mobilized, and the women, children, and the elderly required protection. He also pointed out that Lu Ten's wounds had not yet healed. He said it would be great to take charge of guarding the camp, but he had not yet recovered. Everyone also understood that a grudge against him still lingered. Chenli shouted, insisting that Lu Ten was no traitor. And he would prove it when the moment arrived. The girl replied with a word of consent, but warned that if he did something, she would be the first to finish him off. After a while, Ayu dashed into the king's chambers, screaming. She shouted that the wind was picking up and their king had to hurry. Stepping outside, the main character felt a breeze that gradually picked up speed. He looked into the distance, lost in thought as he stared at the sky. He was lost in his thoughts. He could feel the heavy moisture in the air. He sensed they were running out of time, and the rain would only slow them further. He told everyone to get ready right away, since they were leaving now. As time slipped by, clouds slowly began to swallow the sun. Our heroes were already standing by the waterfall, having followed the road the hero had found. He told the girl that Alan had already been ambushed nearby. He told the girl that if either of them fell into the water, she would be the one to rescue them. He also said the bear would watch over her. He told the others they'd first cross the river and climb the cliff, but he'd go to the top of the mountain alone, urging everyone to follow the plan. Our hero looked toward the mountains, urging everyone to be extremely careful. The hero's plan began to unfold, and everyone set about carrying out their tasks. Shigu and the main army pushed through the dense foliage. They held shields, and the tension in the air was palpable. He thought the others should already be in their places by now. They began lighting the firecracker that would signal the start of the battle. He slammed her down, shouting that louder was better. A mighty blast rattled the savages, sending them into fear and confusion. Immediately after the blast, the heroes burst from the foliage, screaming, and headed for the mountains. They knocked them to the ground, yelling for them to scatter because they were still reeling from the blast. A subordinate of Shig shouted for him to look up, as the king of the mountain tribe appeared before them. The rest of the tribe began to surface on the rocks, and with every second that passed, more and more joined them. Shig ordered everyone to stand in a defensive line. The main army swiftly lined up, hoisting their shields. With their shields, they deftly warded off the spears flying at them. The man beside Shig told him it was still too early to retreat. Right then, a massive pack of savages was rushing toward them, yet Shig shouted for everyone to hold on, because they needed to draw as much attention as possible. A fight erupted between two tribes, shouts and screams filling the air. A man approached the Mountain King and asked whether reinforcements were needed, but the king replied they were not. He said he hadn't received divine power today, so let the tribe wear them out first, and then they should enter the battle. At that moment, close to the waterfall, savages were guiding tethered amphibians. She stood there watching everything, and she was angry, believing it was time for that bastard to pay the debt in blood. The reigning Mountain King watched everything, convinced these were pretty brave guys, who still declined to turn back and flee. Gazing up at the mountain, he could not comprehend. He wondered why none of the prisoners had been delivered. Glancing over, he realized he could no longer wait. He surged forward, yelling for the others to follow him. A subordinate shouted at Shiga that the enemies were approaching. He ordered them to carry off the wounded. He was about to cover them. Everyone began to gather and pull back, the scent of blood rising around them. At incredible speed, the mountain tribe king barreled toward the hero, his massive weapon swinging. Sheeg only just managed to raise his shield in response to the attack. Yet after the blow, he began coughing up blood. After grabbing the healing potion, he realized the Mountain King was far stronger than he. While he was escaping, he drank it. He never meant to die here. He yelled at Xiao Wan to act while the girls were already swinging. Get ready to support the main army. The queen shouted to the girls that it was their turn, then ordered them to attack. The girl hurled firecrackers at the sprinting savages. The men began fending off what seemed to be stones flying at them. But just a second later, a series of powerful explosions rang out. Sheeg told the queen that everyone here had been wounded. He said the formation must be reorganized right away, for the next battle would be decisive. At that very moment by the waterfall, our hero was searching for the entrance to the cave where the witch dwells. Upon entering, he spotted a strange column etched with odd symbols. He felt tense because, as the bald man had said, no one was around. The wind began to ease, and the hero sensed rain was about to fall. Suddenly, he broke his tense stare at the distance. He noticed a huge cave entrance, its sweet scent wafting out. He began to approach her doorway with caution. Upon closer inspection, he noticed dozens of barrels lined up there. He was moving closer to get a better look. He screamed, a cry of discontent. After all, those cattle had finally brought honey to the witch, and he was still unhappy. A cry erupted from behind the barrels, warning our hero to stay away. She told him to drop what he'd taken and leave if he wasn't afraid of the witch's curse. Our hero, looking toward the voice's source, concluded it was coming from a girl. A vast number of empty barrels stood around him. He believed there was not a single trace left. Suddenly, a girl clutching a mask slipped out from behind him. She shouted at him, calling him an idiot for showing up. She shouted at him to leave her cave as quickly as he could. Throwing a mask at him, he simply tossed it aside. Glancing at her, he guessed that the witch was probably this little girl. He wasn't completely pleased with how things unfolded. She kept a tight eye on him, ready to repel his attack. Suddenly, he vanished from her sight, and she felt terrified. She was on the verge of screaming, but he knocked the girl out with a quick blow to the neck. He lifted her onto his shoulder, gazed into the distance, and kept pondering his next actions. He recalled that the mountain tribe had never encountered a real witch before. Even if he kills this little girl, nobody will ever believe the real witch is dead. He also figured that, since nobody had seen the witch, he could use that to blackmail them. At that moment, the rain intensified, and the weather took a turn for the worse. The clash of the tribes persisted, growing ever fiercer. While battling Xiao Wan and Sheeg at once, the Mountain King matched their strength and held his own. The man shouted for all the wounded to be taken to the rear, because the leader's medicine should have sufficed for everyone. Suddenly, he spotted something that frightened him. Silhouettes drew nearer, and he couldn't believe they were the long-awaited reinforcements. Yet they were, led by Hishi, who shouted where they should position themselves against the mountain tribe. But before he could get there, a body landed squarely in the heart of the battle. The fight ended, and everyone turned to the masked man lying on the ground. Our hero, standing on a hill, shouted that the battle was over, and, in a gruff tone, said their witch was already dead. Lightning started striking behind him, and they couldn't believe the words that followed. They all turned toward the man on the ground, the mask immediately familiar. After all, it meant that the terrifying curse would now overtake them. They started sprinting, shoving each other along. The reigning Mountain King shouted for them to return, insisting the battle was far from over. He barked at Xiao Wan to brace for death as he rushed toward her. He swung his huge mace, intending to kill the girl. Sheeg dashed toward his queen, intent on rescuing her, At the last moment, he raised his shield, which cracked on impact. After the Mountain King fled, the queen told Sheeg not to worry about her and to chase after him. But at that very second, the hero burst onto the scene and warned them not to waste time on him. After all, most of them were wounded and could no longer fight. The battle was won, and he suggested they stop there. After a while, the heroes had returned home. All of the wounded were also making their way back. The girls tended to the wounded, and rest followed. Our heroes insisted that the last bottle of healing ointment, which he had kept just in case, had to be used for treatment. Yet he didn't see it as a problem, since it had saved a life. The king's assistant, standing there, told him that 5 people and 4 prisoners had died. Ours replied that ultimately, war inevitably brings casualties, and that they would be buried in the north and in the forest at the foot of the mountain. When he opened the system window, he saw that, despite the losses, the population had grown by 20 people. This time, 25 people had joined the application. Our protagonist feared that future opponents would be stronger, worrying about an increase in deaths. Suddenly, a girl broke into his thoughts, saying the child had woken. As he drew near, he heard cries of discontent, as if warning that she would kill them all. When she saw the king, she said she remembered everything. After all, he was the same scoundrel who dared to strike her on the head. Looking at her, he felt that IU should talk to her, only she could do this. After a while, IU approached the king and told him that the girl had calmed down. As he drew near the tree, he saw her mouth gagged and her body bound even more tightly. The child did everything she could to make him pull the grass out of her mouth. As soon as he pulled a bit out, the girl swallowed the rest, asking what kind of grass it was, and then begging him to bring more. IU grinned and revealed it was licorice, adding that she would get more if she behaved obediently. The girl, a satisfied smile on her face, asked the king if he could come closer. He approached her, holding out a leaf of grass, and told her he'd ask a few questions first before giving her some sweets. But she wasn't going to wait for questions. She bit the grass, grabbing Chen Li's hand at the same time, and he let out a scream of pain. He barked at her, calling her a naughty child. She replied that the grass wouldn't fool her, she only wanted honey. He reached for her cheek with a tender grip and promised that, in the future, she could have as much of him as she wished. She happily remarked that the man standing in front of her was strange. She chose to stay, and before long they were already sitting together. The child lay on the main character's head. She said it wasn't the best place she'd ever been, but the main reason she avoided returning to her father was his harsh attitude toward werewolves. Our hero asked her about her father, and she answered that he was a great sorcerer of the werewolf clan who taught her magic. She added that he could turn people into werewolves. Her own real father had become one after being turned by another man. Our hero never asked her if the werewolves before this were truly ordinary people. She answered, yes, adding that, with the exception of a few girls her age who were chosen to be forced into service for him, all the rest had been converted. He named her Xiaoyu, a choice that caught the hero by surprise. He believed it would be better to avoid provoking the werewolf tribe across the river. In any case, they won't do anything either. Our hero would rather keep the evening, since a huge feast awaits. As evening fell, everyone seemed to have forgot the recent terrible battle. Laughter burst loudly, and a palpable aura of joy filled the air. Everyone was relieved, because the worst was already behind them. Our hero told the girl to enjoy a good rest in her spare time. Yes, I asked IU why she was all dressed up today, and she said she'd find out everything once the leader went on vacation. She blushed and said she understood everything. She realized that IU was eager to seize the opportunity, while he was happy.